In his past life, Kim Jun-sung was an ordinary child, but when he was still very young, his parents died, and he began to look for various ways to earn money to pay off all their debts. As a student, Jun-sung never stopped looking for new ways to make money, and it seemed like he had already tried everything. During his college years, Jun-sung became a professional esports player and began earning large sums of money by participating in various gaming tournaments, winning which he easily used to pay off all his parents' debts. But despite all his fame, Jun-sung doesn't want people around him to know that he's a professional esports player, so he uses the pseudonym Jun-hyuk at tournaments and tries to disguise himself as best he can in everyday life. One school day, a classmate approached Jun-sung and was surprised at how easily Jun-sung mastered such a complex curriculum. At one point, she notices a new headband on Jun-sung's head, and she asks him if she can try it on, but Jun-sung is against it. The classmate was very upset, and Jun-sung began to apologize and said that he had a good reason for not taking off the headband. Before Jun-sung could finish speaking, another classmate took off his headband without his permission. After removing the headband, the girls noticed that Jun-sung looked very much like esports athlete Jun-hyuk. The rest of his classmates said that their quiet and inconspicuous classmate Jun-sung could not possibly be a professional esports player, but there were also those who found some similarities. Then one of his classmates suggested that Jun-sung wear her glasses, which were similar to those that Jun-hyuk wears, and at that moment Jun-sung realized that he had screwed up big time. When Jun-sung put on his glasses, all his classmates realized that their quiet classmate was indeed Jun-hyuk. Throughout the day, they surrounded Jun-sung with attention, begging him to play with them or telling him that they were his fans who watched all the tournaments he played in. Towards the end of the school day, Jun-sung climbed up to the school roof, where he could finally be alone with his thoughts. Jun-sung's main reason for hiding his involvement in professional esports was the desire to make quick money and the attention it would bring him, which would cause him a lot of trouble in his life. At that moment, the same classmate who wanted to look at Jun-sung's headband came to the roof to apologize for what happened, since she did not know that everything would happen like this. Jun-sung said that it was not her fault that anything happened and that she had nothing to apologize for. That same day, Jun-sung was hit by a truck on his way home, and Jun-sung didn't think his difficult life would end so easily. At the moment of collision, Jun-sung only wished that in his next life he would be rich and live without any problems. Then Jun-sung was reincarnated in another world in the body of a newborn child, whom his mother named El. At the age of 4, El learned from books that this world had a feudal system similar to that of the Middle Ages. Ella's new mother was a third-class mage in this world who lost her husband very early, and besides Ella, she had no other family or close people. El also wanted to master various magical skills to please his mother, and since childhood, he trained diligently every day. One evening, Ella's mother, tired but cheerful, returns home and calls him Ellie. El had repeatedly asked his mother not to call him that, otherwise he would stop talking to her. Ella's mother was very upset by what she heard, calling him heartless for yelling at her like that. El started trying to apologize to his mother and said that she could call him Ellie, if only she would stop crying. Mom Ella immediately calmed down and began to hug her son, calling him sweet and kind, thereby showing him all her motherly love. The next day, Ella's mother was going to go to the neighboring village to sell Risetto's tea leaves. Ella's mother decided to warn her son that she was going to the neighboring village, but there was no answer, and she thinks that Ella is still sleeping. When Mom entered the room, she saw El getting ready to leave, and he said that he wanted to go with her this time. At first, the mother is touched by the fact that her beloved son wanted to take the initiative and go on a journey with her. However, she immediately says that she is categorically against this, because on the way they might run into some monsters who would want to eat Ella. At that time, El had not yet told his mother that he could use magic. Ella also couldn't shake the thought that he needed to master new spells as quickly as possible, because if he became a 5th-class mage, he would be treated like a viscount. If El becomes a 7th-class mage, he will become a powerful and rich mage who can live the rest of his life without worrying about anything. El told his mother that they would be okay, and that if there was any danger, he would definitely protect her from danger. Ella's mother couldn't resist such cuteness, and she still decides to take Ella with her on the journey. El promises his mother that he will do everything she tells him to do, and that he will not do anything dangerous. Before leaving, Ella's mother tells him that no matter what happens, she will definitely protect him. Mom started to worry that she and El had been walking without a break for several hours. To which Elle replied that he wasn't tired because he had trained a lot before. Elle also added that future great magicians need to work on themselves from childhood in order to have a healthy body and an unshakable spirit. Then the mother remembers that during her studies at the Academy of Magicians, she was often told such wisdom. Elle distracts his mother from her thoughts and shows her a flower that he read about in a book, and said that if necessary, they could use it as a medicine, which once again convinced his mother that Elle was very smart. A little later, they reached a place where Mom had set up a small rest area during one of her hikes. At one point, Elle noticed strange sounds coming from the bushes. Meanwhile, a small group of orcs was advancing towards them when they caught the scent of humans. Mom immediately covered Ella with her body so that he would not be harmed in any way at the hands of the orcs. The orcs were very hungry, and they immediately prepared for battle, hoping that they would win and be able to feast on human flesh. El shouts to his mother that these orcs look a lot like green pigs, because he read somewhere that if you call an orc a green pig, it will immediately calm down. However, contrary to all of Ella's expectations, the orcs became even more angry, and they immediately decided to attack them. Mama Ella didn't lose her composure, and immediately prepared her spell to summon a fireball, with which she wanted to neutralize the orcs. After using the fireball, the orcs were struck by a bright, burning flame, which immediately incapacitated them. Ella's mother just chuckled when Elle called these orcs green orcs. After such an attack, the orcs could do nothing but flee, fearing that they might be attacked again. Elle was incredibly surprised that his mother was able to defeat such a group of orcs so easily. Elle told his mother that she was very good at using such powerful magic, which made her very happy. During lunch, Mom explained to Ella that orcs are very afraid of fire, but even more dangerous monsters could live in this forest. Mom also explained that monsters like trolls and ogres are very difficult to defeat due to their amazing ability to regenerate and very resilient constitution. Elle thought that if they could defeat at least one such monster, they could make a lot of money, since troll blood is often used in alchemy and ogre skin is very difficult to obtain. Mom tells Elle that their journey to Banzark village will take about 3 days, and Elle said that he can endure such a long journey. After 3 days of continuous travel, Elle and her mother finally reached the village of Banzark. Elle looked at Banzark and could not stop being amazed at the beauty he saw. Once in Banzark itself, Ella could not shake the thought that for the first time in his life, he felt as if he were in another world. After Elle and her mother arrived in Banzark, they headed to one of the local shops. Once inside, they were greeted by Mr. Dibble, the owner of the store. The first thing Mr. Dibble noticed was that this time Ella's mother did not come alone. Here Mama introduced Ella to Mr. Dibble, calling him her most reliable friend and also calling him a smart and sweet boy. Then the gentleman greeted Ella and noticed his unusual eye color, which was completely different from the eye color of his peers. Mr. Dibble apologized to Ella's mother and said that she really did have an amazing son. After this, Mama Ella showed Mr. Dibble some Rosetto tea leaves of excellent quality and variety. Mr. Dibble assessed the tea leaves and said that he was willing to pay an additional 5 gold pieces for them, as people usually couldn't get such high-quality goods. Elle noticed how well Mr. Dibble dealt with people and how honestly he priced goods, and he thought that if he had to do business with any store in the future, it would definitely be Mr. Dibble's store. After this, Elle and Mom did not stay in the store for long, and they decided to leave the store. After their visit, Mr. Dibble sat down at his desk and kept thinking that Elle would definitely become a great man in the future. After that, Elle and her mother went to the magic tower to sell mana stones with runes there. Mana stones allowed anyone to use magic easily, but because each stone could only be used once, they were very expensive. Elle thought that with his technique he could create rune stones without any problem, but since the materials to create them were very expensive, he simply couldn't risk creating them. Then he asked his mother if he can buy the necessary grimoires from the magic tower. Also in the magic tower, one could purchase 9th and 10th class magic books that would help one achieve the corresponding magic class. Currently, the best mage on the continent has reached the 9th level of magic, but until now, no one has been able to surpass him in terms of magic mastery. Ella was amazed by the fact that among all the classes, there was also a 10th class of magic, which caused his plans for mastering magic to change slightly. Elle immediately asked her mother to buy him the 8th and 9th grade grimoires, and this desire made her very happy. Once they arrived at the magic tower, they were greeted by the vice master of the magic academy. Mama Ella showed the vice master her mana stones, which seemed very good to him. The vice master wanted to know who this boy was and began to squeeze Elle's face, which Elle himself did not like very much. After this, the Vice Master introduced Ella's mother to his son Gedrick, who possessed first-class magic. Then the Vice Master told his son to show the guests how he could summon an energy ball. Then with great effort, the boy was finally able to summon a small energy ball. Ella's mother was surprised by the Vice Master's son's skills, and she was eager to find out how powerful a magician he could become. The Vice Master grabbed Elle's mother by the hands and promised her that if she was with him, Elle would be as skilled in magic as Gedrick. Elu didn't like how some guy was pestering his mother, so he tells everyone that he can also create an energy ball. Everyone was shocked by what they heard, and his mother asked Ella why he was telling everyone such things. Then El concentrated all his magical power and began to create a huge energy ball. El created a giant energy ball that was tens of times larger than Gedrick's energy ball. Ella's mother looked at her son's energy ball and was surprised at how much powerful magical power it contained. After summoning the energy ball, Ella's mother immediately threw herself into her son's arms and continued to praise him, calling him the best magician in the world. After this, the master burst into the room, wanting to find out who was able to demonstrate such magic. The master began to search for the person who created such a large energy ball, hoping to find a 7th-class magician. After this, he saw El in front of him and said that he had never seen such an unusual rogue, since, according to the master, El's eyes did not correspond in any way to his real age. El did not fully understand the master's words, and he explained that sages like the master can know everything about a person, and for this he only needs to look into his eyes. A couple of minutes later, El and the master went to the library of the Magic Tower, where the master wanted to talk to El alone. The master told El that his magic was at the 1st level, but his mana was enormous, and he was surprised at how El was able to develop his mana so much in such a short time. The master also told El that a 7th-level mage's combat skills were comparable to those of a sword master, but due to the limited mana on the battlefield, mages had a higher chance of dying in battle than experienced knights, and he wanted to know from El how he managed to increase his mana so much. El immediately realized that the master was trying to learn such a powerful magical technique from him just like that. The master was very surprised by such youthful audacity, and he promised to give Ella an appropriate sum for such information. The master offered El 10,000 gold coins, with which even his grandchildren could live in luxury and not deny themselves anything. But El refused such a price and said that he needed mana stones and grimoires of the 8th and 9th class. The master didn't understand why he needed all this, but if he needed them so badly, he prepared 100 mana stones and several grimoires. El thanked the master for such a profitable deal for both of them. The master did not understand why, when communicating with El, he had the impression that he was talking to a great magician. Before leaving the library, El asked the master not to tell anyone what El had told him. When El and his mother returned home, his mother began to question him about how he was able to use such magic in such a short time. In his past life, El spent all his free time studying because he wanted not only to go to college, but also to live well in the future. Of all the school subjects, he liked mathematics the most, and he got incredible pleasure after solving any difficult problem. Once in this world, El noticed that the magic formulas here were a little more complicated than mathematical ones, and it was precisely because he remembered these mathematical formulas from his past life that he was able to reduce the time it took to use magic to a noticeable minimum. Of course, El couldn't teach his mother mathematical formulas, so he decided to provide her with ready-made magic formulas, with which his mother could use her spells with the same power in much less time. Ella's mother couldn't help but be delighted that she had such a smart son, and she asked to teach him some other different techniques. After 2 years, El and his mother moved closer to the Banzark Magic Tower, and his mother was able to become a 4th-level mage. One day during one of their trips to Banzark, El and his mother came across slave traders who were holding 2 emaciated girls. El and her mother could not allow this to happen, and they decided to punish this group of slave traders. Mama Ella was a very conscientious woman, and she could not allow such behavior. Mama Ella decided that any dialogue with such people was simply useless, and she decided to use her magic against them. Elle decides to help her mother and also uses her magic against the villains, as a result of which all the slave traders fled, leaving the girls alone. After such an attack, Elle and her mother removed all the shackles from the exhausted girls and said that they were now safe. Ella's mother learned from the girls that they wanted to find their families, but when they said they had nowhere to return to, she allowed them to live with her and Ella. Many years passed. Elu was already 12 years old, and he, his mother, and these girls lived together in peace and harmony. One such day, Serena, one of those girls, decided to wake up Ella using the wind magic she had mastered. Ella woke up and was surprised at how Serena was able to improve her magical skills in such a short time. Serena said that at first it was difficult to master any magic, but each time she found it more and more fun and interesting to learn new spells. And over time, learning magic stopped being some kind of tedious activity for her. When Elle went down to the first floor, he noticed that Kana, the second girl, was not at home. Serena said that Kakina has been going outside more and more lately to practice her sword skills. At that moment, Kana returned back to the house and greeted Ella and Serena. Elle greeted Kana and praised her, telling her that her skills were getting better every day. Kana said that every time she swings her sword, she feels like she is getting stronger each time. At first, Kana wanted to show off her skills to Elu and Serena, but Elu politely said that he would be happy to evaluate her fighting skills when they went outside. Kana and Elle were about the same age, while Serena was 2 years older than them, and it seems that they had previously been isolated from the rest of the world and that they had had a very difficult life before. But despite their past, the girls quickly settled into their new home and new family, and from that moment on, Elle taught them. Serena had a talent for magic spells and easily became a first-level mage. Meanwhile, Kana had an excellent physique and was good at wielding a sword. Elle was very happy for the girls, and he was calm that they were able to find a new home and a new family. A couple of minutes later, their mother came to them, simply beaming with joy, and Elle decided to ask her what was so good that had happened. Mom said that yesterday she officially became a fifth-grade master. Everyone was very happy for her, and everyone started congratulating her on such a great achievement. Elle suggested that everyone celebrate such an event, but at first no one understood Elle's idea. Then Elle suggested that they all visit the magic tower, and everyone approved of the idea. When they were all inside the tower, the master saw Ella and was surprised at how much he had grown since their last meeting. Elle was also glad to see the master and congratulated him on his recent victory in the battle against the sword master, telling him that the master was getting stronger. The master said that this was all only thanks to the technique that Elle once revealed to him. After this, everyone sat down at the table to find out why Elle wanted to visit the magic tower. Then Elle took his bag out of his bosom and poured a handful of magic stones onto the table. The craftsman was surprised at how Elle was able to create such an item, as it was one of the most difficult items to obtain that Elle was able to make on his own. Such magic stones were much more valuable than mana stones, which could only be used once every few years, while magic stones could be used up to 10 times, and their recovery time took only 3 days. It was because of these stones that mages from other magic towers across the continent had been tracking Ella's house, but nothing strange had happened during all this time. So Elle assumed that such stones might be of great interest to the master, and he realized that Elle wanted to get something in return. Elle said that he only needed 4 things for the Bansark Magic Tower to be able to obtain the rights to use the technique for creating magic stones for their further production. And the first of these things was a request to provide his family with protection. Ella's second request was for some books on witchcraft and swordsmanship, so the girls could further develop their skills. Ella's third request was to rent a nice hotel for his mother, who had recently become a 5th-level mage, and he wanted to organize a luxurious vacation for her to celebrate. Mom Ella couldn't contain her emotions and started hugging her son tightly for trying so hard to do for her. Ella's last request was for books on how to create golems. The master was surprised by Elle's last request, since even with all the necessary instructions, Elle would not be able to create a golem. In response, Elle said that he was simply interested in learning how golems could be created, but it was with the help of golems that Elle intended to achieve his goal. 4 years passed, life was prosperous for Ella and his family, and they lived in abundance. One night, a couple of bandits were going to capture the creator of magic stones and bring him to their boss. The bandits were ordered to break into the house, find the creator of the magic stones, and bring him back safe and sound, which initially seemed like a very difficult task. Then one of the bandits suggested that they simply take and get rid of the creator of the magic stones if he showed any resistance, despite the fact that they were ordered to bring him alive. Then Elle immediately appeared in front of the bandits, which scared them a lot, and he said that this was a very good idea. After this, a small group of large combat golems created by Elle appeared behind the bandits. One of the golems immediately grabbed one of the bandits to neutralize him. The captured bandit tried to free himself from the golem's grasp, but when he tried to strike him with his swords, the swords immediately split into several pieces. The bandits had no chance against such formidable opponents. After a couple of blows, the golems grabbed both bandits, who had lost consciousness, and dragged them in an unknown direction. El thought that even though these golems were unfinished, they showed their abilities very well during the battle. After El received books on how to create golems from the master of the magic tower, he began to spend a lot of time creating them and simply immersed himself in the process. However, despite such good efficiency, they were still not suitable for the purpose that El wanted to achieve. After this, El decides to clean up the traces of the bandits' blood that the golems left behind so that her mother and the girls do not see these traces. The next morning, Serena woke up early as usual and had already started preparing breakfast for everyone. El greeted Serena and acted as if nothing strange had happened yesterday. A little later, Kana also came home and was practicing her fighting skills again. Kana offered to show El her new fighting techniques that she had learned on the street during training, but El said that he would definitely watch her techniques later. El was glad that everything was going as usual today, after which he decided to ask the girls where their mother was now. Meanwhile, their mother was training to use her magical skills, but this time she encountered some difficulties. This time her magic was suddenly going out of control, and she was afraid that just a little more and her magic would become completely uncontrollable. After that, her magical fireball disappeared, causing her to fall to her knees from exhaustion. At that moment, Elle and the girls found their mother and asked her to come home, have breakfast, and at least take a little break from training. Elle told Mom that she shouldn't overexert herself during training, since she was already very skilled in magic. Mom didn't believe Ella's words and said that it was all a lie and that she should become a 6th-level mage. Elle noticed that his mother was acting extremely strange, and he did not understand what had happened to his mother. Then Elle remembered that in his past life, he had used a secret technique to increase his concentration. Then he decides to teach the mother and girls the technique of belly breathing, in which a person inhales through the nose and exhales through the mouth, due to which all the pressure is redirected to one point and increases strength. Everyone concentrated on performing this technique and began to inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth. After this technique, Serena found it more difficult to breathe because she performed this technique too quickly. Kana's stomach muscles began to cramp because she was putting too much effort into breathing. Elle said he usually didn't pay attention to his breathing technique, as even he found it a bit difficult to perform. Meanwhile, Mom started to succeed in performing this technique, and Elle noticed how a lot of mana began to thicken around Mom. Mom was only thinking about how Elle was able to learn such a technique on his own without anyone's help, and at the same time teach this technique to her and the girls, and that she must become stronger so that they all could live happily. Mom kept feeling how her energy continued to grow and how her body and spirit were becoming stronger. After Mom concentrated, she created a huge fireball that she could easily control. From the huge fireball, Mom was able to create a beautiful fire horse, which greatly surprised Ed and the girls. The boys immediately began to congratulate their mother on how easily she was able to perform such a technique, and they also continued to feel all the magical power emanating from her. Mom began to thank Ella for teaching her such a technique, because now she would definitely be able to become a 6th-level mage. Elle was glad that his mother had a smile on her face again, and that she was doing well again. A little later, everyone returned home to discuss over lunch how Mom was one step closer to a new class. But despite this, Mom was worried that lately Elle had been increasingly secluding himself in the workshop, which meant they began to communicate with each other less and less. At this point, Elle returned to the workshop right after lunch, where he was discussing how difficult it was to create the most powerful golem on the continent. Elle still intended to create an artificial monster that could have independent thinking. One of the most difficult stages in creating such a golem was mastering very complex mental magic, which is only available to 8th-class mages. The only way for Elle to survive in his class was to use dark magic, in which he had to combine all of his most sinister thoughts and emotions. But despite the fact that Elle understood all this very well in theory, in practice Elle's class was too low. Also, such magic would not have given him any effect, since the entire effect is only available to 7th-level mages. Due to these complications, Elle was unable to carry out his original plan, which required him to first reach 7th grade. Suddenly, Serena entered the workshop to remind him about the beginning of magical training. Elle remembered that Serena was having trouble mastering some of the basics. Serena said that she didn't fully understand the nature and essence of mana, but Elle didn't quite understand what Serena meant. At first, Serena tried to explain to Elu that he could feel a magical response when mana filled his body. Serena also said that most likely it all depends on the type of mana, since each time she feels several types of mana at once, which gather in her into a single clot. Here Elle began to think about the fact that mana can actually have different types and characteristics. Serena said that these were just her guesses, and that most likely her words should not be taken seriously. Then Elle went to his desk to test Serena's hypothesis about the differences in the types and characteristics of mana. Elle took out several mana stones from the desk drawer and felt that each stone emitted its own special mana. Elle sensed how the mana of each stone was different from the mana of other stones, and how these different types of mana mixed together to form a powerful magical cluster. Ella was amazed that he had not noticed such an important and useful magical feature before, and he decides to learn a little more about this feature in practice. Elle concentrated several types of mana within himself at once in order to sense this entire magical accumulation. After this, Elle found himself in a space unknown to him, in which he could visually see the differences between types of mana in the form of millions of bright stars in the sky. Elle remembered how, in a game he played in his past life, the composition of a unit could give a great advantage in the later game, and he guessed that various combinations could greatly enhance his magical abilities. After this, Elle decides to try to combine all the types of mana that came from the mana stones. Elle was going to create a completely new magical power that Serena told him about. At first, Ella found it extremely difficult to contain and try to control such an outgoing force, even with the use of her special breathing technique. But despite all these difficulties, Elle was counting on the fact that if he succeeded, getting into the 7th grade would be much easier. After combining so many types of mana, Elle mentally found himself in a kind of sanctuary, in which even more types of mana created even more stars. In this sanctuary, Elle saw the bright silhouette of a bird, the light from which was many times brighter than from any star in this space, and Elle followed this bird. When Elle woke up, Serena was in front of him, and she started to worry about him and tried to wake Elle up. Serena told Elle that a powerful vortex had appeared around him, causing him to lose consciousness and fall to the floor. By this time, Serena was starting to worry as Elle stopped responding to her excited cries. When Elle fully regained consciousness, he noticed that his class had improved. Elle was very grateful to Serena for telling him that several types of mana could exist in this world. Serena just looked at Ella and thought about how amazing he was and how much effort he put into becoming stronger. Then Serena decides to ask Ella what kind of magic class he received. Serena also noticed that Ella's magical aura was much larger and stronger than her mother's, to which Ella asked Serena to keep it all a secret. Meanwhile, Elle began to think that it was time for him to move on to the next stage of creating the most powerful golem. At that moment, Mom was sitting on the hill and looking at the house, thinking that it was a wonderful place. Mom also looked at the portrait of Rayan, her husband and Ella's father, and said that she would make every effort to protect their sleep from any dangers. It was Ella's 17th birthday, and he was cooking breakfast for everyone that day. Elle decided to make porridge as the first dish for everyone, which everyone really liked. However, despite such a delicious breakfast, Mom said that she herself would like to make breakfast for everyone on his birthday. But Elle responded to his mother's words by saying that he enjoyed cooking for everyone because he loved to cook. The next dish Elle wanted to treat his family to was kimchi fried rice. At first, Ella had some difficulties with cooking, since getting rice, cabbage, and all the necessary spices in this world turned out to be a little more difficult than in the previous world. On top of all this, Elle also used magic to make kimchi in such conditions. Everyone was delighted with the appetizing appearance of the dish, which made Ella very happy. At first, everyone thought the dish was a bit spicy, but despite this, everyone really liked the dish. After everyone had eaten their portions, everyone started asking Ella for more, which made him very happy that everyone liked his dish so much. A few minutes later, Elle was washing the dishes and couldn't stop thinking about how much everyone enjoyed his food. At that moment, Elu's mother approached him and asked to talk to him about a very serious topic. Elle looked at his mother and saw an extremely serious expression on her face, which he most likely had never seen on his mother's face. A few minutes later, Elle and her mother were left alone in the room to talk without any unnecessary witnesses. At first, they were silent for a while, and Elle thought that perhaps this was some difficult topic for his mother. At first, Elle thought that she didn't like the food he had prepared for everyone today, after which he immediately rejected this option. Suddenly, Mom said that she had been hiding her past and his father's past from him, but now that Elu was 17, she was finally ready to tell him everything. The first thing she said was that she was the daughter of Marcus Einhard of the Bliard Empire, and her real name was Sylphir von Einhard. This news simply shocked Ella, since the Bleard Empire was one of the most powerful empires on the continent. In addition, the Einhart family was one of the most influential families of aristocratic magicians, in which only the most talented children in magic were born. There was also a rumor about this family that Marquis Einhart almost succeeded in becoming an 8th-class mage, while his son possessed power equal to that of a 7th-class mage master. Ella was also interested in the origin of her mother's pendant, which only 7th-class mages can create. Elle also remembered that their library contained books that were extremely difficult for ordinary people to obtain, and that only very rich and influential people could have such books. Mom continued her story and said that her mother died 4 days after she was born, and so she was raised by a very strict father and older brother. When she was 7 years old, her father betrothed her to the prince of the Bleard Empire. However, she did not want this at all, and she wanted to live freely and live the way she wanted. Years later, she met Rayan Luvius, Elle's real father, and she immediately fell in love with him at first sight. Even though he had no special skills, no attractive appearance, no wealth, he was the only one with whom she could calmly dream of freedom. Her father originally planned to marry her to a prince when she turned 17, but before that, she ran away from home with Rayan. Even though they were being pursued by her father's guards, she was truly happy with Rayan. But their shared happiness did not last long, and less than a year later, they were captured by the guards of the Einhart family so that her father could personally separate them. Her father promised that he would free him, but first he allowed her to say goodbye to Rayan. She started apologizing to Rayan for putting him through all this, but Rayan didn't care at all and just wanted to know if she would stay in the family. She only thanked Rayan for the fact that thanks to him, she felt real freedom for the first time, and for the fact that being next to him made her feel happy. After that, she told Rayan to move on and be happy without her, even though it would be hard for her to live without someone like him. Rayan only said that even if they were separated from each other, they would still be together. Immediately after this dialogue, one of the guards killed Rayan by cutting off his head, which left Sylphir in deep shock. Her father said that she should be grateful to him for relieving her of such pain and for allowing her to talk to him one last time before her inevitable execution. Then her father did not forgive her, as when the engagement with the prince was broken off, he simply took and kicked her out. Before she left the family home, her father told her that she could return back to the family once she became a 6th-class mage. That day she was going to end her suffering, but that was when she realized that she was pregnant. At that moment, she was the happiest girl in the world, and she wanted to do everything to make her future child happy. She wanted to give Ella everything that she was not given in her childhood: happiness and freedom, and that was the only reason she lived. After Mom told Ella everything, she said that she was going to take back her previous last name. Now that she has reached 6th grade, she can finally return back to her family, where she will definitely be accepted. She said that everything there is much better than here, and that there she can give him something more suitable for Elle to continue studying magic, and she invites Elle to return there together. Elle didn't understand why his mother wanted so much to return to those terrible people who had kicked her out and left her alone in such a difficult moment. The treatment of aristocrats was different in the Bleard Empire, and in the empire they lived in, it was radically different, since families like the Einhart family were in the same social position as the imperial family. Mom said that she wanted Elle to continue his magical training in the more favorable conditions that the Einhart family could provide, and she asked Elle to think about it. Elle said he would definitely think about such a proposal later, but now he had to go. The mother was glad that her son now knew the whole truth, which gave her an incredible feeling of spiritual relief. After such a difficult conversation, Elle hugged his mother, which made them both feel much better after such a conversation. When Elle left his mother's room, he saw Serena and Kana standing near the door, having overheard their entire conversation. Serena and Kana were worried that because they served Elle and his mother as slaves, the Einhart family would not want to accept them both. Elle reassured the girls and told them that he could introduce them to the Einhart family as registered mercenaries, and then they could be together as well. The girls immediately calmed down and thanked Ella for such a brilliant idea. After this, Elle told the girls to start packing their things, while he had to go to a place that his mother shouldn't know about. Elle was fully aware that there was no way he could dissuade his mother from returning. After some time, Elle decides to visit Mr. Dibble's store, whose business continued to flourish. When Mr. Dibble met Elle, he began to thank Elle for the fact that it was thanks to his rights to produce and sell mana stones that his store attracted even more customers, which led to a good economic growth of his store. Elle wanted to ask Mr. Dibble if he could get any information, Mr. Dibble said that he had his own partnerships with all the information guilds on the continent, and that he could even tell about the secret treasures of the royal family. Then L asked Mr. Dibble to tell him everything about the Einhart family of the Bleard Empire. At that moment, Mr. Dibble noticed L's extremely serious look, which made the atmosphere much darker. Mr. Dibble began by stating that the Einhart family's history was over 700 years old, and that the family was one of the most prestigious and influential families in the entire history of the Bleard Empire. Also, during the entire existence of the Einhart family, as many as 3/8 magician were born into it. The Einhart family was so influential that they could easily turn people against the imperial power. Mr. Dibble also mentioned the infamous event of the broken engagement of the Marquis's daughter to the Crown Prince, after which the Marquis's daughter ran away with another man. However, history said that the Marquis and the Crown Prince showed mercy and forgave her, and allowed her to continue living a peaceful life, after which the Marquis beheaded that very man, and many aristocrats praised this act. It was then that L noticed that this story was different from what his mother had told him, and he realized that his mother was being used as a tool in this story to confirm their lies. Mr. Dibble also added that there are also rumors that say that the Marquis was an extremely ruthless and cruel man who would do anything to preserve the reputation of his family, and that it would be better not to get involved with such a person. Then L believed that if his mother returned to the family, they could use her, but L would not allow anyone to even try to harm his loved ones. L thanked Mr. Dibble for the information he provided, and L was about to leave the store, but Mr. Dibble told him that no one had come to the Master of the Magic Tower for a long time. Then L decides to also visit the Master of the Magic Tower one last time. The Tower Master felt a bit sad to realize that in such a long time, L was the first one who wanted to visit him, to which L said that he did not come to him empty-handed. L took out a folded piece of paper with a detailed plan for upgrading the Golem Knight, and then gave the plan to the Master. The Master was amazed by such a valuable gift that L had prepared for him, after which he began to study the plan. L said that it was practically impossible for a golem to create its own consciousness, and therefore the golem had to be controlled by a knight. While the Master was studying the new plan, he felt that L was not telling him something about this improvement. L said that he was a little tired of all these experiments, and that he would soon be leaving the village, which is why he would most likely not see the Master again. At first, the Master did not believe that L would soon leave him forever, but looking at L's face, he realized that the matter was extremely serious. Then the Master approached Ella and said that someday everyone would know about Ella and his incredible skills. The Master is also confident that when this happens, he will definitely be talking about it, regardless of where he will be and what he will become famous for. These words touched Ella very much, and he said that in the future he would definitely visit the Master again. That evening, El was putting the finishing touches on his plan in his workshop. El then used several mana stones again to create a new type of mana to summon his battle golem. After this spell, his powerful golem knight in golden armor appeared from the portal, which was several times larger than El himself. After the summoning, El ordered the golem to wake up in order to briefly check its functioning and performance. After the wake-up command, the golem awoke and greeted its creator. Even though the golem had now reacted correctly, El thought that his golem still had some flaws, one of which was that the ego wasn't the most suitable for reviving it. After this, El told the golem that after some time he would complete one task for El, but until that moment he must remain in the spatial pocket from which El had summoned the golem. The golem said that he would bide his time, after which he returned to the portal from which he came. El had hoped that he wouldn't have to witness the full power of his golem, after which he thought it was time to go. Meanwhile, at the Einhart estate, the Marquis and his son were playing chess, and the son said that he had completed the investigation into the sale of magic stones, and that he had found the source of these stones. The Marquis was simply happy with this news, since he had been trying for a long time to track down the one who creates these magical stones. And finally, after so many years of searching, he found him. However, the Marquis wanted to know why his son had taken up this matter only now, when his father had asked him to do so several years ago. The eldest son replied that he had been trying to track down the inventor for all these years, but his golems had created a number of difficulties. He said that all the mercenaries and assassins he sent to do this job were mercilessly killed by these golems. The Marquis considered this man to be quite a serious opponent, since he was able to create something that others could not. The eldest son added that all the magic towers on the continent had simply abandoned all attempts to search for magic stones. He also said that the production of such magical stones is quite inexpensive, and therefore such artifacts can bring them a lot of money. Then the Marquis calculated that if they could sell such items in one of the 10 stores on the continent, their family store would become the most profitable store. The Marquis's son watched all this from the sidelines and did not understand how a man like his father, who usually did not compliment just anyone, began to admire some stones. The son finally tells his father that this very inventor is Silfer, or rather, her son El, who recently turned 17 years old, which greatly surprised the Marquis himself. Then the Marquis ordered that his daughter, whom he had driven out of the family many years ago, be brought to him. The Marquis hoped that his daughter would definitely want to return to her family, especially with her son. At the same time, the Marquis never stopped thinking about how his family would prosper when they learned the secret of creating magic stones. The eldest son wanted to ask his father what to do with the crown prince, who would most likely not be happy with the news that Silfer had returned to the family, to which the Marquis replied that it was better not to tell him about it. The Marquis naively expected that the daughter he had exiled would definitely want to return to her family and help her family. The next day, Elle, her mother, and the girls went to the Einhart family, leaving their old home forever, to which they were unlikely to return. Elle was glad that they were all returning to the Einhart family together without any bad memories. Elle also wanted to tell his mother that he had become a 7th grade SAG, but he didn't know how to explain to her how such a young guy could achieve such a high class, while many cannot achieve such a class in their entire lives. Elu also found it hard to imagine how he would be able to explain his magical powers in the event of some emergency. After some time, Elle, her mother, and the girls were in the village, where they were going to go to Kefirmil, the place of residence of the Einhart family, using the teleportation service. Mom approached the man who was in charge of the teleport to find out the amount needed for the teleportation. The man says that teleportation will cost 200 gold coins per person, and for 4 people, 800 gold coins. Mom said it was too expensive for them, to which the man grabbed her hand and said that such portals were used by influential people who had the money for it. Kana couldn't stand to see what this man was doing, so she decided to kick him. A minute later, another man approached them, surprised that this man had created such a trivial problem. He apologized to his mother for the inconvenience his colleague had caused them. After his apologies, he walked up to the man sitting near the portal and told him to get out of his place. The man said that they owed 400 gold coins for the teleportation to Kefirmil, and also because there were 4 of them, they were given a discount, and in total they owed 360 gold coins. Mom was very happy that the price was so low, while Elle thought that they almost overpaid for all of this by almost 2 times. The man wondered why they were going to Kefirmil, to which the mother replied that they were moving there to live. The man said that in such a strong family they all felt very confident, after which everyone turned their gaze to Kana. Within a minute, everyone was standing on the teleportation device, and everyone was ready to move to Kefirmil. A moment later, Elle, her mother, and the girls were already in another teleportation device, which was located near Kefirmil. After some time, everyone reached the capital, which simply captivated everyone with its beauty. Mom said that the first thing they needed to do was find a place to live temporarily. After that, Mom wanted to register Serena and Kana as mercenaries, and she was sure that they would be perceived as future professionals. Mom also suggested that after Serena and Kana's registration, they take a walk around the city to show them the local neighborhoods and sights. At that moment, Mom heard a familiar voice calling her name, and it turned out to be the Crown Prince, with whom Mom had once broken off her engagement. The Crown Prince did not look or behave in any way hostile towards his mother, but was even somewhat polite and hospitable. Elle looked at the man and recognized the same prince who was his mother's former fiancé. Elle remembered Mr. Dibel's story about how Rayan Luvius was brutally and mercilessly killed by the guards in front of his mother, since it was the Crown Prince who gave the guards the order to execute his father. Meanwhile, the prince continued to compliment Ella's mother. The prince also said that despite some disagreements in the past, he was still glad to see her and know that she was alive and well. After flattering compliments, the prince decided to ask his mother who these children were, to which his mother did not know how to answer him. Kana told Serena that this gentleman was nothing like the nasty man her mother had told her about. Elle looked into the prince's eyes and saw in them all the feigned politeness behind which he tries to hide all his evil intentions. The prince continued to shower his mother with compliments, saying that she was still as attractive as she had been in those years, and that she was still the most beautiful girl in the world. At the same time, the prince thought to himself that he would still get her at any cost. Elle clearly saw how the prince was trying not to show his true plans and his bad character. Then Elle decides to intervene in the conversation, and with a smiling and unremarkable expression on her face, ask the prince if he knows his mother. Elle introduced himself to the prince as his mother's son, thinking to himself that this prince could not look at his mother with such a nasty and disgusting look. The prince, with the same polite and smiling face, told Elu that he really did look a lot like his mother. After this, the prince said that he was glad of such an unexpected meeting and suggested that they meet again sometime, to which Elle said that he would look forward to their next meeting. After this conversation, the prince walked past his mother and whispered in her ear that she was still his woman. Elle heard what the prince said to his mother and shouted after him that very soon he would regret what he did to his mother. The prince paid no attention to Ella and simply thought that Sylphir was finally returning to the family. The prince also thought it would be a good idea to try to make Sylphir his mistress again, and to do this, he needed to get rid of Ella. Elle notices that something is wrong with his mother, and he decides to calm her down. Mom said she just needed to pull herself together, after which she suggested that everyone go to the guild to register the girls as mercenaries. After some time, Mom, Elle, and the girls arrived at the guild and were about to begin the exam. The man explained to them that after the exam, the girls would receive a mercenary rank from F rank to B rank, which depended on how well they dealt with the guild leader. Later, the head of the guild himself appeared, who was surprised that he would be conducting an exam with girls. Then the guild leader suggests holding an exam against both Serena and Kana at the same time. The guild leader told the girls that he would not hurt them, naively assuming that they would not be able to defeat him. The girls were somewhat surprised by the guild leader's naivety, and they decided together not to spare him during the exam. A couple of minutes later, the girls and the guild leader were in the arena for the exam. The guild leader told the girls to give it their all, and then the girls prepared to attack. Kaina drew her sword and prepared to use a fire sword attack to hit the guildmaster as hard as possible. After such an attack, Serena prepared to use the battle spell Wind Sword to knock the last of her strength out of the coach. At first, they began to worry that they had slightly overdone it compared to their actual capabilities, and that they could seriously injure the guild leader. However, the exhausted guild leader was able to find the strength to come to his senses and inform the girls that they were both receiving B rank. Elle was incredibly happy that the girls were able to achieve the highest rank of mercenary so easily. The girls were also happy about this news, and they wanted to ask their mother if this would be enough for them to protect her. Meanwhile, Mom was a little distracted and was thinking about something of her own with a sad expression on her face. After this, the mother finally turned her attention to the girls and also congratulated them on successfully passing the exam. Elle, of course, noticed that something was wrong with his mother, which is why he also began to worry a lot about her. That same evening, my mother sat in the hotel and kept thinking about how the prince hadn't changed at all over the years. She was afraid that this prince would make every effort to make her his mistress, after which he would definitely want to do the same thing to Elle that he once did to Rayan. She couldn't allow anyone to harm her son, and she was ready to do anything for him. She just wanted to return to her family quietly and peacefully, but after meeting the prince, she realized that this would now be much more difficult, and she began to think that the Einhart family should side with Elle and protect him. Meanwhile, Elle and the girls had just returned to their mother's room. When Elle entered the room, his mother immediately offered to let the Einhart family know his secret of creating magical stones. Mom also said that the entire continent is currently obsessed with the idea of creating magic stones, and if Elle teaches the Einhart family to create magic stones themselves, they will definitely accept and protect Elle. Elle told his mother that they shouldn't do that, as he was capable of protecting himself, his mother, and the girls. Serena and Kana said that they are also able to protect each other from any danger. After all that had been said, Elle and the girls invited their mother to have a few drinks with them. The girls also brought food along with the drinks, as they had not eaten anything all day. Mom felt a little better and decided to have a snack and a drink with everyone. Elle thought about how in his past life he had no way of helping his late parents with their debts. However, in this life, Ella had all the necessary knowledge and skills to help his mother and the girls, and he promised himself that he would give his mother and the girls what his parents could not give him in his past life. The next day, Elle, her mother, and the girls were already supposed to be heading to the Einhart family estate, and he hoped that everything would go without incident there. A couple of hours later, Elle, her mother, and the girls were already standing at the gates of the Einhart estate. Elle and the girls were amazed by the size of the estate, which was even larger than the village of Banzark. First, the mother looked at the estate and realized that it had not changed at all since the moment she was kicked out of the family, after which she approached the guard and demanded to be let in. At first, the guard didn't want to let them in, but she said that Sylphur Einhart wanted to return home after 17 years in exile. The guard then apologized and ran to the estate grounds to inform the Marquis of his daughter's arrival. While her mother waited, she remembered that there was a rumor going around the continent that after the Marquis had driven away his daughter, the power of the Einhart family had begun to wane, and her father had become so melancholy that he had not eaten or drunk for a whole month. She also didn't understand what her father meant when, after Rayan's execution, her father told her that she should be grateful to him. El noticed again that his mother was thinking about something bad again, and he put his hand on her shoulder, letting her know that everything would be okay. In the distance, Mom noticed her father, Marquis, and her older brother who were heading in their direction. The Marquis immediately grabbed his daughter and began to apologize to her for what he had done. El watched this from the outside and did not understand how a man like the Marquis, who had spent his entire life striving for glory for his family, would so sincerely apologize to the daughter he had exiled, and apparently he had some good reason for it. A little later, the Marquis notices his daughter Ella and asks her who this young man is. Mother told Marquis that this boy was her son, and at the same time his grandson, after which El himself introduced himself to his grandfather. At first glance, the Marquis seemed like a very friendly and benevolent person, but El saw how the Marquis began to examine his magical energy. The Marquis was very surprised that such a young boy was already in 5th grade. The Marquis continued to examine El's mana, and El kept thinking that he couldn't let the Marquis find out that he was actually a 7th grade student. At one point, Sylphir's elder brother suggested continuing this pleasant conversation inside the estate, and the Marquis supported this idea, after which everyone headed to the estate. A few minutes later, El, his mother, her older brother, and Marquis were sitting at the dining table having a family conversation while Serena and Kana were sent off to rest. The Marquis decided to immediately ask his daughter if she was the creator of the magic stones. At the same time, the Marquis thought that when they learned the method of creating magic stones, their fortune would double, which would make their influence even greater, and then the Einhart family would become the most powerful on the continent. El looked at the Marquis and saw all his greed in his eyes, suspecting something was wrong. The Marquis told Sylphir that now that she had returned to her family, she must contribute to that family as it was her duty. Sylphir said that first her father must acknowledge Ella as a new member of the Einhart family. Sylphir said that it was her son who developed a new way to create magic stones, and that she had nothing to do with the creation of magic stones. She also pointed out to her father that when he looked at El, he saw him as a 5th-class master, from which El concluded that she also noticed how her father looked at him. Sylphir also added that despite the fact that there were 3 8th-class mages in the Einhart family, no one in the entire history of the family could achieve the same results that El was able to achieve at his age, and that he would soon become so strong that he would be able to amaze the entire empire with his skills. Sylphir also said that with Ella's genius, the Einhart family could become not just the most influential family in the Bliard Empire, but even the most powerful family on the entire continent. Afterwards, Sylphir asked her father if he was willing to accept her son as a new member of the Einhart family, to which the Marquis replied that it was too serious a decision to make now. Sylphir interrupted her father and said that she came here specifically to make him one of them, and that they must make a decision right now, which greatly surprised her father. Sylphir said that if they couldn't make a decision, then El wouldn't reveal the secret of creating magic stones to their family. The Marquis was very much struck by how strong and determined her daughter's character had become, and he said that he would think about it. After this conversation, El decides to take a walk around the estate and talk to her about what happened to her during the conversation. Mom just said that everything would be fine and that El shouldn't think about it. While El and her mother were walking around the estate, they met Serena and Kana. Mom immediately began hugging the girls and apologizing to them for having to leave them alone. The girls said that they were also very worried about them, after which their mother wanted to show the girls their rooms. El decides to stay in his room alone, where he couldn't stop thinking about how his mother spoke so boldly and didn't think that the Marquis would approve of her conditions. After all his thoughts, El summoned his magic glasses, which made it easier for him to concentrate. These glasses also reminded El of his past as a professional esports player. These magic glasses also allowed Ella to see various magical flows, and he decides to check what the Marquis is really up to. Then Elle decides to follow her grandfather a little, but before that he decides to use invisibility magic so that he doesn't notice him at the wrong moment. In a matter of seconds, Elle was already near the Marquis's room, from which he could learn all the details of his true plans. The Marquis told his eldest son that Ella had enough skills and abilities to become a new member of their family. However, the fact that Elle was in 5th grade at 17 years old did not change the fact that he grew up in a different country and therefore would be a stranger to their family. But the Marquis was also worried about the fact that he came here to avenge his father and Sylphir. The older brother reminded their father that Sylphir was a 6th grade master, and that could be a problem for them. The Marquis reminded his son that there were about 20 mages in their estate who were better than her and who could intervene if necessary. The Marquis also said that the Crown Prince sent him a reply letter in which he said that if the Marquis agreed, he would accept Sylphir as a concubine. However, the eldest son was worried that if things didn't go according to plan, she would find out that their family was kidnapping talented magicians and brainwashing them in order to later make them part of their association, which the Einhart family uses for personal gain. The Marquis immediately interrupted his son and told him to shut up, as someone would be able to hear their conversation even under the magic of silence. While Elle was eavesdropping on the entire conversation, he noticed that there were several special devices in this room that even 6th class mages could not turn off. Then Elle thought that if anyone found out about their plan and the kidnapping of talented magicians, it would become the biggest scandal in the entire history of the Bliard Empire. The eldest son said that he would no longer speak to the Marquis on this topic, to which the Marquis told him not to worry about the prince. The prince was also involved in this whole matter, and he would not do anything that could potentially harm him. After this, he hands one throwing knife to his eldest son and asks him what he would do in his place. The eldest son realized that this was a test, and that extremely unpleasant consequences would await him if he did not correct his mistake. Then he takes the knife and tells his father that he will first answer the prince that he is satisfied with this proposal, after which he would grab Ella and hold him hostage until Sylphir reveals to them the secret of creating magic stones. He also added that when he learns the secret of creating magical stones, he will send Sylphir to the prince, and if necessary, he is ready to use force and seal Sylphir's magical abilities. He also added that he would brainwash Elle and make him a magician who would serve their family, which Elle himself did not like at all. The Marquis was pleased with his eldest son's plan and said that he would now be the main successor. Ella couldn't shake the thought of the family's heartlessness and the fact that he might have refused his mother's offer to come here from the very beginning. He wondered why he couldn't stop or hinder his mother's suggestion to visit such a place. Instead, Al realized that he was intoxicated by his superiority over others and thought that he wanted to make everyone happy, no matter the circumstances. Besides, he wanted to respect his mother's decision, and now this was the result of that. Al could live with them trying to use him. He already suspected something in that direction. However, he could not forgive them for wanting to hand his mother over to the prince. Al became even more angry, which made him become a little careless. The Marquis realized that someone in the room was under an invisibility spell. Surprised, he wondered if the man had been there all this time, and was surprised that he had not noticed or recognized him, and asked out loud who was hiding in the room. Then El reached out and prepared a spell. The Marquis and his son noticed the surge of magic, but they had no time to react, because El had already finished using his modified Seed of Infinite Flame spell and released it. El revealed himself, which visibly surprised the Marquis and his son, who wondered if he had overheard their entire conversation, as the spell had a slight delay and exploded after a few seconds. The Marquis looked shocked when he realized what was about to happen. There was a powerful explosion, and a large fireball shot through the roof of the estate into the sky. Immediately after the first explosion, another one followed, just as big, which tore everything into pieces. The earth was completely scorched by huge explosions, and the air was filled with ash and smoke. However, Marquis and his son did not appear to have any visible direct injuries from the blast. The Marquis was amazed by the spell I cast. It would have taken any other mage over half an hour to cast such a spell. Besides, it was a 7th tier spell, capable of effortlessly killing thousands of people at once. Immediately after the explosion, guards from the family estate burst into the room where the heads of the two families were and asked if everything was okay. Looking at the small crowd of soldiers and the two leaders, Al floated slightly in the air and said that he was glad that they were still alive, as his anger was too great to end their lives so quickly. El extended his hand again, not giving them a chance to react to the small ball that formed under his palm, surrounded by a magic circle. Al told the small group standing below him that he wanted to ensure that they would suffer endless torment and ask for forgiveness, repenting of their actions for daring to raise their filthy hands against his family. He raised his hand and the small ball turned into a large magic circle behind him. El cast a summoning spell, proclaiming that suffering and destruction would befall those who stood in his way, his eyes filled with concentration and hatred for the people present. He completed his summoning, and his night golem, clad in golden armor, emerged from the interdimensional space. Standing behind El, the guards could not believe what they saw, wondering how such a creature could have ended up here. The Marquis began to laugh, which prompted his son to ask if everything was okay and why he was laughing. With shining eyes, the Marquis declared that it was wonderful and the best thing he had ever seen. The few guards who were brave enough did not believe that the golem was real and swore on behalf of the Inart family that they would not allow El to do as he pleased and tried to push the golem back. They rushed towards El and his golem. A small, bright light blinked through the slits in the golem's helmet, signaling that it was fully operational. With one swift yet incredibly powerful blow, the golem attacked the guards who dared to attack El, and all the guards went into the air. The eldest son could not believe what was unfolding before his eyes, and it seemed that his brain was even smaller than his father's. He looked down at the falling bodies lying motionless on the ground, dead from the wounds inflicted by the golem's attack. The Marquis angrily declared that it was definitely not a fake, and stated that his family could now become the strongest family that had ever existed by having such a golem on their side. He pointed his finger at El and ordered the new guards gathered behind him to kill El and force him to reveal the secret of the golems. El's expression remained terrifying, clearly indicating that he had not shown his full potential. He had enough money to retire, and why he needed more. The Marquis looked clearly confused, not understanding why El was looking at him like that. Al floated next to his golem, watching the attacking guards in the devastated charred land. Another magic circle hovered in front of his golem, reflecting attacks aimed at it. El began to position himself behind his golem and channel more of his mana into it, causing his mana to spread out in waves around him, slightly pushing away everything present in individual people. The guards realized the extreme power of this mana and realized that they could not resist it. Even the eldest son had to somehow defend himself from the mana controlled by El through his golem. The Marquis was also surprised and realized that this mana could not belong to someone who had just mastered the 5th stage of magic. It seemed to be on the level of a sword master, perhaps even stronger. He remembered researching Manuel during their first meeting in New York, and put several things together. He realized that El must be the magician who caused the 2 powerful explosions. He wondered if it was possible that El was actually at the 7th stage of magic. When El realized that the Marquis had finally realized how strong he really was, he couldn't help but grin confidently. The Marquis became angry, folded his hands together, and also prepared a spell. Soon after, he cast his spell on El, and El looked completely unperturbed and continued to float in the air without being disturbed. El calmly raised his hand and directed some mana, and without much effort, he created a spell that allowed him to repel the attack. The ground beneath him burned, and the battlefield was raging in flames. Al was very angry and looked down, and below were the grandfather and uncle, who realized that they were not worthy of such a name. As Al was about to say what Marquis intended to do to them, he heard his name, as only his mother had called him Ellie on the battlefield. His mother, now joined by his sisters Serena and Kana, looked at El incredulously and couldn't believe what she saw. She asked him what happened. El looked sadly at his mother and said her name. He wondered why she was here and didn't want her to know what was going on and the terrible plan her brother and father had for her. But remember the plan that his mother's brother came up with to get information from him about the magic stones and what he intended to do with his mother afterwards. He also thought about how their father, as the head of the family, applauded and praised him for it. El's mother called out to him again, asking him to answer. She saw what El looked like and realized she had never seen him so angry. Knowing that something must have happened to upset her son so much, Al continued to look silently at his mother and brothers and sisters. Then he took a deep breath, realizing that he now had no other choice. He raised his hand again and formed a small sphere, around which many magic circles revolved. These magical circles grew and pulsated outward. The Marquis recognized this as the magic of capture, and he was alarmed, wondering if El had recorded his conversation with his son, where they hatched their plan. Panicked, the Marquis quickly turned to his son and ordered him to kill El immediately, explaining that he was the one who had just caused the explosions. In anger, when she received no answer from her son, Silver asked her father what was going on and why he ordered El to be killed for no reason. He told her to shut up. The Marquis found himself in a prediction and needed time to adjust to the situation and think. Silver told him that El was his grandson, appealing to his good heart, hoping that he would change his mind about killing him. However, the Marquis seemed unperturbed and ordered his guards and son to hurry. He warned them that El was a high-ranking magician. The guards stood in a large group in front of El again, pointing their swords at him and preparing for battle. Iwani El looked relatively unfazed and simply ordered his golem to defeat the guards without killing them. The golem extended his hand, creating a golden sword and assuring his master that he understood, accepted the command, and would carry it out to the best of his ability. His slightly chubby golem's summoned sword glowed as bright as the sun and sparkled like the stars in the night sky. He held it in his right hand while El floated slightly to the side to give his chubby golem some space. The fighting spirit of the guards and warriors of the Einhart family was not broken together. They raised their swords and proudly shouted their battle cry. Their first mission was to destroy the summoned sword. However, Al knew that this attempt was impossible. Since the golden sword was the symbol of his golem, it was forged from pure dwarven steel, with very few impurities and coated with a magical metal for enchanted seals. The front of the blade was also coated in gold and imbued with a spell that would reflect the blow upon impact, and it was also reinforced with special sharpening magic to further enhance its existing power. El realized that just like in his previous life, it was important to regularly upgrade his strongest unit to keep it effective. He was more of a realist than an idealist, and knew he had to push his golem's capabilities to the limit. The guardians and knights of the Einhart family remained in their battle formation, continuing to point their swords at El and his golem, channeling their energy. Golem El swung his flame-enchanted sword. A massive gold shock was created, and a wave broke through the ranks of the knights, forcing them to defend themselves from the swing's counter-reaction. Even the Marquis and his son couldn't believe what they saw, amazed by the power of the slightly plump golden golem El. One of the guards warned against underestimating this, taking up a fighting stance again. The golem struck a golden blow and flew towards the army of guards, splitting the sword in half and disrupting their battle formation. The golden golem continued to grow, and its shadow loomed over the heads of the guards. Upon seeing the golem up close, they realized its true size and the overwhelming power they were actually facing. However, some guards did not lose hope and urged their comrades to obey the orders of their master, not to panic and not to surrender. Another guard noticed following his friend the brave words of their fighter, who managed to ride onto the battlefield inside the house on horseback. His horse was also adorned with light golden armor, and he himself was dressed in typical silver knightly armor, adorned with a red cape. El realized that this knight must be the leader and captain of the knights. Furthermore, he realized that this captain must be at the end of the swordmaster rank. The captain knelt before the Marquis and apologized for being late. However, the Marquis urged him to get to work immediately and defeat El and his golem. The knight captain raised his head and said that he would do it immediately, saluted and lowered his hand. The visor of his helmet and introduced himself. He explained that he was the knight captain of Marxia. The Einhart family and drew their sword. He enveloped his sword in a kind of mana, raised it, and thereby raised the fighting spirit of his subordinate knights, and called upon them to now destroy the enemy together. El realized that the situation would become more serious, but he spoke quietly and calmly to his golden golem, asking it to switch to the second level. The golem replied that his seal had been successfully removed and was covered in golden light. At first, his arms became a little thinner, followed by a head on the shoulders, and finally the rest of his body now looked much more flexible, quick and strong, ready to continue protecting El. Moreover, since he was now somewhat thinner, he seemed even more intimidating and aggressive. The guards who had rebelled against El and his golem knight were surprised by the sudden transformation. However, Al already knew that this was not all that had changed in his golem, and that the real changes were yet to come. Since the sword had disappeared during the transformation, Golem had to summon it again, and it reappeared in his hand, enveloped in flames. He grabbed the sword and prepared for battle, taking a fighting stance, and the blade of the sword underwent some changes and was filled with much more energy than before. The Knight Leader realized that it must be an aura blade, which was actually much more powerful. El's golem swung his sword to the side and stepped forward without any visible protection, heading towards the army standing before him. The captain did the same, waving his sword, and asked if he looked so weak that he could approach without any cover. Both of them prepared for the strike and simultaneously clashed their swords, causing a huge recoil and shaking the ground. The impact of two swords illuminated the surroundings, forcing everyone to cover their eyes from the bright light. Only El continued to watch the spectacle in full focus, still filled with boundless hatred for the Marquis and his son. When the bright light of the sword battle faded, the captain was left bleeding, while El's golem stood before him unharmed. The knight captain's bloody blade became lodged in the ground, and he fell to the floor, dying from his injuries. He couldn't believe what had just happened and that he had failed. His injuries were so severe that he died at that moment. The guard standing below him could not understand how their leader was easily destroyed with one blow and lay on the ground, which noticeably shook the morale of the army. However, the golem did not stop and immediately launched another attack. He swung his sword, releasing a flaming energy blade, and again attacked the Marquis, his son, and the army standing behind him. However, the army behind them was still hit by the attack, and soldiers were sent flying across the battlefield. The Marquis and his son were forced to look down at the bodies of their guards and realized that these weak guards had died too easily and quickly. El also noticed that reinforcements for the family heads were approaching again, and he saw several mages in black robes advancing forward on the battlefield. He did not want to leave the matter alone, and was already planning his next steps before he could put those plans into action. He turned to his mother and summoned the sphere containing his recorded memories. He explained to her what he was going to do about it and asked if she was ready to see the truth. She replied that she was indeed prepared and knew that her son Al had a good reason for behaving the way he did. She understood that there must be something important in her son's memories that prompted him to attack the entire Einhart family, including her father and brother. El handed her a small sphere with his memories, and Marquis noticed this, but he knew that he had to intervene, and his daughter should not see this under any circumstances. He looked at Golem El and realized that he would not be able to pass by him, since the golem's abilities far exceeded his own. Moreover, he realized that even if El was a 7th-level mage, he, his son, and the family mages had only a small chance of stopping him. In desperation, he realized that even if he managed to escape and elude El, his own family, which he had created with his own hands and strengthened at any cost, would be destroyed. El cast a protective spell to shield his mother from outside influence, allowing her to peacefully watch her son's memories. His mother was then imprisoned in a square cube, designed to protect her from all dangers. In a panic, Serena and Kana called out to their mother, but they could not see inside the cube as its walls were darkened. Meanwhile, Silver held El's memories in her hand, and these memories expanded around her, revealing very interesting moments. She saw a memory of her father and brother discussing the prince's letter and deciding to introduce her as their mistress. She also realized that the Einhart family had kidnapped many promising talents from other countries and brainwashed them into serving the family loyally. She then saw a memory in which her own brother explained to their father his plan, which involved mining silver against her will. Perhaps they intended to seal her magic and capture El, then use him as leverage to force her to reveal the method of making the magic stones. Silver couldn't believe how shocking these revelations in her memories were to her. From further flashbacks, she learned that her father and brother had also planned to brainwash Al into being loyal and show the prince another body similar to Al's to fake his death. When Silver saw her own father praising her brother for such a plan, she threw her hands above her head and her world collapsed. She was on the verge of tears and fell to the ground. She tried to contain her emotions, remembering the first words her father had spoken to her upon his return, which expressed regret at sending her away. She thought that deep down her father still retained some kind of family feelings for her, and that they were still father and daughter. However, Silver could no longer hold back her tears and allowed her emotions to flow freely. She couldn't help but think about how happy she was with her son El. She should have known better than anyone how terrible this family really was. Now she blamed herself for bringing her beloved son here. She thought that she should be indifferent to how these evil people used her as they pleased. But now, knowing that they not only wanted to use her, but also planned to brainwash her son El, she couldn't just forgive them. They had already killed her beloved husband. She admitted that she never really hated them for it, because she always believed that the prince forced them to do it. However, now she realized that this was not true. It was just that these people knew neither love nor family and acted solely out of selfish interests. Silver bit her lip hard, trying to forget the internal pain and pull herself together. She clenched her fists and also realized that for her father, her brother, and the prince, everyone else was nothing more than tools to increase their own power. Silver realized that this was the true nature of these people, which she, unfortunately, had never fully understood before, but now she knew. As she came to terms with what had happened and gathered her courage, the cube that had imprisoned her for protection began to glow and shatter. Al looked a little sad, knowing that his mother was having a hard time accepting the truth. His mother folded her hands with tears in her eyes. However, she decided that no matter how painful it was now, and no matter how much she wanted to forget everything, she had to accept the truth. Serena immediately called out to her floating mother to make sure she was okay. Her mother was grounded and ready to face reality and confront it. With a determined expression on her face and a clenched fist, she told her son that she would no longer run away and was ready to fight. Al looked at his mother, relieved at her determination to confront the truth. He also noticed that tears were still streaming down her cheeks, and that despite everything their family had done, she did not give in to hatred because they were still part of her family. However, in Al's case, this was not the case. And he looked at the Marquis and his son with all his hatred and anger, while they still stood together on the battlefield, doing nothing to change their situation. Al raised his hand into the air and created another magic circle, this one slightly different from his previous ones. He wanted to show the Marquis the iron mace of justice. A large black phoenix, engulfed in black flames, appeared in front of the magical red circle. Phoenix immediately began to squeal loudly, forced the guards and the rest of the Einhart family army to cover their ears as the sound was too deafening. Even the eldest son had to cover his ears with the shield and was unable to resist EL's magic. The Marquis realized that EL was using forced sound magic to lower the morale of his subjects, and that EL was even able to crush his son, who was also at the 7th level of magic, using this magic, despite his son being at the 5th level. Then the Marquis looked at EL with his glowing red eyes and used magic that directly penetrated EL's mind. Al heard a voice in his head praising him, telling him that he had done a good job. The Marquis looked at Al greedily and continued his magic, trying to further manipulate Al with his voice. Furthermore, he offered a deal. If he switched sides, Marquis could arrange for his family to forget everything that happened that day. They could lead normal lives, and he would guarantee the safety of Al's mother and his 2 sisters. He then asked EL what he thought about the idea. Al was still looking at Marquis, feeling a strange sensation when he heard the voice in his head. He wondered if it was a brainwashing spell. Al, floating in the air, could not believe that the evil old man not only wanted to bewitch his father, other magicians and mother, but was now trying to do it to him too. EL turned to the Marquis and asked him a question. When the Marquis looked down at EL, he realized that his brainwashing spell had no effect on him, and that EL was indeed at the 7th level of magic. In response to Al's question about how he could do something so cruel to his family, Marquis was initially stunned and briefly shocked. But then he started laughing. He raised his hands up and laughed like a villain from an old comic book. The Marquis explained to EL that many aristocrats sold their children for the sake of their families, and that this was actually normal. EL continued to look down at him, realizing that this man was no longer human, but more like a monster. The Marquis then asked Al where he learned such magic and praised him for reaching the 7th level at the age of 17, which was an impressive achievement. EL realized that he was actually talking to a monster, interested only in revealing his secrets. He floated a little longer above the Marquis and told him that he had learned everything himself and that no one else had taught him these skills. The Marquis still did not want to believe him and stated that it did not seem that he had learned the truth from him. In response, Al said that he hated and detested people like Marquis, most people who viewed their family as tools and treated them as such. Nevertheless, El raised his hand and made an offer to the Marquis. Curiously, the Marquis asked what it was. EL asked him if he would be allowed to leave with his family and tell the truth about what he had done to his son and the prince. EL held a small gold coin in his hand and explained that the coin contained his memories, which he had imprinted with his magic. The Marquis was shocked, as Al knew that this truth would threaten the Einhart family. But he also realized that the fact that the prince was involved in Ing's kidnapping and brainwashing was just as harsh. If it were revealed that the prince was involved in countless battles against the kingdom, various families could wage them, which could lead to the fall of the mighty kingdom of Bland. Al looked at the coin and saw the reflection of the Marquis and his son. He said they could prevent him from spreading this information, and therefore the truth, by fighting each other without interference from outsiders. The Marquis told his son to get ready, leaving the son somewhat shocked as he turned to his father, not quite understanding what was going on. The Marquis explained to his son that it would be more advantageous for them to attack simultaneously and urged them to do everything possible. His son had the same crazy smile on his father's face, and he agreed. El looked at his two opponents and realized it was time to get serious. He touched his head with his finger and applied a little magic. Then he prepared to attack, holding the ball in his hand. He told the Marquis and his son that they had greatly underestimated him and angrily turned his magic on them, showing them what despair was. However, the Marquis and his son were able to directly counter El's first attack with a counter spell that looked much darker than the spell I missed. When the two spells collided, another powerful explosion occurred. Meanwhile, in another place, a man melted before his king and greeted him. The king told the man that they had probably already heard, but still informed them that there were witnesses reporting the use of 7th-level magic. The red-haired man, Duke Klin, who was kneeling before his king, confirmed that he had heard about it too. The king explained that this was a very serious matter, and if a member of the Einhart family was responsible for the 7th-tier magic and the resulting explosion, he would hold them personally responsible. The red-haired man asked why he had to interfere at the end, to which his king explained that the Einhart family had become too powerful, and this was a good opportunity to weaken them a little again. Duke Klin expected no less from his king, who ruled over all. The king told the duke that he would lend him 10 men from his royal knights and 100 men from the Central Order. Knowing that the duke would lead and deploy them properly, he entrusted this mission entirely to the duke. The duke looked up and accepted the task he had been given, intending to carry it out to the best of his ability. As he was about to leave, he heard a voice. Another person joined the conversation. It was the Prince of Alka. The king asked the prince what he wanted. The prince said that he would like to ask a favor and asked if he had heard correctly that the duke was now on his way to Marquis Einhart. The duke immediately confirmed this. The prince then asked if he could accompany him, expressing a desire to take the opportunity to reduce the Marquis's influence and power. He looked at the duke and the king with a conflicted expression on his face. Since his real goal on this journey was Silfer, he wanted to make sure he took advantage of this opportunity to win her over. The king asked the prince if he believed he could deal with the Einhart family and defeat them. The prince answered the king's question by saying that he thought he could handle it and that it would be a good experience for him. The king gave permission and ordered the duke and prince to proceed carefully to the Einhart estate. Both understood the order and prepared to leave. Each of them was on his own horse, and the prince told the duke that he was already glad to work with him. The duke replied that now that the prince had joined his mission, he was not sure whether there was anything else for him to do. The prince laughed amiably and agreed with the duke's words. However, Klin was still not sure that the prince was accompanying him and looked at him questioningly from behind. The prince shouted loudly for everyone to show their enthusiasm, which prompted the knights accompanying the prince and the duke to applaud loudly, demonstrating their zeal. They went to the Einhart family estate to investigate and weaken the Marquis's power. Meanwhile, the battle between Marquis and El continued, and the earth shook repeatedly. El was still floating in the air, creating a cosmic hand with his magic, ready to attack the Marquis. However, the Marquis laughed in the face of the danger posed by El's spell, and was surprised at how fast and powerful El's spells were. As El continued his attack on Marquis, the latter couldn't help but think that normally none of his opponents had the chance to attack him, as he would defeat them the moment they prepared a spell. The eldest son was preparing a spell, raising his fingers like Naruto casting a spell. Runes appeared around him, forming a magical circle of fire magic around his fingers. Shortly after, he cast the firestorm spell and sent it towards El. Smiling, he was curious to see how El would handle his attack. El prepared to counter the attack and also used magic to create a massive earthen wall to block the fire attack. The Marquis, who was still unaware that he shouldn't engage in battle with El, took the opportunity to use his lightning magic arrow and attack El. However, El easily parried the Marquis' magic with a few steps and repelled his attack. Now it was Al's turn to strike back. He extended both his hands forward, creating a magic circle around them, which formed a kind of magical armor around Al's body. El controlled the elements of fire, light, wind, water, and earth magic around him, similar to the Avatar from Avatar, The Last Airbender. He combined this magic and threw several stones at the Marquis and his son, who could not believe what they saw. But El wanted to show more and went further, using the same technique and launching a second attack directly at the Marquis and his son, not giving them a chance to resist. The eldest son couldn't believe his eyes. He was surprised that El only needed to see his secret technique once, and now he could use it even faster than him. He cursed but still managed to cast a protective spell and shielded himself with 3 magical barriers to withstand El's attack. However, the flame was too strong and destroyed every shield. Just before they could reach the Marquis' son, he managed to teleport to safety, dodging the flame. The eldest son teleported high into the air and then planned to catch El off guard and launch a counterattack. However, Glutton was unable to determine El's position and frantically looked left and right to find his opponent. Suddenly, Al appeared behind his uncle and told him that he was too slow and would never surprise him like he had just done. He turned around and saw that El realized he was moving too fast. El extended his hand again, preparing to finish off his uncle. The shocked eldest son used magic again and quickly flew to the ground, escaping from El's grip. El cast a sort of Japanese hentai spell with tentacle-like magical manifestations, attempting to trap his uncle. The Marquis recognized the spell I used and knew that the net spell was meant to restrict the enemy's movements. But he also knew that his son could easily handle such a spell. The eldest son raised his finger, releasing a small ball that caused a fiery whirlwind to push back the mesh tentacles. He was confident that such a spell would do little against him. Then El rushed at his uncle with his magic, but Glutton continued to defend himself from El's attack with his fire magic. The Marquis watched the spectacle from a safe distance and was pleased that El's tentacle net attack had failed, knowing that net magic was at a disadvantage compared to fire magic, and he smirked smugly. Meanwhile, El and the Marquis' son continued their intense battle, neither of them willing to give up. The eldest son clearly took a defensive position. El, who had to conserve some of his strength and could not fight as ruthlessly as his opponents, went on the offensive. The Marquis saw another opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The sky darkened and lightning flashed through the dark clouds. The Marquis stretched his hand towards the sky, and magical runes formed around him again. He praised his son for holding back El, allowing him to prepare the spell. Everything was going exactly as he planned. He looked up at the sky, confident that the next attack would defeat El when he was ready. The Marquis already had a victorious smile on his face, knowing that everything could end at any moment. The lightning continued to approach El, who stood motionless and made no attempt to defend herself from it. He looked at the lightning the same way a deer looks at the headlights of a car at night. But at the last moment, he grinned, and with the help of his magic, he summoned a massive lightning rod, intercepting all the lightning before it touches him, rendering Marquis' attack completely ineffective. The Marquis could not believe it and considered it impossible what had just happened before his eyes. El told him that his attack was not bad, and he really surprised him. Still unable to believe that El had successfully defended himself from his thunderbolt, Marquis asked what kind of magic it was. Then El turned around and with a smile on his face asked him why he should reveal this to him. He said that it would be foolish to share such important and valuable information with his enemy. This arrogance, this smirk, and the fact that he couldn't use this power made the Marquis furious. El looked at his lightning rod with pride, realizing that it was very effective, successfully absorbing all the light magic. He knew that firebending was usually considered the opposite of waterbending, but as a defensive method, waterbending was not very effective since firebending could boil water and burn the waterbending user. From a young age, El did a lot of research because he was interested in learning about different types of magic. He discovered that the best way to counter fire magic was earth magic, and that water magic was best combated with plant magic. Against the wind, a magic stone or iron magic will be most effective. Only what to use against lightning magic puzzled him, since it was more difficult than other types of magic. He knew that weak lightning magic could be easily stopped by stone or iron magic, but if it was strong lightning magic, simple stones or iron would not be enough. It was then that he remembered his old readings about lightning rods in his world. It was the first time Al had tried this type of magic, and for a first attempt, the result was impressive. It worked perfectly, neutralizing a 7th level lightning spell. El took the opportunity to look at the Marquis' son. He was also surprised that El countered his father's magic with his own unknown magic. For a second, the eldest son forgot that he was in the center of a life-or-death battle. El took advantage of the moment and shouted at him that this was his end. He summoned his cosmic hand again, which appeared from the portal right in front of his eldest son, and dealt a powerful blow, sending him to the ground. The Marquis looked in shock at his son lying on the ground, unable to fully understand what had just happened. And El said that now it's a one-on-one fight. Al looked at the Marquis's son and realized that he would most likely lie in bed for a whole year and not be able to move. He pointed to the Marquis and told him that he would be next. El used his flame arrow magic, creating a large number of magical arrows in the night sky, lighting it up and ready to descend on the Marquis. The Marquis stretched his hands forward in fear, realizing that El's magic was no joke and his situation had become more serious than ever before. He tried to create a shield like he did before to protect himself from El's attack, and then he responded with his own fire blast spell, aiming it straight at El. However, El also easily deflected this spell and responded with his own spell, Infinity Magic Arrow. He created arrows in the sky, aimed straight at the ground below him, only much smaller in size, but as the name suggests, there were an infinite number of them. El explained to the Marquis that while these arrows may be smaller and weaker individually, their infinite number makes them extremely powerful. The Marquis did not know what to answer and simply looked into the air in amazement. As the arrows rained down on him, he used shield magic again to protect himself. El's arrows fell one after another on the Marquis's shield, noticeably putting pressure on it and pushing it back. The arrows continued to fly, and the shield was on the verge of giving way under the enormous strain. Even in his current situation, the Marquis couldn't believe he was fighting such base magic. He wondered how he could fight so hard against a second-rate mage and realized that he should be called the most powerful mage on the continent. He looked at El and realized he was just fighting a 17-year-old kid. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Marcus, and he wondered if El was really only 17 years old. He thought that such an understanding of magic and these complex strategies must come from someone much more experienced and older. He couldn't know that El was already in his second life and had lived his previous life as Kim Jun-jung. He looked at El and wondered who he could be and why his family was completely destroyed because of him and cursed him. Finally, the Marquis's shield shattered like a broken mirror into many small pieces. He looked through the debris and saw that El's attack was still approaching him. Many arrows continued their journey and now finally reached their target. The Marquis fell rapidly from the arrows he received. The Marquis bled to death from several direct hits and fell to the ground, defeated and bloodied, just like his son. His guards couldn't believe what had just happened before their eyes and shouted the Marquis's name to check if he was still conscious. Finally, El landed on the ground. His anger did not subside, and he looked at the fallen Marquis with fury and hatred. He said that he would not kill him and his son, as that would not be a fitting punishment for them. Instead, he wanted to take away their ability to use magic, as they intended to do to his beloved mother. The weight pressing down on Marquis increased, pushing him into the ground. El explained that he would not kill them, but still wanted to hurt them more. Runes formed around him, and he was about to cast his bone-breaking spell. And suddenly a loud bang was heard over the battlefield, and El came to his senses. He turned to his mother and saw that she, along with her sisters, is still standing on the edge of the battlefield. El looked at his family with sad eyes. On Serenakena and his mother, who told him that enough was enough and she asked him to stop. El wasn't sure why she said that and remained silent, looking at his mother in amazement. His mother knew of her son's talent and how great it was, but she could hardly believe that at the tender age of 17, he had already reached the 7th level of magic and was capable of creating such a powerful golem. A golem that managed to defeat a swordmaster with just one blow, something no other mage had ever accomplished before. She realized that her little son had grown into such a powerful magician without her knowledge. However, she also knew that the man El was fighting against was her father. And while she couldn't forgive her father and brother for trying to kill Al or brainwash him, she also couldn't allow Al to kill her father and brother. She told El that he had taught them a lesson, and that should be enough. She didn't believe that her father and brother would ever hatch again and carry out such plans. However, Al said he could not fulfill her request. He looked at the Marquis's son and his grandfather. Al said that if he let them go, they would be the ones who would come back for revenge. His mother said that this might be true, but killing them would still be wrong, since in addition, she explained to El that he still had memory magic with which he could prove their plans at any time, and therefore they could not recklessly seek revenge, as long as he could use those memories against them. Al thought about it and realized that his mother might be right. Besides, he thought that if he deprived the Marquis of his ability to use magic, the entire kingdom would turn against them. It would mean putting his entire family in danger. El agreed with his mother and stated that he would not harm her father and brother. He turned away from the fallen Marquis and told his family that they should leave this vile place as quickly as possible. Moreover, Al advised his mother that with her abilities in sixth place in magic, they could find a place far away and lead a peaceful life. His mother agreed and humbly wished for exactly what her son wanted, and shamefully admitted that Al was right, and was forced to admit that, although she was the adult between them, she was wrong. Under the full moon, in a cloudy night, she had to admit her mistake. After bringing El to Marquis and telling her that it was all her fault that led to the current situation, she looked into El's eyes and told him that while power might be important in life, love within the family was far more important. Al looked at his mother a little melancholically and thought about his family from his past life, but agreed with her statement that family was the most important thing. Al pulled himself together and asked his two sisters if they wanted to come with them and continue to be a part of this family. Al's mother, Serena and Kana, were a little confused as to why he suddenly asked this when the answer was already clear. However, Kana said that she would, of course, stay with him and go with him wherever he went. Serena also said she wants to be with him and their new mother wherever they go. Al's mother was pleased that her two adopted daughters wanted to stay with them and her son, and she looked quite happy. Al walked up to his family and thanked them for deciding to accompany him. However, he still needed to do something, and he turned around to summon his golden golem. He walked straight up and headed towards El, ready to receive further commands. Al praised his golem for the outstanding work it had done on the battlefield and decided it was time to give it a fitting name. He named his golem Tana, and it shone with a golden glow, expressing gratitude to its master and creator for this name. Just as El was about to use his teleportation magic and disappear along with his family, a man suddenly appeared from behind and said that he could not let them leave now. El immediately turned around and Tana was ready to confront the stranger. Tana quickly parried the attack of the unknown person who tried to stop El, while El also used magic to protect his family. The attack was furious, and Tanya found it difficult to stop it. The clash of forces grew stronger and stronger until it caused an explosion that raised a little dust. El realized that this attack was truly powerful. Laughing smugly, the prince stepped out from behind Duke Klin, declaring that he expected nothing less from him, the captain of the royal guard. El immediately recognized him, realizing that the man next to the prince was not an ordinary person. He knew that he needed to step up his game to avoid losing, and he called on Tana to activate the third mode. The golem, who had just recently defended himself from another attack by the client Duke to protect El and his family, broke another of his seals at El's command, activating his third stage. Tana raised her hand and effortlessly blocked Duke Klin's attack. He even managed to push the Duke and the prince back a little. However, when Klin noticed that he was being forced into a defensive position, he stopped the attack. Curiously asked Ela who he was. He was amazed and acknowledged Al's talent, but also noted that a person with such talent should usually fight on the side of the kingdom. El listened to Duke Klin without resistance. The Duke continued to state that he did not really want a conflict with him, but felt he had no other choice given the circumstances. At this point, the prince interrupted him and asked what he was saying, pointing to El. The prince grinned greedily, his thoughts focused solely on achieving his ultimate goal of making Sylphur, El's mother, his own. El clenched his fist angrily, immediately realizing the prince's true intentions and realizing that it was all just a ploy to make his beloved mother his mistress. The moon slowly disappeared behind thick clouds. El told Duke Klin that he needed to apologize, but he had no intention of joining the kingdom, which he stated by angrily pointing at the prince that he would destroy him now. He ordered Tanya to keep the Duke busy until he could accomplish this, which Golem immediately understood and was ready to do. Tana channeled the golden energy into her hand again and summoned a golden sword, which somehow always disappeared whenever its seal was broken. Duke Klin and Tana faced each other, preparing for battle. Al hovered in the air, focusing his attention on the prince. He made it clear that he would be his opponent by impressively manipulating the mana around him to strengthen it for his next attack. With intense concentration on the battlefield, Prince El declared that they should begin. This alarmed the prince, as El had already warned him not to look at his mother with his dirty, disgusting eyes. Sylphur called out her son's name from below, causing El to turn around and ask his mother what she wanted now. She begged him to leave it and go away. as it was too dangerous to confront the prince and fight him. El listened carefully to his mother, absorbing every intonation, every hint, and every emotion that penetrated the sounds of her speech. He assured her that they shouldn't worry because he already had a plan, but he explained that leaving the prince unpunished would also be too dangerous. He then turned his attention to the soldiers on the ground along with the duke and prince on the battlefield. He raised his hand and cast the infinity magic arrow spell again. In the sky, under the infinity symbol, a multitude of small arrows appeared, aimed at the prince and his guard. El, with a smooth gesture, commanded the bolts of his magic to rain down on his opponents. And in the sky, luminous arrows appeared, rapidly moving downwards, reminiscent of the starry sky. The guards defended themselves by holding their hands above their heads and ducking slightly to deflect the arrows. But Al realized that the attack was not intended to cause significant harm, but rather to disrupt their formation. He quickly created a large hammer and attacked the prince to disorient him. The prince could only marvel as El suddenly appeared in front of him and struck him. With a powerful and critical blow, El swung his hammer and hit the prince straight. With this blow, the prince went flying far, causing damage unnoticed. In the end, the prince and his guards lay on the ground, bleeding and groaning from the serious injuries they had sustained. El placed his massive hammer on his shoulder. Knowing that this attack must have caused serious internal wounds to the prince, he knew that external wounds could be easily healed with divine magic, but internal wounds would take longer to heal successfully. Duke Klin was still fighting with Tana, but upon seeing the defeated prince, he still managed to ask how he was doing. Duke Klin wanted to help the prince, but he also understood that if he was distracted even for a second, he would be in grave danger, since Tana was an honorable opponent for him. Tana gained the upper hand in the battle, forcing the Duke into a defensive position, even though it seemed like Tana would win the battle. El ordered her to stop and return to the inner space. She immediately understood her master's command and signaled this with a short glance up through the slit in her helmet. Tana was glowing and was about to disappear into inner space. The Duke shouted that he would not let her escape so easily and launched a new attack. A multitude of small magical sword blades appeared around him, aimed at Tana, who was still in the process of disappearing. The Duke's swords flew towards her with lightning speed and pierced her entire body. Tana's hand was critically hit. As a result, he fell and collapsed to the ground. The Duke laughed with satisfaction, realizing that his attack had worked on the golem. However, not even a second had passed before Tana's hand appeared on her body again, and she moved it to make sure it was attached correctly. The Duke looked somewhat surprised and couldn't help but curse. Tana glowed brighter and disappeared as El ordered. Although the Duke admitted defeat in this battle, he chuckled for a moment, sighed with relief, and was forced to admit that he thought he had caught her in the last attack, but realized that she had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then the Duke looked at El, who was behind him. Al, who was holding the commemorative coin in his hand, showed it to the Duke. El extracted the memories from the coin and created a copy in the form of a small ball. He looked at the newly created, or the group explained that he would destroy the coin, but made a copy of it earlier. As the prince lay unconscious, bleeding and groaning on the ground, El stated that everything he had done was contained within this memory magic. He emphasized that he would not hesitate to spread this information throughout the kingdom or even the entire continent if the Duke or his family ever tried to harm him again. His mother and sisters came running to him and were glad that everything turned out well and he was not hurt. El turned to Duke Klin and apologized for the disturbance and inconvenience. As he used his magic and the runes of his teleportation spell appeared around him, he told the Duke that he hoped they would never meet his enemies again and bid him farewell. The Duke still couldn't believe that El was really a villain and could only watch in amazement as he teleported away with his family. Duke Klin was not a bad man and also admitted that El was truly a genius, and he wished he had met him under different circumstances. Watching the battlefield closely and seeing the wounded knights, he wondered how to explain the situation and plan his next steps. However, the news of the appearance of a very young mage in his golden knight golem, as powerful as the Grandmaster, spread throughout the continent, covering all the countries. It was a shocking debut in this world. El and his family settled into a new little cottage on the edge of the mountain, having spent some time in peace and quiet without any power-hungry tyrants. The sun was shining, smoke was rising from the chimney, and the general atmosphere was extremely calm. Al tapped his index finger on the table. He thought about what to do next, trying to put the book into the subspace bag. He realized that he had literally destroyed the Einhard estate, defeated his uncle and grandfather, and inflicted severe internal and external damage on the prince. He admitted that he had committed these crimes and would not be able to return to Banzar, where he had originally intended to go with his mother, without causing further harm. El opened the window and saw the bright sun outside. He couldn't even blame the kingdom if they chased and killed him here and now. However, he knew they would never do that, because he still had the memory magic that could prove their dark deeds. He stood by the window and enjoyed the peace around his new home. He realized that he had learned a lot during the fight, which he won very calmly. His casting time, the time it took him to prepare his spells, and his ability to combine spells were better than any other mage on the continent. The protagonist was also confident that he would become even stronger if he learned a few auxiliary spells. Al also realized the amazing potential of Tana, his golden golem knight. He remembered that he had managed to overcome even the Grand Master Duke and gain the upper hand for a short time. The last 5 years of hard work he put into his skills and his golem were not in vain and would finally bear fruit. It was definitely worth putting so much effort into himself and his golem. He knew that if he could produce more of them, he could conquer the entire world with such an army. However, he also knew that creating such a golem would take 3 years, and the cost of such production was very high and could not be easily borne. Furthermore, El realized that the most important lesson he learned from the battle with the Marquis and his son was that the strength of a group is greater than the strength of an individual, and that there were things he could not handle alone, and in those cases, he had to accept them. After the battle, when rumors about El spread throughout the world, many countries began hiring people to search for him. Al was sure that some of these people were not necessarily friendly and had evil intentions. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting Al's thoughts. When Al turned around, his mother asked if she could come in. He said that she could invite her to his room. She walked in with his 2 sisters, Serena and Kana. Serena and Kana looked relatively happy, but his mother looked a little worried and had a sad expression on her face. El asked what happened. Knowing that everyone was a little uneasy after the incident and needed time to process what had happened. His mother played nervously with her hands and hesitantly asked her son how long it had been since he had become so strong. El explained that he hid his strength because he knew no one would believe that he could reach such a level at such a young age. The mother believed him and softened her saddened face. She realized that, despite everything, he was still her son, the son she had raised, and who was descended from her beloved husband. She apologized with a happy expression and said that she regretted treating him differently without knowing that he had his reasons. Al tried to lighten the mood further by jokingly wondering what she would think if he gained a lot of fans by sharing and revealing his identity as a genius in magic. His mother laughed and advised him to stay humble. With a smile on his face, Al continued to joke with his mother, telling her and his sisters that he had something important to discuss with them. They were curious and looked at their brother, asking what was so important that he wanted to discuss it with them. Because of the incident at the Einhart family estate, which he was in charge of, El explained that they could no longer return to Bansar. He pointed to a place on the map and explained that there were 5 kingdoms in total in the west of the Syrian continent, and that there were many mage towers in that region. El, with a beaming smile and full of excitement, announced that he planned to create his own magical tower there. Kana was a little confused and asked if she had heard correctly that he wanted to create his own magical tower. El explained to her that it would be a tower similar to the one they had in their hometown, where the Tower Master used to live. Kana was delighted with the idea, and her sister asked Al where he was going to build such a tower. El pointed to the map again and showed his family a small place called the Tone Kingdom. The Kingdom of Tone was a vast place with fertile lands, a large population, and a stronger military than its neighbors. He raved that it was a powerful nation, but it didn't yet have a mage's tower. He also mentioned that the surrounding lands were inhabited by monsters, and the locals suffered significant losses every year because of this, especially in a small place called Mantic or Valley. El said that if they offered to destroy this place for the Toan Kingdom, they would surely appreciate the gesture. His mother asked if there was anything else he could tell and wondered what she would think of the proposal. El continued by saying that the king was a good man and the nobles around him trusted and believed in him. However, he also admitted that the princes had a dispute among themselves, which the king could not resolve. The main problem they needed to solve for his plan to work was the monsters living in the estate's valley in the nearby Orc Forest. El was confident that the Tone Kingdom's military strength would be enough to deal with the Orc Forest, but if they concentrated all their forces there, they would not be able to deal with Mantic or the valley. So El explained that he would take over the governance of this valley, and if he succeeded, it would be able to expand the kingdom's influence. El's mother, Kana and Serena, stood in the room thinking. Kana gathered her courage and was the first to ask her brother if they could also find a master who could teach her fencing. El had to admit that they should do this too. Although he could show her some breathing techniques, since he was not a master swordsman, he could not provide any additional assistance. So he told her that they would definitely find a suitable teacher for her. Kana was overjoyed and thanked him. However, Serena also wanted to become stronger and asked her brother if he could help and continue her training. With her hands clasped together, she explained that she had felt very weak during the events at the Einhart family estate. She initially thought she could defend herself, but when she saw the elf fighting against the Marquis and his son, she realized that she was not as strong as she imagined in determination and ambition, and expressed a desire to become stronger. A sudden feeling of surprise entered Al's heart, causing him to freeze for a moment, but it also made him radiant and happy as he was eager to fulfill his sister's request. Their mother also said that she wanted to become stronger and asked him to teach her too. Maybe you should start with using your brain. That will help a lot, he joked. Everyone looked happily at El, who shared the common desire to become them all, and asked if they agreed, smiling at them. After that, it was time to leave your cozy home and prepare for the next adventure, a journey to the kingdom. Faint, incomprehensible sounds were heard in the nearby forest. The king of the Tone Kingdom came out with his guards and stopped in the middle of the road. When he heard sounds with alarm, they looked left and right to find the cause. The king wondered with concern whether civilians would continue to be in danger under such circumstances, and whether there was a hero who could save them. Suddenly, a black and creepy shadow in the shape of a devil appeared in front of them. Watching them, however, the king and his guards continued on their way, despite the dangerous forest and noise. Eventually, they reached a cliff with a beautiful view of the Tone Kingdom. The Duke, a friend of the king, asked him what he was thinking about, whether he was worried and whether there were any problems. The king, with a worried look, explained to his friend Lias what he thought of his three sons. He described how the conflict between them over who should be his successor was growing more intense every day, and he feared that one day his kingdom would suffer because of this struggle. Lias knelt before his majesty, trying to console him. He said that just as rain falls on the ground and nourishes the earth, he was sure that this conflict between his sons would somehow strengthen and unite the kingdom. He went on to explain that he believed the king should appoint his third son, Prince Judian, as crown prince, for the good of the kingdom, as he wanted to discuss whether he should choose first Prince Maxel or second Prince Kron. As the crown prince king interrupted him with a sigh, he himself knew that Maxel treated people like things, and his personality was not at all good. It was terrible and cruel. He also knew about his second son, Cran, who had qualities similar to Maxel, although not so obviously displayed. He had to admit that neither of the two were suitable for the role of king. Instead, the king acknowledged that his third son, Judian, was a warm and friendly leader whom his subjects deserved and whom he would prefer to appoint as king for their welfare. Unfortunately, 90% of the aristocrats supported either his first son, Maxel, or his second son, Crane. Among Judian the reporters was the supreme swordmaster and leader of the royal guard, Captain Duke Lias, and also the capital swordmaster, Captain Count Lumo. This ensured a balance between the three sons, since the two leaders of the knightly order stood on Judian's side. But the king did not even want to think about what would happen if the first and second princes went against their younger brother and tried to overthrow him. The very thought made him ache, but he also had to remember the affairs of the kingdom. He knew he had to try to handle matters of state while keeping an eye on the monsters. Suddenly, the king realized that he was talking to himself and wondered where his friend Duke Lias had gone. He turned to see Duke Lias and his guards tensing before him, ready to protect his majesty. The warning Duke Lias drew his sword and urged the king to remain at a distance and be careful. The guards realized that they were surrounded. One of the guards asked if they were surrounded by monsters, at which the other guard turned suspiciously and began to laugh dirty. Suddenly, the cunning guard attacked the one who had just asked the question. The king and Duke Lias did not understand what was happening and fell into a stupor. Duke Lias asked why he did such a thing and why he killed his comrade. The wily guard declared that they had been enemies from the start, and more hidden guards emerged from the nearby bushes. Duke Lias stood bravely before his king and ordered the rest of the guards to do everything to protect him. The traitorous guards told the king to wait a little longer and that it was only a matter of time before they captured him. She pointed her sword at him and declared that she wanted to kill him herself and would do everything to achieve this goal. The king realized that he had trusted his guards, who turned out to be traitors. He knelt on the edge of the cliff and asked his god if he had left him and his kingdom. Meanwhile, in the chambers of the magical tower, the master of the tower sat at a table and communicated with two other masters of the tower through their magic. Two magically created screens with runes floated in front of him. One of the mages on the other side of the screen asked why he had initiated this meeting while their master was away. The one who called the meeting and sat at the table was the magical master of the Corrosion Tower. He had a cool red beard and mustache and red hair. The unfriendly mage on the other end of the line remarked that he hoped Cosmin had not forgotten that they all had a lot to do and did not have time to attend this meeting. He raised his finger and began to talk about the first important information. The information was that the plan to assassinate the current king of the Tone Kingdom in Manor Village was already underway. Once the king dies, the first Prince Maxwell will take the throne and everything else. Raisin, one of the mages sitting at the other end of the screen, suggested that they use the army to subjugate other nearby nations, and use your golems to rid the nearby monster country of monsters. Raisin adjusted his glasses and said that it should be an easy task for the golems, as they were the strongest on the entire continent. Cosmin continued and explained that their master also had news about a night golem in the kingdom of Blard. Raisin was extremely surprised and could not believe his ears when Cosmin said this, and asked what it meant and who else could have created such a night golem if not him. Cosmin explained that a serious incident had occurred in the Einhart family, in which a 7th-level mage and his Olam Knight played a decisive role. Raisin was amazed again, his eyes wide. Cosmin explained to the other two mages that the power emanating from the Night Golem must be at least that of a Grandmaster, and also mentioned that the Golem had a consciousness of its own. Raisin was speechless and had to think for a moment. And stroking his beard, he continued to explain that if the Oraran had disappeared, he would not have been able to create the Night Golem. Moreover, it will take about 30 days to create his regular golem. Raisin couldn't believe that someone else besides him was capable of creating night golems, and at the level of a grandmaster with their own consciousness, no less. However, Cosmin said that this was only half the reason to worry, because he knew that it would take several years to create such a powerful golem. Nevertheless, he said that they could not just sit back and do nothing. So he tasked Raisin to gather information about this golem and asked if he understood. Raisin wanted to find and do everything possible to find this man and talk to him personally. While the king was in ambush, and Cosmin Raisin and another unknown mage were discussing their insidious plans, our main hero, El, simply lay on the wall and calmly relaxed. He realized that he was indeed in the kingdom now, but he wondered how he could contact the king. He knew that spreading rumors about his presence wasn't the best idea, as it might attract the attention of the Einhart family in the Blard Kingdom. Exposing his hiding place, he wanted to somehow meet and talk to the king in a normal and discreet manner, but he couldn't think of any ideas on how to achieve this. He turned away from the wall and desperately wondered what he should do. Al's mother stood next to his sisters, mentioned that she was hungry, and suggested that they look for a small place to eat together. Al straightened up and agreed, as he also wanted to eat. Suddenly he felt something, and it hit him like lightning. He wondered where this sudden surge of power was coming from. He recognized the wavelength of the energy and realized that it must be the power of a swordmaster. He quickly jumped up and realized that the force he felt was coming from the north, since Al probably forgot to speak, and everything happened so quickly that his mother asked what was wrong with him. El skillfully ignored the question and noticed that there was a sudden surge of power coming out of the forest where there should normally be no people. He also realized that the place was very close to the royal palace and wondered if the king might be somehow involved in this. Al's mother continued to ask in bewilderment what was wrong with him and even said his name, but Al only apologized and sailed away, telling his family to go and have dinner without him. Duke Lias and his loyal guards, who were not traitors, surrounded their king and did everything possible to protect him. However, Lias knew that many enemies had taken advantage of the cover of darkness and were using this opportunity to ambush the king. He knew that if the situation did not change soon, there could be grave danger and the king would die. Suddenly, one of the enemy knights attacked, shouting the king's name. Faced with the sword flying towards him, the king wondered if this was his end. However, just in time, El created a shield in front of the king, which coiled behind him, reflecting the knight's attack. The king looked around in amazement, wondering what had just happened and what had protected him from the warrior's attack. Al flew out onto the battlefield and said he had no idea what was going on, but he didn't like the idea of someone being so treacherously ambushed under the cover of darkness. He considered this a bad sign and did not want the attackers to simply run away. El looked at the battlefield and asked the enemy soldiers if they needed a minute to come up with excuses. However, they remained in their fighting stance and said nothing. El thanked them for the opportunity they gave him, but also made it clear that they were still going to die. The king and his entourage were puzzled and could not fully understand who El was, what he was going to do, and why he appeared now. One of the king's loyal knights shouted to El to save his majesty. El was shocked to learn that he had just saved the king, while Leas took a more rational approach and told the knight not to act hastily, as El could also be an enemy. El looked at the king and realized that he was indeed King Lidolf of the Tone Kingdom. He turned his gaze to the enemy soldiers and said that he now fully understood the situation. Recognizing the enemy knights pursuing the king, he explained that he would not spare them for such an act. El raised his hand and formed a small ball of swirling mana and the words suffering and destruction. And this ball turned into a large portal behind him. Shortly after, Tana's hands could be seen reaching through the portal and practically ripping it apart. El summoned his Golden Knight Golem right at the start of the battle, standing behind him and ready to fight for his master once again. The king and his duke were amazed by the spectacle. Although the king had heard rumors, seeing Els in action, he found it hard to believe that they concerned the little boy. However, he felt an incredible amount of power coming from El and wondered who this young mage was. El raised his hand again and created a small ice crystal, and he fired into the ground to freeze the enemy soldiers who were hindering their escape and immobilize them. He claimed that he could defeat them all with one blow and ordered Tanya to continue. However, he instructed her to spare some of the enemy knights so that they could be interrogated later to find out who was behind this attack. Tana confirmed her master's order, and while the king continued to be amazed and admired by El's power, trying to comprehend the extent of his magic and understand it, the enemy knights tried to break free from the ice and fight back, but they were unable to escape, let alone move properly. Tana followed El's order and rushed forward. As she ran, she extended her hand, calling to her golden sword, which appeared in her hand. A sword engulfed in flames, just like the one on the Einhart family's battlefield. Tana, without wasting any time, swung her sword horizontally from right to left, quickly destroying enemy soldiers and creating a powerful recoil that killed them instantly. The king and his duke were once again overwhelmed by the overwhelming power of El and his golem, trying to understand what had happened in that split second. Al thanked Tana, his golden golem, and praised her for her excellent work, to which Tana bowed to him and expressed her gratitude. The king realized that it must be the chief. There were rumors about a high-level mage in the Tone Kingdom, which was currently only at the 6th level of magic. But if the king could defeat El, his kingdom would finally have a 7th-level mage. El approached the king and asked if he was wounded. He introduced himself to the king by his name. The king, clearly relieved, thanked him for his help, and El explained that it was nothing and that he had only taken care of a few bad guys. Meanwhile, the king's loyal guards were busy arresting the remaining traitors. The king was amazed that El not only saved his life, but also had the foresight to think further. He invited El to dine with him and emphasized that simple verbal gratitude would not be enough in the circumstances. El played along, pretending to consider the invitation, but eventually accepted it. And this made the king very happy and gave him a radiant expression on his face. The king explained that he would inform his mage of the invitation and order him to deactivate the seal preventing the invasion of teleportation magic so that El could refuse the bite within a day. El thanked him for this and then apologized, stating that he had to leave as he had created a magic circle beneath himself and prepared for teleportation magic. However, when he teleported away, leaving the king alone on a rock in the forest, he added that he looked forward to seeing them tomorrow. Duke Leas then approached his king and expressed relief that everything had turned out so well. He believed that the mage and golem knight who had saved them were definitely involved in the incident in Einhart, and also hoped that they could help with the monster problem they were currently facing. The king turned around and asked his friend if he also believed that El would be able to reach the 8th level of magic, still feeling very joyful, except for the fact that they almost died. When El told his family about his little adventure, they were amazed that he had just met the king. He explained that he had saved the king from an ambush in the forest and received an invitation to the royal palace. His mother could hardly believe that everything had gone so well, but she was happy that her son would meet the king. She asked Al how she could get his support and wanted to hear his plan. Although Serena and Kana begged him to reveal the plan to them, Al remained steadfast, explaining that he would share it with them later. Suddenly, two men approached their table. One of them hugged Al's mother and flirted with his sisters, asking if they wanted to spend some time with them. One of the men began to lightly touch Serena. But then Al intervened and politely asked him with a smile to keep his hands off the family. The man, who did not quite understand the situation, asked him who he was. Al became a little serious and repeated with a firmer grip that a man should leave his family alone. The man and his friends subsequently left the premises they were in. Serena and Kana looked at their brother, who saved them like a knight in golden armor, and felt a little embarrassed. Their mother noticed this and had to suppress a grin. She knew that both her girls were a little scared, and that El was behaving like a real gentleman at that moment. El himself was unaware of the situation, muttered something to himself, and then said that they both should be strong enough to handle the situation on their own. This completely ruined the mood of the women at the table, and El's mother just shook her head. The next morning, which was as sunny as almost always, El said goodbye to his family as he needed to prepare to meet the king. His sisters and mother told him to be careful and that they looked forward to seeing him later. Then El activated his teleportation magic, and in seconds he arrived at the king's great estate. In the room where teleportation magic could bring someone, there sat a man who was annoyed that he had to open the seals that protected the estate from people entering using teleportation magic. He wondered what important person would come that he had to perform such a tedious task. Out of boredom, he sat in a chair, resting his face on one hand and crossing his legs, wondering how long it would take for the guests to arrive. However, soon after he noticed movement in the center of the room, he quickly jumped up and realized that it was the mana of someone at the 7th level of magic. He was amazed to see someone so powerful right away. El appeared and landed successfully at the estate of his new king. The man who was waiting for El and immediately accepted him asked if he was the one who saved their king's life. El turned around and confirmed this, nodding his head, to which the man approached him, hugged him with tears in his eyes, and said that finally, a 7th-rank mage would appear in the kingdom again. He was glad that he would no longer feel so burdened. Al didn't understand the situation and wondered who this old man was and what was going on here. Al became embarrassed, cleared his throat, and made it clear that he did not quite understand the situation he found himself in and felt somewhat uncomfortable. The old man came back to reality, realizing that he had become obsessive and allowed his emotions to take over. He immediately let go of Al, rubbed the back of his head with one hand, and apologized for his intrusive behavior. He told Al that he had never seen such a young 7th-class mage, and he made it clear to Al that he was fascinated by what he had already accomplished at such a young age. Al felt visibly uncomfortable being praised like that, and wondered what the hell was going on with the older man and why he was praising so much. In an awkward situation, Al looked around the elderly man's room and found stacks of books scattered haphazardly across the floor, open and scattered haphazardly. Looking at the books more closely, he realized that they were books about magic. He had to remember how, as a child, he had swallowed every magic book. It took a while, but then the older man apologized again for his rude behavior, and he mentioned that His Majesty the King was already waiting for El, and he would like to bring him to him. Al's eyes sparkled with delight at the fact that there was another person besides him who was passionate about magic. When El went with the old man to visit the king, he demonstrated some of his magic by channeling hot blue mana flames into his hand. The older man was beside himself when he saw El's demonstration. He couldn't believe that someone so young could channel powerful magic into his hand without any preparation or casting of a spell. He told El that he was on a completely different level than other 7th-grade magi. As they walked through the corridors of the royal castle, the old man pondered how this was possible and came up with many wild theories that made Al smile. As they walked down the hallway, Al smiled more and more. He enjoyed talking to the older man, and he was having a lot of fun having this conversation because the older man's passion was the same as Al's for researching and studying magic. Suddenly, Al's eyes widened, and he looked out of one of the palace windows and looked at the harbor. There was a beautiful view of the city, the water was roaring, the waves were breaking on the harbor, the sun was shining, and there was a peaceful atmosphere over the harbor. El could see more clearly that this land was rich in food. The dungeons were full of resources and treasures, while El looked out the window, contemplating the advantages of the Toan kingdom and feeling the heat of this place. The older man became thoughtful again, thereby arousing Al's interest. To stop his thoughts, Al handed the old man a small piece of paper with a magical theory that he had come up with and written down on paper. As he walked through the corridors of the castle, he explained to the old man that there was a lot in common between the fields of magic and calculations. The older man took the piece of paper from Al eagerly and energetically, clearly excited. He looked over the theory and was surprised that such a method even existed. Al explained that he had not originally intended to make this theory public, but he wanted to show it to the older man because he liked him. However, Al also made it clear by placing his index finger to his mouth that he was to keep this theory a secret. While Al and the older man took their time and walked leisurely towards the king, he waited alone in the large room at the table. He supported his face with one hand and tapped the table impatiently with the other. A voice behind the door informed the king that his guest Al had arrived and was waiting for permission to enter, and the king immediately ordered that he be let in. And Dessen opened the door, letting Al into the room, and he very politely apologized for being late. The king stood up joyfully and was about to greet El. And Dessen stood before El and told the king that El was a magician who would change the course of history. The king ordered Dessen to calm down, and then he asked Dessen to leave him and Al alone. Al was a little confused as to why the king wanted to speak with him alone, and now he realized that he had not seen any knight on his way to this room, and there was no knight in this room either. El thanked him for having conducted him so well to the king and for the pleasant conversations on the way there. In conclusion, Dessen, with a big request and a smile on his face, asked them to meet again, as he wanted to learn more about Al's discoveries in magic. He said goodbye and closed the door behind him. The king found his wizard's behavior somewhat embarrassing and shook his head slightly and shamefacedly when they were left alone in the room. El knelt down, bowed and greeted the king with the utmost respect and utmost courtesy. However, before El could express his gratitude from the depths of his heart, the king touched El on the shoulder and addressed him as Sir before his name. At this time, the king also knelt before El. He told him to please stand up and clarified that it was he who should express his gratitude. Having expressed his gratitude, the king clapped his hands several times. And at this time, the servants and maids brought delicious food into the room. The king apologized for his rudeness, but explained that the food would be served immediately. The king then said that El should feel at ease, and they could talk freely. Al smiled, realizing that King Lidolf was a very considerate man, even in the most insignificant things. While they were eating, Lidolf subsequently asked Al if he would like some alcohol, and explained that he had specially prepared something from the most popular alcohol in his kingdom. Al naturally agreed and handed the glass to the king and then thanked him. This included treating the king with great respect and speaking his mind freely without much hesitation, and so El told the king straight to his face that he thought he wanted him to build a magic tower on this land. At first, King Lidolf was astonished, and some shock appeared on his face. However, soon the shocked expression on his face turned serious, and he confirmed Al's assumption. However, the king explained that the tower was intended not only to consolidate his power, but also to protect against monsters and their annual attacks, during which thousands, up to 10,000 civilians, die. He explained that the first and second princes had joined forces and together had won over half the kingdom to their side. King Lidolf added that he would not be surprised if an internal conflict arose in his kingdom at any moment. Lidolf also said that he wanted to have a good kingdom, where his subjects could live in peace and under protection. Furthermore, Lidolf explained to Al that the magic tower could help prevent future wars with other countries. Finally, Lidolf also expressed his wish that the third prince would become king, considering him a very warm and kind-hearted man. So Lidolf begged El to settle in his kingdom, emphasizing that his subjects deserved this happiness. El was surprised and amazed at how seriously the king took this. A slight smile appeared on Al's face. He was happy that he had made the right choice, and that the king on whose land he wanted to settle turned out to be such a kind-hearted man. King Lidolf explained that he agreed with Al and would do his best to help the kingdom of Toland, and thanked Al for this, and said that he would also do everything to support him in creating the magic tower. However, Al also stated that he had some conditions that needed to be met in order for him to help, and one of them was that he needed 3 years to make the necessary preparations. Hearing this, Lidolf was surprised that it would take 3 years, and then added that they did not have much time, and that Count Luce's territory, one of the destroyed territories, would not withstand another 3 years. Al's expression changed and he seemed a little surprised when the smile that had appeared on his lips disappeared. King Lidolf further explained that they had enjoyed years of peace thanks to a superb wizard, but recently some humans had kidnapped the wizard, and since then monsters had been steadily advancing into the Count's territory, causing increasing casualties among the civilian population. Al's eyes suddenly widened when he heard that someone had kidnapped the wizard and immediately thought that it might be the work of the Marquis. King Lidolf went on to say that Sister and Luce were currently managing affairs as skillfully as the former count. He explained that she was the daughter of a former count and a genius in fencing and matters of territorial administration. But with a heavy heart, Lidolf also said that the monsters could completely destroy the area if they were not stopped, and that would mean the end of the Luce family. Unfortunately, El had to inform the king that he would have to stick to 3 years because he needed that time to build the magic tower. However, as he plunged his knife into a juicy, well-cooked steak, he explained to the king with a smile that he would take care of everything in Manticore Gorge. Lidolf reacted to Al's words with disbelief, asking if he meant Manticore Gorge, the land of death, and whether the whole problem could really be dealt with there. Al explained that it was possible and that it would take him 3 years to sort out the affairs in Manticore Gorge, while El also inquired about how many raids there were each year. Lidolf explained to him that in total his kingdom was attacked by 10,000 raids annually, and that there must be about 15,000 Manticores living in the gorge. Al folded his hands in front of his face and said that 15,000 Manticores was a very large number that required time and attention. In disbelief, King Lidolf, wide-eyed, asked El if it was truly possible to free and save his kingdom from Manticore Gorge and its monsters. Al told him that he must have forgotten that he was a 7th-level mage. Moreover, El explained to the king with a smile on his face that he also had a trump card, the Night Golem. Surprised, King Lidolf remembered that El was right. Due to El's young age, he almost forgot that he was a 7th-level mage. And he remembered that he was also accompanied by a Night Golem. When he looked at Al's face again and saw the confidence and determination in his eyes, he knew that nothing was impossible for this young man. Lidolf once again begged El to restore peace to the kingdom. Al replied that he looked to the future with joyful anticipation and was very happy to settle here. Then he stood up and apologized. King Lidolf asked El if he was going to leave now. Al confirmed this with a smile on his face and said that now he knew what he needed to do. Then he thanked the king for the invitation and headed for the door. Before he could leave, King Lidolf told him that he could visit him at any time and that he could come whenever it suited him. Manticore Gorge was a canyon between 2 mountains with a small blue river flowing through it. There were approximately 15,000 manticores living in this forest and gorge. Manticores were large, lion-like predatory cats with wings on their backs and a scorpion-like tail that typically had few enemies. These specimens had particularly sharp and large teeth and were monstrously strong. It was the king of the manticores who could be identified by the red gem on his forehead, which gave him power over all other manticores. The strength of this manticore king was comparable to that of 100 normal manticores, and even stronger than 100 at the expert level. It was perfectly normal that during a manticore attack, villages would simply disappear, as if they had never existed. And right now, one of the villages is about to suffer the same fate. This village was the small village of Ken, and it lay on the right side between 2 mountains in a forest crossed by a river, and to enter the village one had to cross a small narrow bridge. This bridge was currently under attack by 2 manticores, and the villagers were desperately trying to defend themselves and fight them off. One of the villagers asked his comrade how they could stop 2 manticores at the same time, and despair was written on the soldiers' faces. However, another soldier shouted to his comrades that they were not to let the manticores into the village under any circumstances. He stomped his right foot on the ground, causing a large shockwave, and confidently told his comrades that anyone who could and wanted to fight was welcome to join him in battle. His comrades then gained new courage and expected nothing else from their captain, and they had to admit that their captain was a very talented swordsman. In the middle of the bridge, the captain was simply fighting the slowly approaching manticore. Suddenly, the manticore showed its teeth to the brave warriors. Captain Mir was not impressed, jumped into the air, and immediately attacked the manticores with his weapon. With all his might, he struck the manor in the forehead with his weapon, headbutting it. Unfazed by his own direct hit, the captain simply immediately ordered his men to attack the manticore before it could recover. All the soldiers on the bridge drew their bows and prepared for the assault. Without wasting any time, they fired arrows at the manticore, which had previously been simply paralyzed by the captain, hitting it all over its body. Standing before the corpse of the estate, the captain was sure that even such a monster would not have withstood such an attack. Then he wanted to make sure he defeated the manticore and delivered the finishing blow. He attacked the second manticore's head with his spear, causing it to scream and fall to the ground. Captain Mir was confident that the first wave of attacks on the estate was already behind him. Captain Mir was even more surprised when he saw that there was another one hiding behind the first two manticores. The manticore, roaring with its mouth open and rushing towards him with two sharp horns, was about to attack. The captain only realized that the manticores would come one after another. He turned to his comrades and soldiers, warning them that another manticore had arrived and they would have to repel the attack. However, looking at the squad, he noticed that his soldiers were clearly exhausted and needed a break. Captain Mir was a little puzzled, as he had never seen such a large manticore walking alone in his life, and he thought that it would probably be too difficult to repel the attack using only the villagers as soldiers. However, he did not give up and gripped his weapon tighter, realizing that despite the disadvantageous position, they would have to repel the attack. He then assumed a fighting stance and waited for the manticore to approach. He ran towards them with fire in his mouth. Both opponents were preparing for the first blow, just the captain with a spear and the manticore with fire in its mouth. The manticore was the first to fire a fireball at the captain. After this, Captain Mir rushed towards the manticore. When the two attacks collided, there was a loud explosion. The villagers held their hands in front of them to deflect the enormous shockwave. As the fire and smoke slowly cleared, Captain Mir's silhouette could be seen. He leaned on his weapon and dropped to his knees, completely out of breath. As his gaze fell on the manticore in front of them, he wondered how anyone could have emerged from such an attack unscathed. At the same time, he looked straight into the dark red eyes of a large predatory cat. Completely exhausted, he wondered if this was the end for him. However, with one blow, the manticore was divided into 4 parts. As a result, the manticore fell to the ground right in front of the captain. Captain Mir and the villagers were amazed, wondering who could easily defeat such a beast. While the unbelievers were looking at the corpse of the manticore, a man in a red robe and red gloves emerged from the water. She stood majestically before Captain Mir and the villagers, who looked at her carefully and were surprised that their savior turned out to be a girl who, at first glance, did not even reach 20 years of age. Elle, who was following Kana, congratulated her on a job well done and said that in the future they would definitely need to find a new master. These words of praise were too much for Kain, and he blushed in embarrassment. After Kana had sorted out her thoughts and considered her brother's words of praise, Elle turned to Captain Mira and the villagers, greeting them. They were still amazed and could not yet comprehend what was happening right before their eyes. Elle explained to them that they had not come to harm them, but rather introduced himself as a wizard who wanted to provide them all with a pleasant life and would soon rule the land. However, this news shocked Captain Mira, who then, trembling, clutched his weapon and asked what Al meant by this. Utterly frightened, he straightened up, aimed his gun at Al, and asked why this land was soon to be his. Kana also reached for her weapon and asked how he dared point his sword at her brother. She channeled all her red aura, expressing anger at this action. She asked Captain Mira how he could be so rude to Al and yelled at him. Mira was quite surprised, swallowed, and had to examine the impressive, incredibly dense aura that unfolded before him. Suddenly, Al shouted from behind Kane for her to stop, and he touched her shoulder to pull her out of her anger and rage. Al explained to her that they were outsiders and that from their point of view, such a reaction from the villagers was completely normal. After this, Al turned to the villagers and said that he had probably reported it incorrectly. He explained to the villagers that he planned to build his magic tower there, driving away all the manticores from the area. The villagers on the bridge whispered to each other and could not believe what they were hearing. Captain Mirror did not hesitate to ask Al directly what would happen to them according to his plans. Al immediately realized that the man in front of him must be the leader of this village, and he explained to Captain Mirror that they should live as they did. This surprised Captain Mirror, and he widened his eyes, clearly surprised by the words coming out of Al's mouth. Al then explained to Captain Mirror and the villagers that he planned to rid the entire land around them of manticores. This should mean that their village can continue to expand and use more land without the risk of attack. Captain Mirror couldn't believe what he was hearing, and his eyes widened, his mouth hanging open as he needed to first understand what El had just said. The rest of the villagers on the bridge were also stunned, trying to comprehend what they had heard from Al. Suddenly, another massive paw stomped on the ground, and another manticore became visible behind Al. Al immediately understood this and quickly turned around. He formed a magic circle beneath himself and called on the residents to remain calm. Behind him, another portal to another dimension opened, from which three large iron golems emerged. They stood imposingly behind Al, who became serious and ordered his golems to take care of the villagers' problem. A latch in one of the golems' helmets opened, and Al realized that the command had been accepted immediately. The iron golem rushed towards the manticore, tiny in comparison, and raising his right hand, he crushed the small creature. Captain Mara was speechless as he watched Al deal with the manticore. The iron golem carried out Al's command, kneeling before its master and awaiting further instructions. With a smile, Al turned to the captain and asked if he would now trust him. Captain Mara's surprised expression changed, and he knew that their safety was guaranteed with such golems around them. Moreover, he saw El as an extremely powerful mage, and believed that he could make Manticore Gorge a place where people could live again. He put his hand to his chest and apologized to Al. Al extended his hand to Captain Mara and said that his behavior only proved that he was a good leader, and that there was no shame in expecting something suspicious when first meeting someone. Captain Mara thanked him for his kind words and shook his hand. However, Captain Mara became serious again and said that they needed to quickly move to the other end of the small village to protect themselves from the other manticores. Smiling, Al assured him that there was no need to worry and that his fears were unfounded. While El and Kana took care of this side, El's mother and his other sister Serena, with El's golden golem Tana, took care of the manticore on the other side of the village. Mother Ela and Serna were repeatedly amazed by Tana's strength, and their eyes widened when they witnessed the spectacle of Tana's victory over the manticore. At the end of the battle, Tana was basking in the sun. El asked Captain Mara if he could gather representatives of the village to announce his plans. Several hours passed before our group and the villagers found themselves at the table. Looking around, Al was a little surprised, as he had expected several old village leaders to arrive. But most of those who spoke on behalf of the village were young men, all with large, well-trained muscles. Upon closer inspection, Al realized that they all had the same aura. He wondered if there was a specific reason for this. Having formed a first impression, El stood up and warmly greeted everyone and asked the villagers if they had all learned the same sword technique, citing the nearly identical aura and strength that could not be obtained through regular training by ordinary villagers. The villagers and Captain Marere were immediately stunned by Al's speech. Al also wondered what such talented people were doing in such a place. Captain Mirror thought for a moment and looked at the ground, then looked back at Al and explained that he hadn't really expected anything else from him. He also complimented El's sharp eyes and explained that they were actually Baron Jamir's knights, the same Baron Jamir famous for his swordsmanship who became a sword master at the age of 30. Captain Mara continued, clearly upset and saddened, his head down. As the struggle for the crown intensified, many attempts were made to win the Baron over to their side. El's mother looked at the worried village leader with maternal love, and she could see in his eyes that this was not an easy topic for him, and the pain was still deep. Captain Mirror continued to explain that despite all attempts to win the Baron over to his side, they had failed, as he had rejected all offers. With tears in his eyes, Captain Mirror said that at the time they were knights on probation, and the Baron told them to run and survive, and the rest of the villagers at the table also had tears in their eyes. Ella's mother continued to listen to this story, and she became even sadder when she witnessed the plight of the soldiers. El, on the other hand, listened attentively to this story, but was not as deeply moved as his mother. He knew exactly how the soldiers must have felt, but he didn't understand why they didn't just go to another country with their skills, since as knights they should have been able to obtain a knighthood and not put their family in such a dangerous situation. However, as Al thought about it, he realized that he would have to reconsider his thoughts, and he realized that each person had their own ideals, and that the circumstances in which these people lived were different from his own. He looked at his hands and realized that he needed to address their situation first to understand their way of thinking and differences. He looked at the representatives again and explained to them that the monsters were easy for him to deal with and that this was not the main problem. He also looked at his sisters and then back at Captain Mirror as he continued to explain his plans. He explained that his first goal was to approach the leader of the Manticores. This greatly surprised the villagers, who could not believe what they had just heard. Captain Mirror was also amazed by Al's plan and asked him if it was even possible to defeat the Manticore King. El, full of confidence, he spoke to the villagers and assured them that he would keep his word and show them how to defeat such a beast. The beast is twice the size of the normal version, with a red gem on its forehead, wings, and a scorpion-like tail. Initially, Al settled his affairs with the villagers. He immediately moved on to the next step, happily heading to a place he hadn't been to for a long time. Al stood exactly where he had once looked out over the city with his mother, and remembered that this was where his journey had begun. Dibel's shop was located in the kingdom of Bansar, and it looked unchanged, the same as it was when El left the kingdom. Dibble sat at the table and signed important documents brought to him by the secretary. One after another, he signed and processed them, and then he would hand it back to his secretary to do the rest. Ever since he received the right to sell magic stones, the fame of his small shop has grown rapidly. He thought of Al as an important client and business partner, and he also remembered watching Al grow up and witnessing all of his development. He also recalled reading in the newspaper recently that the residence of the esteemed Marquis Einhart had exploded. This immediately made him wonder if Al had something to do with it. His surprise was obvious when he read the article, as before El left the kingdom, he had asked Dibble about Marquis Einhart. Dibble hoped that the information he gave to Al had not led him to destroy the house. Lost in thoughts about El, Secretary Dibble had to call out his name several times, each time getting louder until he returned to reality. Totally confused, he asked his secretary how long she had been standing there. She replied that she had been calling his name for a long time. Then she informed him that one of the important clients he had just spoken of had suddenly appeared at his door. Dibble was extremely surprised and repeated whether he had understood correctly what his secretary had just said. She confirmed this and escorted the high-ranking client to Dibble's premises. Al mentioned that it had been a long time since they last saw each other, with an ecstatic expression and a smile on his face. Dibble couldn't recover from his surprise, as he had just thought about Ela. Al, without wasting any time, directly stated his purpose, which was to discuss several issues with Dibble. However, Dibble did not respond to Al's words. Instead, he rushed towards him, shaking him and asking if he was safe and if he had any injuries. He naturally inquired about Al's siblings and his mother to make sure they were okay. El, still in Dibble's arms, was a little surprised, but eventually calmed him down. Al thanked him for his concern and explained that everything was fine, saying with a smile that it was nice to have someone take care of him. Dibble released Al, adjusted the glasses hanging on a chain around his neck, and apologized for letting his emotions get out of control. He explained that he reacted that way because he had known Al since he was 7 years old and it meant a lot to him, and he pointed to a seat and asked Al to sit down. He cleared his throat, sat down opposite Al, and asked him why he had come and what needed to be discussed. Al wanted to be honest from the start and told him that he planned to build a magic tower. This surprised Dibble again, and thanks to Al's plans, he realized that the news he read in the newspaper could link the explosion to Al. Al confirmed this and mentioned that, although it may be hard to believe, he is now a 7th-level mage. This news struck Dibble like lightning, and he could not stop being surprised. With wide eyes, he told Al that ever since he first saw him as a young boy, he had felt that he was someone very important and special. Dibble then asked Al where he planned to build the magic tower. Al told him that he planned to build it in Manticore Gorge, and Al continued to smile and answer the surprised Dibble that this was exactly what he meant, and that Dibble had understood everything correctly. In any other country, anyone who plans to build a magic tower will be welcomed with open arms. This would mean that Al had the freedom to choose any suitable place to settle. Thus, Dibble found it illogical that Al decided to build a magic tower in the land of monsters. But deep down, Dibble knew that he should not doubt Al's decision, and told him that he agreed and thought it was a good idea. This surprised Al, who was a little embarrassed, stating that he had not explained everything yet and wondered why he had already received approval from Dibble. Sitting across from him, Dibble said that everything Al did was new and exciting and wanted to know what Al's next plan was. Al smiled at Dibble's trust, then began to explain his next plans. As Dibble suspected, Al's plans were truly exciting. He was confident that if successful, the business would become one of the best on the entire continent. Dibble also mentioned that he wanted to start recruiting the people needed to build the magic tower and asked El when would be the best time to prepare them. Al told him that the sooner he found people, the better. But with a mixed expression on his face, he also asked if it would be difficult to find such people. Dibble answered honestly, also with a mixed expression on his face, that it might be quite difficult to find people willing to work on the magic tower, especially in the area where the Manticore King resided. Hearing this, the mixed feelings disappeared from Al's face, and he said with confidence that this problem would no longer exist in Manticore Gorge. There was a small river with crystal clear water into which waterfalls flowed. Almost no one dared to enter this small, shaded place in the gorge, as it was the territory of the king of Manticore, who slumbered on the riverbank. However, a wondrous and terrifying unknown energy awakened the Manticore king from his sleep, and he yawned, revealing his sharp and pointed teeth. He stretched and let out a terrifying roar as his first reaction, indicating to all the creatures in his vicinity what a foul mood he was in due to this disturbance. As the Manticore king rose, he reached an impressive height of 6 meter, surrounded by a dark aura. His eyes glowed at least as red as the jewel on his forehead, and his combat level surpassed that of a sword master. After taking a few minutes to wake up and stretch, he began to run as fast as he could towards the source of the unknown energy, with a menacing expression on his face. Usually the kings of the estate had several subjects with them to protect and watch over their territory. However, this time King Manticore was different. He had great confidence in his powers, believing that nothing and no one could kill him. That is why he was so eager to find the mysterious energy that troubled his feelings and made him doubt his own powers. At full speed, the big cat ran faster, jumping over obstacles, ready to confront his opponent. And finally, he reached the place of mysterious energy and showed his sharp teeth. When he arrived at the place of mysterious energy, upon arrival he saw 3 magical iron golems controlled by L. One stood in front, the other 2 a step behind. To demonstrate his power, the Manticore king roared loudly in response again. L appeared on the shoulder of one of the golems, declaring that the king had fallen into his trap. This did not come as a surprise to Al, as he had known from the start that the king was nothing more than a monster. To have so many other manticores under your command would require you to be a true monster. Al also felt a thick dark aura emanating from the king. It was so intense that even Al had to protect himself and realize the potential danger of the situation. However, despite the inherent danger, Al's adventurous spirit took over again, and he wanted to find out the origin of this dark aura. Standing up from his seated position, Al looked at his opponent, ready to begin revealing the source of the dark aura. However, the big cat, not wanting to take a non-combat position, hissed in response, preparing to defend himself in his territory. Without a word, one of the large iron golems on El's side rushed towards the Manticore to teach her some manners. He swung his right hand to deliver a powerful blow to the cat. However, before the blow could land, the Manticore defended itself with its scorpion-like tail, deflecting the attack. This even surprised Al, who had to admit that the Manticore king had reacted incredibly quickly. Not only were the reflexes fast, Irontail managed to seriously damage the iron golem's armor, incapacitating it. Realizing the situation, El immediately sent 2 other golems together to attack the Manticore king. This time, one of the golems even managed to land a blow to the Manticore's face. However, this seemed to have little effect on the Manticore, as it easily defended itself from the attack with its iron skin. Al realized that the attacks were not strong enough to penetrate this iron skin. The Manticore bit through the iron golem's armor and defeated the second one, biting off one of the golem's arms. This golem fell to the ground, making it clear that El's opponent would not be easy. Manticore was a true king who often defended his territory and proved his position. Even though 2 of the 3 iron golems had already been defeated, the third golem continued to move forward, attempting to attack the Manticore from behind. However, the Manticore noticed this sneak attack, and with a deft movement of his hind legs, he repelled this attack. He struck the last 3 iron golems in the face, defeating them as well, leaving them lying on the ground with broken armor. Seen from above, the Manticore, surrounded by 3 iron golem corpses, stood firmly on the battlefield, confirming its position as the ruler of the territory. To prove his strength to El, he roared again, creating a furious shockwave and screaming at him. Elu had to admit that this Manticore king was much stronger than he initially thought. He looked at his golems and realized that their regeneration rate was too slow, which led him to the conclusion that the Manticore king's attacks were quite powerful. Realizing his situation, El intervened and intended to challenge Tana, his golden golem, to battle. However, before it could be summoned, the Manticore took advantage of the opportunity and attacked with one of its front claws. Al was shocked that he had miscalculated the situation and was struck by a powerful blow from the king, who sent him helplessly back. The Manticore's blow sent El flying through the forest and landing on the ground. The Manticore wasted no time in bending over El. El began to dissolve on the spot. The Manticore then looked up, sensing El's presence there. It took Al a moment to catch his breath, and he felt relieved that he had initially been fighting a phantom battle against the Manticore king, allowing him to safely watch everything from above. Since his copy was unable to summon Tana, the original now performed this task. A magic circle unfolded behind El, and a portal to another dimension appeared on the rock beneath it. Tana jumped out, ready to confront the Manticore King. Al turned to Tanya, ordering her to enter the battle without a sword and implement Plan B. Tana confirmed the command and prepared to meet the beast. She rushed forward, intending to strike like the first Iron Golem. However, unlike the Iron Golem, the Manticore King dodged this time, avoiding the attacks. After successfully dodging, the Manticore King leaped forward with his two front claws, attempting to attack Tana. However, Tanya managed to dodge the attack without being hit. She then took a different approach, attempting to counterattack. Unfortunately, the Manticore dodged her counterattack, causing her attack to miss again. Unfortunately, this left Tana at a disadvantage, with her back to the Manticore King, but she managed to turn around at the last moment, just as the Estate King was about to attack again. Unlike the previous times where he relied on his physical superiority, the Manticore King launched a different attack, opening his mouth and releasing a powerful blast of dark aura in the form of a beam towards Tana, who tried to defend herself from the attack with her hands. Al was surprised that even Tanya had a hard time fighting against this Manticore King. However, he also knew that his Golden Golem had not yet begun to fight seriously and signaled to Tanya that it was time to stop playing and start fighting seriously. After the Manticore King's attack subsided, Tana raised her right hand and began to accumulate a huge amount of fiery aura in her fist. Of course, the Manticore King did not want to allow this and quickly rushed towards his opponent. However, Tana had already gathered enough aura in her fist and delivered a powerful blow that hit the large Manticore King straight. The Manticore King was thrown back into the air and landed on the ground from Tana's powerful blow. On the contrary, Tana stood before him unharmed, ready to finish the job. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tana jumped on the body of the Manticore King, knelt down and intended to finish him off. However, when Al spoke up, saying that it was enough and that he wanted her to stop, both Tana and the Manor King looked at him in surprise. El stated that there was no reason to take the life of the Manticore King. Even the big wildcat, surprised by this, sat down in front of Al and looked like a well-behaved kitten. This also surprised Al, who didn't know what was happening. After this battle, it pulled our protagonist back to the small village of Ken, which he had previously saved from two Manticore captains. Mira could not believe what was unfolding before his eyes and was in awe. Meanwhile, King Manticore, still in his normal state and standing at 6 summers tall, clung to his new master, demanding attention. Even after several minutes, Captain Mira could not believe what he saw and thought about the possible destruction if such a huge monster were to rampage here. However, Al assured him that he had the situation under control and suggested that Captain Mirror see his new pet as nothing more than a giant cat. He offered Captain Mirror a gentle pat, smiling broadly. But before he could think about it further, King Manticore licked Captain Mirror's face, trying to show that he no longer needed to be feared. After this, the Manticore King had a very peaceful expression on his face. Captain Mirror asked Al what he planned to do with this monster now. Al explained to Maria once again that a Manticore King was at least as strong as a half-Grand Master ranked knight and had the ability to command other lower-ranked Manticores. He planned to use his new pet to make his life easier and command other Manticores, and informed the captain that he would now begin construction of a magical tower to make the land safer for him and the villagers, allowing them to live in peace and tranquility. 3 months had passed since the King of Manticore had disappeared from the Manticore Gorge, and the construction of the magical tower was in full swing, and so far the whole process was going relatively smoothly. A teleportation portal was created inside the magic tower, directly connecting Deeble's shop with the magic tower. Thanks to the people Deeble hired, the expensive materials for the tower were quickly transported. While the diligent workers were building the tower, Elle's mother and sisters helped with provisions. The outer facade of the magical tower soon began to slowly take shape. It was a great golden tower, unrivaled in its grandeur, reaching into the sky for several stories. From time to time, people would approach the large golden magic tower, look up incredulously, and wonder what this huge building was. Most were unsure of the nature of the structure, often referring to it as simply a large warehouse. However, now the decisive part of El's plans began. In parallel with the construction of his magical tower, the first step was the capture and relocation of the lesser Manticores, many of whom had disappeared on their own after the disappearance of their king, scattering throughout the nearby forests. El used his magic to capture the remaining smaller manticores and transport them to another dimension. Because it was a difficult task that would radically change the life of the country, many people were fascinated by the success of Al's plan, which brought him great happiness. Gradually, fewer and fewer manticores circled around the magical Tower of El, and the attacks of these dangerous wildcats dropped almost to zero. It became possible to build more houses in the immediate vicinity of the magic tower, and soon a large city with a population of 15,000 people peacefully arose around the magic tower. Al's mother and his sisters sat at the table together and discussed how, if they had not experienced it themselves, they would never have believed that this territory was once inhabited by wild cats that terrified the local people. Serena and Al's mother talked about the city's prosperity. Kana noted that their plans were not fully realized, and Al agreed with his red-haired sister, stating that there was still much to be done before they were finished. Holding a cup of coffee, Serena asked what their next plan was. Al, who was also drinking coffee and waiting for it to cool down a bit, explained to his family that future plans would cost a lot of money, and their top priority should be raising funds to continue building his magical tower. Over a cup of coffee, he also told his family that he was about to meet a very important person. This news surprised Serena and Kana, and they trembled, wondering who their brother could have meant by the important person. Serena noted that she had never seen her brother like this before, and wondered who they were visiting. Meanwhile, Al's mother was also sitting at the table, drinking coffee. She was pleased that peace had come to her family, allowing them to now enjoy life. From time to time, the sea brought small waves to the beach, splashing onto the beautiful golden sandy shore. Al was walking along the beach with his family, declaring that he needed to introduce them to someone important, and his sister Serena said that she couldn't wait to meet the person who was so important to him. Only their mother had a slight smile on her face, because she was the only one who understood what their two daughters, as well as their only son, were feeling and what their words really meant. Serena and Kana, shocked, turned to their mother and asked why she was laughing, and Al's mother only apologized for her laughter and let the situation go. The family walked along the beach together, repeatedly wondering where this important person could be, but there was nothing else to be seen on the entire beach except for sparse seaweed and a few barrels of seafood. Al turned around and asked his family if it was incredible, explaining that he thought this beach was especially cool. He specified that this is the western part of the Toan Kingdom, famous for its seafood. As Al explained to his family that there were few or no mages in the area, making it a very poor area, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell them who the area actually belonged to. However, before he could say the name, the earth suddenly shook and a strong tremor spread. The family members' gazes turned to the source of the tremors, wondering what could have caused such a noise. Behind a few trees, they saw a large black cloud rising from the middle of the forest and realized that this was the source of the tremors. There was a large wall in the middle of the forest, and several archers were trying to prevent the orcs from breaking through it. They drew their bows and aimed at the attacking big green pigs. Before the orcs could even reach the wall, the guards fired arrows. However, the large green orcs deflected the arrows, and then they pulled out their weapons and began the attack. One of the orcs jumped straight onto the wall and, holding onto it, climbed up. There were only a few inches left to stop the orc from reaching the wall. The commander of the guard realized this and ordered his soldiers to pour oil on the place. As a result, the orc lost his grip and fell to the ground. Unfortunately, his soldiers had to inform him that they had already used up all their oil and there was none left. Suddenly, a voice said that she would take care of it, which shocked the commander. When he looked to the right, a man in a slightly yellow cloak appeared, reminiscent of a last-minute savior. It was Rin who had power over this territory. Rin had light pink hair, red eyes. She wore a blue top, riding pants and boots, and a sword hung from her belt on the left side. She spoke confidently to her soldiers, ordering them to cover her. She immediately jumped off the wall, aiming at the orc that was hanging on the wall. In midair, Rin drew her sword and killed the orc as if he were nothing. Continuing to fall from the wall, she set her sights on her next target, and he asked the other orc if he was upset that she had defeated his comrade earlier. Rin gripped her sword tighter, enveloping it in aura, then swung the sword. And the second orc fell just like the first without having time to do anything. Taking a brief moment to catch her breath below, she apologized to her defeated opponents for her victory and explained to them that losing was not one of her hobbies. The soldiers holding the bridge cheered their leader, who had successfully defeated the two attackers. Suddenly, Rin noticed something behind her and turned around in shock. She spotted another orc making his way towards the wall. This orc managed to reach the top and was about to hit one of the soldiers with a club. The soldier was so shocked by the orc that he was paralyzed and unable to move in the face of certain death. As the orc saw his chance and prepared to destroy the soldier, a fireball flew from behind. The orc began to burn from the fireball, and nothing could save him at that moment. Rin looked up and realized that the fireball seemed to be a sign of magic and wondered where it came from. Just like before, El suddenly appeared and apologized for possibly scaring her, still holding the remnants of the fireball magic in his palm. Smiling, he mentioned that he had found exactly the person he had been looking for from the very beginning. Rin didn't understand what this guy was talking about. His sisters and mother were busy running through the dense forest. Serena walked ahead, wondering where the hell her brother was, followed by Kana and their mother, amazed that their son could run through this dense forest like it was nothing. Eventually, Serena managed to make her way through the dense forest and emerge into a clearing with her sister and mother. She was overjoyed to finally get out of the forest thicket. Their gazes shifted to Elle, and they became somewhat alarmed. Al just told Rin that he would like to talk to her, while his sisters also looked at Rin. Both Serna and Kana wondered, seeing the shocked expression on their mother's face, if this beautiful woman was the one their brother had in mind as the important person. Rin pointed her sword at Elle, asking what he meant about wanting to talk and reminding him that this was their first meeting. She also warned Al not to make any wrong moves. Unperturbed and dispassionate, Al admitted he had probably made a mistake and explained that he was simply glad to finally see her in person. He then introduced himself with a smile, telling Rin that he was a mage from the Tone Kingdom and that he had come today to discuss something with them. However, Rin didn't smile and asked Elle why she should believe him, showing a very hostile expression. In response, Elle released his magic, creating a vortex of his magic towards Rin. After sensing Elle's mana, Rin had to admit that the mana she felt was on a completely different level, and that this power could not come from an ordinary mage. Realizing that Elle was most likely not lying and telling the truth, she sheathed the sword. She put her hand on her chest and apologized to Al, explaining that she had been a bit rude, but only wanted to protect her territory, and then asked for forgiveness. After this, Rin suggested continuing the conversation elsewhere, and invited Elle, Serena, Kane, and their mother to her residence. The residence was located on a cliff, offering a spectacular view of the mirror blue sea. Upon arrival at the residence, Rin treated the guests to tea, while apologizing for the fact that it was not a particularly expensive tea. The main characters were not upset because the tea was delicious. Al's mother even complimented the aroma of the tea, expressing surprise at how good it was. However, Rin apologized again for not being able to offer her guests more comfort. Unlike his mother, Al was more skeptical. He admitted that the tea was good, but he also knew that it could be easily bought and that there was nothing special about the castle. Even Rin's clothes were very simple. Al realized that the financial situation of the area was worse than he had initially thought. Rin asked her guests directly why they had come to see her today. Elle responded and explained that this territory, ruled by Count Luz, was under attack not only by orcs, as mentioned earlier, but also by manticores. However, he assured her that she no longer had to worry about that. Surprised, Rin asked Elle if he would help her, to which Elle replied that they no longer needed help. This puzzled Rin, who wondered why they no longer needed help against such monsters. Al explained that he had already taken care of most of the manticores himself, and that he had built a magical tower in the city in the former Manicore Gorge, preventing any further attacks on the area. This news shocked Rin, who was clearly shocked and speechless. Even a few seconds later, she remained silent, sitting in a state of shock. A few seconds later, Rin apologized for the brief interruption and ended the conversation. Although she was still somewhat skeptical, but she had to admit that she had been seeing fewer manticores than usual lately, so she was more inclined to believe Al. Al replied that soon all the normal manticores would slowly disappear. Rin's eyes filled with tears, and she thanked Al, saying it was some of the best news she had heard in years. She could hardly find words of gratitude, let alone a way to express her appreciation. Al was shocked by the gratitude he received, although he had not yet moved on to the main topic of his conversation. He thought about what he really wanted to tell her, but felt relieved that he could help again, wanting to see how Rin would react when he told her about his plans to strengthen her family throughout the kingdom. When Al's mother spoke, she explained that Al's father was from the Luce family, and that they were there mainly because Al seemed very concerned about belonging to that family. She went on to explain that Al's father was Ryan Luz, making the two likely cousins. These revelations shocked Rin. Rin confirmed that Ryan Luce was indeed part of her family. She explained that Ryan had been protecting the area from monsters until the day he was kidnapped and reported missing. Rin was shocked by the news again, and it took her a while to realize that Ryan had a son. Pleased that Rin took the news well, El expressed his belief that having a father made them a family, and he also explained that when someone in his family was going through hard times, he believed they should help each other. Serena Kana and Al's mother listened attentively to Al's warm and heartfelt words. As the sea waves crashed against the rocks and the sound of the sea echoed through the castle walls, El assured Rin that with his help, she could continue to protect the people in her territory from further harm. Tears streamed down Rin's cheeks again, and she apologized for showing her vulnerable side. What's encouraging is that Al's mother said she thought Rin was an exceptionally cool person, even though she was crying at the time. However, Rin disagreed, insisting on being addressed by her name, as people usually addressed her by her title out of politeness. Elle's mother, being especially sensitive, happily accepted the offer and introduced herself as Silver. Serena, Kana, and Elle also introduced themselves, again with happy expressions on their faces, glad that their family member turned out to be a good person. As a token of gratitude, Elle asked if he could invite the family to a very famous place in the territory of Luz, and then asked if they liked the sea. The three girls excitedly confirmed that they had heard correctly and were looking forward to their trip to the sea. Rin winked at the three women, noting that the weather outside was fine and they could take a short excursion. The water was, as always, crystal clear, and gentle waves rolled up and down the shore, and walking along the beach, Elle's mother, Serena and Kana, were once again amazed by the beauty of the sea. Three women were enjoying the cool water and splashing around. Rin explained to Elle that the sea was the only place in the entire territory that they could boast about. Al looked at one of the barrels of seafood. He asked Rin if the sea in this place was always so clean and deep, and if there was supposed to be a lot of seafood. Rin was a little surprised by Elle's question, but confirmed his assumption. She also looked at the barrel full of seaweed and explained to Elle that they had so much seafood that they couldn't eat it all, so they stored it in barrels like these, and besides, they hadn't found a good way to export it. As always, Elle asked Rin point blank what she thought about selling him all her surplus seafood. Rin would be a little surprised at what Elle would do with all the seafood and would ask him if he was serious and what he was going to do with it. He explained to her that she had more seafood than he wanted and that she would not have to worry about transportation costs or logistics, and asked her to accept his offer, smiling. In this world, potions are mainly used to enhance one's own body's energy and use the body's regenerative power to heal wounds. For example, the main ingredient of such a regeneration potion is manticore blood. To use this blood, the temple uses a special purification method to cleanse it and make it suitable for production. However, unfortunately, there are too few potions in the kingdoms, not even close to the amount needed to heal all the wounded. Accordingly, the priest was surprised when Deeble informed one of the temple knights in the rear church of the kingdom of Dej that he had a whopping 300,000 bottles of the much sought-after manticore blood. When the priest heard Deeble's statement, no matter how unbelieving he was, he wanted to hear it again and asked for confirmation. He also asked Priest V how much of the amount he could take, and V thought for a moment before saying that his church, being powerful in holy magic, could use a maximum of 10,000 to 30,000 bottles of that blood. Then Deeble sighed. He didn't expect the church to need so little, and also stated that he expected there to be around 100,000 bottles. This in turn surprised the priest, and he had to react quickly, and he thought that the quantity of 100,000 bottles, although extremely large, could be provided. Deeble cleverly tried to cement the priest's decision by expressing surprise and asking if it was really okay for him to order so much. To further play his role as a merchant, Deeble began to explain that this blood would also be in high demand in other churches on the continent, offering a price of 300,000 gold coins without discount. Without much negotiation, the priest accepted Deeble's extremely advantageous offer and thanked him. However, Vi could not hide his curiosity and eventually asked who would provide such valuable material in such quantity. Smiling, Deeble stated that the man in question was, simply put, the greatest genius of his time, thinking about El. Al stood at the top of his magical tower, looking down at the city that had grown up around it. As his gaze wandered around the city, he couldn't believe that this area was the infamous Manticore Gorge. He looked at the small warehouse next to his magic tower. Their workers were currently transporting crates of valuable manticore blood, ensuring the stability of the city's income. He remembered how, after taking over the estate, She had transported them into his interdimensional space using his magic. He fed them seafood that he received from his cousin. Although initially some of the lesser Manticores objected to the villagers taking their blood, Al solved this problem with the help of a new pet in the form of the Manticore King. Soon a true symbiosis arose between the Manticore and the villagers. Thanks to the Manticore's unique and special regenerative ability, they quickly regenerated their own blood, creating a continuous cycle. Through this cycle and symbiosis, a true friendship emerged. It also created an opportunity for the village to make huge profits. While Elle still stood atop her tower, he reflected on the fact that few people knew about the magical tower that now stood in Manticore Gorge. Since the transportation of goods took place through a teleportation portal, even on the nearby roads there were no signs of the transportation of particularly large quantities of resources for the construction of such a tower. However, from time to time, there were rumors that a new magical tower was being formed that would rival the other magical towers in most cities. However, Al knew that he had to act very carefully so as not to jeopardize the peace he had established. Standing thoughtfully on his tower, he heard someone urgently running into his room. Reacting quickly, he teleported back to his room through a small portal. As soon as he arrived, Kana burst through the door, loudly shouting his brother's name. Kana looked genuinely worried and agitated, and Elle wanted to know what was going on, so he asked his sister what was new and why she was in such a hurry. With tears in her eyes, Kana cried and said that something was wrong with her sister. A cold shiver ran down Al's spine, and he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Together with Kana, he ran down the corridor. He opened the door to Serena's room and called her name. When she entered the room, Serena was lying in her bed, and their mother was already sitting by the bed, taking care of her daughter. Serena had a high body temperature, was sweating, and could barely breathe. Al immediately asked his mother if she was sick and what was wrong with her. His mother replied that she had no idea what had happened, and begged her son to use magic to find out what was happening to his sister. Aware of his mother's serious expression and Serena's labored breathing, Al touched her wrist and tried to use his magic to understand what was going on inside her. He was surprised and his eyes widened when he realized that the mana inside her body was slowly dissipating. He also realized that something else was beginning to develop inside her. At first, he couldn't tell whether it was a dark aura like a demon's or a holy aura from the heavens. After some time, he explained to his mother and Kani that if he was right, the new power in Serena's body was holy power. He also said that they had made a mistake, and now the entire continent would be after his sister. Al and Kane's mother couldn't believe what Al had just discovered. Moreover, Al stated that they should not waste time, as some people might already have learned about this event. He quickly entrusted his sister Kaina to take care of Serena, to which she immediately agreed. He then explained to his family that he needed to immediately create a barrier around the village. His mother asked if it needed to be done right away. Al confirmed, assuring them not to worry and that he would be away for a while. After that, he disappeared through the portal, leaving his family alone in Serena's room. As he returned to the magic tower, wondering how long it would take to erect a barrier around the entire city, he realized that it didn't matter if it took a little longer. He had to make sure he did it right. There was a determination in Al's eyes that signaled that he must protect his sister at any cost. He immediately raised his hand, releasing his magic, and a magic circle instantly appeared beneath him, swirling around him as if dancing. A large beam of magic shot into the sky, splitting at the top to form a barrier. Magic cascaded across the city like a giant glass dome. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom of Gaia, in the Vatican, the high priest announced that the day they had been waiting for had arrived, a wait that began 300 years ago when they first received the prophecy. Next to the senior priest, the young disciple knelt impatiently, listening to the words of his teacher. Together they looked at the large, brightly glowing source of mana that had given them the prophecy of darkness. Mana's source reported that it was a time to be joyful, but also frightening, and that the world was awash in a constant stream of change. Moreover, the elder and younger priests were amazed at the continuation of the prophecy, revealing that there was a place that had never been understood, and that there would appear beauty, bright as light, and fill every dark place with light. The senior priest asked his younger colleague Artmos if he understood the prophecy, and the junior priest explained that the prophecy could mean the Levitan Plateau, where the souls of darkness exist. He went on to explain that the mention of a flow could be related to magic. His teacher found his interpretation ideal and praised his student for it. He subsequently tasked them with announcing the saint's revelation and announcing that a new saint would appear on their continent, and they were ordered to cooperate with the Talon Kingdom and its knights. Meanwhile, Serena was visibly suffering. Her body temperature was rising, and her breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. Kani had tears in her eyes as she looked at her sister suffering from such pain, hoping that she would overcome it all. On the contrary, Elle's mother prayed for her daughter to survive. Al continued his plan to build a barrier to protect his sister. As a good, loving mother would do, Al's mother stroked the strands of hair from her daughter's face, touching her cheek. She hoped that she would feel better soon, looking forward to the time when they could have fun together again. Al, who had returned to the room by this point, explained to his family that in the meantime, the mana in Serena's body was slowly but surely being replaced by holy power. He also reminded them that, unlike other ordinary mages and knights, Serena had a huge amount of mana in her body. Because of such a huge amount of mana, an equally huge amount of holy power had to be channeled into her. And this amount was the cause of the intense pain she was currently experiencing, and also stated that they could not stop this process, and there was nothing they could do to prevent Serena from becoming a saint. He knew that the Holy Kingdom would inform everyone about the birth of a new saint, and it was only a matter of time before Serena was found. Kanan knew that this Holy Kingdom, which revered the gods, would spare no effort to take her sister under its wing. Mother Ela also knew that a saint has no freedom, and that it doesn't matter in principle whether she is a saint or in hell. She absolutely did not want such a fate for her daughter, and will do everything in her power to ensure that her beloved daughter does not lead such an unhappy life. When Kana felt her mother's loving thoughts, she made the decision to do everything she could to protect her precious sister. El wanted to do everything to save his beloved family member from such a fate. He assured his mothers and sister that they would be able to protect Serena. Suddenly, a soft sound filled the room, approaching Al and turning into a magic letter. Looking at the letter, El realized that it seemed to have come from the royal palace. Curious, El's mother asked what the royal palace wanted and if anything special had happened. While reading the letter, El explained to his mother that the royal palace wanted him to attend the royal conference. His skeptical mother asked why he, of all people, should attend the royal conference. Al replied that he had no idea. His only guess was that they might want him to officially announce that he had built a new magic tower and that he would announce his alliance with the third prince to strengthen the Essen faction. However, El also knew that the magic towers traditionally maintained a neutral stance towards the kingdom, and this invitation would not potentially change his plans. Concerned and sad, Al's mother looked at him and asked again what he was planning. Somewhat smug, he looked down and set off, telling his mother and sisters that he would be back soon, but for now they should take care of Serena. In conclusion, Al's mother wished him a safe journey and asked him to return in peace. Al headed to Rena's house. Al immediately realized that Rena's territory had become much more stable than it had been a few days ago. Rin said that such a stable territory was only possible because El helped her and thanked him again. However, she was curious as to why Al had visited her today, as she couldn't believe that he would just walk around her territory, to which Al asked her if he was that easy to read. El wanted to be frank again and asked Rin if she would like them to attend the royal conference together to bring the Luz family closer to world politics. This news surprised Rin, who asked if she had understood El correctly. El said that he believed that with her skills and the support of the magic tower, she would be able to restore the Luz family to an important and influential noble status. He suggested that their financial difficulties could be eased by exporting seafood. Moreover, El explained to Rin that she was still known as a sword expert at such a young age, and that she had a group of knights following her. Rin caught El's words and thought for a moment, but she doubted that even if her family continued to grow steadily, they would still not be able to compare to other families. El asked her if she could be referring to the Tyndall family, to which Rin widened her eyes and asked why he specifically mentioned that family for comparison. El explained that it was a well-known story, and he had heard that the second son of that family was persistently proposing to her. Moreover, they took advantage of the fact that Luz's family had recently been attacked by monsters to continue to pressure them into accepting the marriage proposal. Rin had to pull herself together and clenched her hands slightly, and she knew that the Tyndall family was an arrogant and shameless family, but she also knew that this family had a higher status than hers and took advantage of this fact. Ashamed of her situation, she looked at her hands. El said that it was time for her to assert her family's true strength and speak out against this unfair treatment. And he also felt that Rin wanted to take her chance to change and no longer passively watch her family continue to lose honor, but to slowly restore that honor. To confirm this and continue to encourage her, Al mentioned that he was a 7th-level mage and had recently acquired a magic tower. Rin looked at El meekly and asked why he was so warm and kind to her. Then she screamed loudly, wondering if it could be because he had some ulterior motives. Al denied it and explained that they were related and that she should stop looking at him sexually. She admitted that she had misunderstood and apologized for her behavior. Al, however, understood that due to the many difficult situations Rin had been through, it was difficult for her to accept goodwill and believe in people's innocence. After this, El left and said goodbye to Rin, reminding her that he would take her to the conference via teleportation. El teased her a little, joking that she actually thought he wanted something sexual from her. Rin apologized again. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place in the castle. The table was hit hard with a fist. An elderly man with a funny beard and thinning hair asked the conference participants what they were going to do since the second prince's faction was in danger. He also explained that the plan to weaken the first prince's faction had failed, and the third prince's faction had even gained more power. He repeated to everyone present that if this plan continued to operate in this manner, they would inevitably lose power. He asked a group of older gentlemen if anyone had any ideas on how to prevent this. A hand went up and another gentleman began to speak. The old man said he had an idea and wanted to share it at the direction of the man with the funny beard. Marquis Breland confirmed the fact that the first prince's sphere of influence remained stable, while the third prince's influence expanded. But he also emphasized that there was no cause for concern. He also stressed that they still possess enormous military power. Then he whispered his diabolical plan. The other two dignitaries at the table were left stunned, finding it hard to believe what they had just heard. On the other hand, the man with the funny beard had to admit that he had not expected anything else from Marquis Breland. He found this method effective and was speechless at the ingenuity of Marquis Breland's idea. Marquis Breland expressed gratitude for the praise and promised to work hard to implement his plan so that they could achieve their goal. Then the man with the funny beard said that they were also ready to help. El, accompanied by his cousin Rin, went to the capital to attend the Tone Conference. Shocked by the sight of the capital, both stood on the streets, impressed by what they saw before them. El asked Rin if she had ever seen such beautiful streets before, and turned to her for confirmation. However, Rin was completely stunned by the sight of the capital and stood motionless. Concerned, El asked Rin if everything was okay and why she wasn't answering. She replied that she was simply amazed by the majestic and beautiful streets and was amazed by it. And this surprised Al. Despite the fact that she was the countess of this kingdom, she had never been to the capital before. She explained that she had never been there because she was always busy working on her territory. It made Al realize once again the heavy burden his cousin had carried alone for so long, and how long she had been dealing with it alone. To cheer her up, he suggested that since they were already there, they take a short tour of the city. This in turn amazed Rin, who happily turned to El and asked if everything was okay. Al grabbed her wrist and, with a smile, dragged her into the streets of the capital to explore her. And so gradually evening came. The clouds thickened, the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and the stars illuminated the nearest hotel, where El and Rin planned to spend the night. Both entered the hotel and were still completely overwhelmed by the impressions of the beautiful and large capital. Al admitted that it was nice to relax and have fun. A delighted Rin looked at El, thinking how wonderful it would be to show the people of her territory this extremely magnificent capital. However, when someone suddenly called her name, her expression changed as if she had experienced a trauma. Rin realized that Law had called her, and he immediately asked her what other man she was traveling with, and insulted him at the same time. Law immediately realized that El was not a trained swordsman, and immediately asked why she was traveling with a third-rate magician, hinting that she was only interested in younger men. Moreover, he shouted throughout the hotel lobby, asking if El was the reason why she had rejected his marriage proposal so far. Without giving Rin and El a chance to explain, he walked up to both of them and growled next to El's face. Lo became more and more angry and began to insult El, who stood there completely confused and wondering what all this meant. He pointed at El with his right hand and ordered him to reveal his identity. Even when Rin advised him to be careful and keep his mouth shut, he ignored it. He pointed at Al and said that if he had nothing to hide, he could just say who he was. He also claimed that if El were a wizard, he would be of a lower class and weaker than himself. Rin said with a bold expression in her eyes straight into Law's face that he was only the second eldest son of the Marquis and still did not have a title himself, and also emphasized how big the difference between their statuses really was. This self-confidence in these very harsh words shocked Lo, after which he stood motionless and did not utter another word. Then she turned to El and apologized. As they left Law standing, Rin explained to Al that the man was the second eldest son of Marquis Tyndall, after which Al realized that he was the one who had repeatedly tried to propose to Rin. When Locke came to his senses, his face had regained its former angry expression. He turned around and looked at El and Rin with hatred and jealousy. As Rin and El were about to set off, Rin said loud enough for Locke to hear that they should move on, as she felt bad about all the negativity Locke was spreading. Alone with his anger, Locke clenched his fist and sat down, thinking about all he had done to win countries for himself, and remembering how many times she had rejected him just because she was with El. It was getting dark, and gradually clouds began to float over the city, and from time to time only the starry sky became visible. The king stood with Duke Leas on the balcony, looking out over the city together, and told Duke Leas that he was glad that the Manticore Gorge matter had been resolved so well, and asked what his friend Duke Leas thought of it. Duke Leas agreed with the king and said that they owed it all to El, the mage who owned the tower, and also praised the golems, who played a significant role in defeating the monsters from Manticore Gorge. He praised Al for being a truly amazing wizard and compared him to an onion. King Leal turned around and asked if he had misheard, or if the Duke had really compared Al to a simple onion. Duke Leas explained to his king that he expected limitless possibilities from Al's abilities, and admired Al for his unconventional and unusual ideas. Al was no simple wizard, but the more they learned about him, the more complex he seemed, almost like an onion. Then the king laughed and said that it could have been his father's joke. King Leo was grateful that a wizard like El helped his kingdom, and he looked forward to El participating in tomorrow's conference. Duke Leas asked Leol if he really believed that El would fulfill his request, since it was heard everywhere that the magic tower should not interfere in internal affairs. Leaning on the railing, he explained that El knew very well how he would influence those around him, and that as king he could rely on him. The next day the conference began, and many aristocrats were already present, including Locke, who had apparently tried to propose to Rin several times before. This conference was held 4 times a year, and any aristocrat who had earned the title in the traditional way could attend and invite up to 2 direct descendants. King Leo welcomed the aristocrats and said that this conference had no specific theme, and invited the aristocrats sitting at the table to present their ideas for the development of the kingdom. Soon the man with the funny beard spoke up, declaring that he had something to offer. He explained that he believed the kingdom was now at the highest peak of power it had ever reached, having defeated the monsters with minimal losses, and that last year's harvest had been truly excellent. The other aristocrats at the table whispered in agreement, and the man with the funny beard continued to develop his point of view. He said that this was probably the best opportunity to expand their influence a little. According to him, it was now extremely important to convince the surrounding nations of their strength, so he suggested that their idea should be to attack the kingdom of Hesse. The king, like other aristocrats, was somewhat surprised by this idea of Tajin Balier, the man with the funny beard. However, Tajin Balier continued his explanation. The kingdom of Hesse had been stealing from them for decades and then blaming the mountain bandits. When he reported that they had recently received information that this kingdom was disguising its soldiers as mountain bandits to steal food, the other nobles sitting at the edge of the conference room were no less surprised. Tajin Balier explained that there was clear evidence to justify the raid not only for revenge, but also to demonstrate their newfound power to neighboring peoples. Unlike the aristocrats, King Leal kept his composure. Although he was somewhat shocked by the news, he stated that such an action would require serious consideration and wanted to think about how other countries would react in his place. Blinded by his thirst for revenge, Duke Tajin Balier assured the king that there was nothing to worry about, as no one could resist an overwhelming force attack. However, King Leal knew what Duke Tajin Balier was planning, and the offer made at the beginning of the conference was quite tempting. If they were to capture the kingdom of Hesse, the influence of their own kingdom would grow exponentially. Duke Tajin Balier also mentioned that if the order was given, he would nominate the second prince as the supreme commander. His greed and cunning were still evident, as he explained that while the first prince had to protect the kingdom, he thought it would be a good idea for the second prince to prove himself and gain experience. When Duke Tajin Balier finished speaking, he was interrupted by another nobleman with light brown hair, who disagreed with his colleague and stated that, thanks to him and his soldiers, they had suffered few casualties last year. He suggested that instead of raiding other kingdoms, they focus on strengthening their own kingdom's influence and preparing for the upcoming monster invasion. King Leo listened attentively as the light brown-haired aristocrat expressed his concerns and arguments. He knew that Marquis Tyndall, the leader of the First Prince's faction, did not want the Second Prince to receive praise and attention thanks to Duke Tajin Belier's planned actions. On one side were the followers of the First Prince, and on the other side was the faction of the Second Prince. In the center was King Leol, who was pondering and wondering why the two sides could not work together. He explained that he had listened to the concerns of both sides, but also clarified that the reason for today's conference was different. King Leol wanted to introduce a special wizard to the aristocrats and asked the wizard to enter the room, and the door slowly opened and the wizard entered. Al introduced himself to the aristocrats by giving his name. As soon as he put his hand on the table, someone stood up. This surprised Rin very much. It hadn't been more than a few seconds since Al had introduced himself, and Locke, the second son of the Tyndall family, stood up and began insulting Al, loudly declaring that he himself believed Al to be a wizard from the Luce family. Meanwhile, Al walked up to the king and just stood there while the other nobles looked at Locke in shock and asked what such a reaction to the mage's statement meant. He said that he saw Al the previous evening at a hotel in the capital and that he behaved outrageously there. He put his hand on his chest and told everyone that El was a third-rate magician who insulted him there. He also mentioned that he proposed to Countess Levis some time ago, and El intervened to prevent him from marrying her. As his father sat beside him in shock, Locke continued to explain that although he didn't have a title yet, he was a significant and important figure in the kingdom. Subsequently, Locke addressed the king directly and asked him not to trust El under any circumstances, but to punish him immediately. This surprised Leo, as he did not expect such a reaction to Al's presentation. The meeting fell into a brief silence, during which Locke continued to look at Al with the same intense hatred he had shown when they first met. Locke was so consumed by his hatred that he could only think of his own nobility and believe that those who stood in his way should know their place in society. He believed that these people deserved special punishment. As time went on, it became increasingly difficult for Al to contain his laughter, and the slight smirk slowly slipped from his face. King Leol cleared his throat before the situation could escalate further and told the nobles, especially Locke, to calm down. Pointing to El, King Leol stated that this young man was one of the strongest forces that could move their kingdom forward and secure their future. Finally, he reintroduced Al as the owner of the Magic Tower. The king's words stirred the crowd, and the aristocrats, shocked again, wondered if they had heard correctly. Some of the nobles acknowledged that only a 7th-level mage or higher could create a magic tower, and wondered if this young man was truly such a mage, because if that were true, El would be at the same level as the Marquis. Al's smirk continued to spread across his face, as if he had been waiting for this moment. With a smile, he raised his hand to the sky and told the nobles that if they had any doubts, he would be glad to give them a little taste of his power. As he spoke, he channeled his mana around himself, and a blue magic circle appeared beneath him, preparing to release his magic. A small magical pool of mana appeared in the middle of the room above the heads of the aristocrats, which after a few seconds disintegrated into smaller sparks of mana, enveloping everything around with El's mana. The nobles in the room were enchanted by the sight, amazed at how beautifully the mana flowed throughout the space. However, they also realized that this mana was in huge quantities, and the air around them was becoming increasingly dense. Their doubts that El might be an imposter were suddenly dispelled. Even Marquis Tyndall, as well as his son Law, were amazed by this small spectacle, and were surprised by El's impressive strength. When Al saw that his little demonstration had produced the desired effect, he was glad that his plan had succeeded and looked confidently at the still astonished crowd of nobles. King Leol suddenly laughed and said that El had once again performed an extraordinary magic, praising him for it. Because of this, El lost eye contact from the front and looked down at the king. Leol looked over his shoulder at Al and told him that it seemed like all the nobles now believed in him, and he might think the presentation was enough. El understood his king's words and interrupted the magic. As a result, the sparks in the air turned into tiny particles that showered the noble aristocrats like magic dust. Locke, now aware of what he had just said, and realizing that he was facing a powerful mage, suddenly lost his expression, and the hand with which he had confidently pointed at Al just a few minutes ago now pressed cautiously and fearfully against his body. El realized this and thought that his demonstration was probably enough, and hoped that Locke would leave his cousin Rin alone in the future. Locke became more and more aware of the situation as he looked at Al's face. Even his own father was forced to acknowledge the mess his son had made and did not dare take sides, as it might mean that Al would now make a decision against the prince. Al realized that he was going to ruin the atmosphere at the table and that he might make further discussion impossible, so he said so outright and made it clear that he was going to leave now. King Leal apologized for this and regretted that El had come all the way to this conference for this very reason. Walking up to the door he had entered through, Al said everything was fine. Before opening the door and leaving the room, he looked back at the king and all the nobles and told them that he looked forward to the future with them. Then he closed the door behind him. After Al's performance, Rin couldn't help but laugh, knowing that Al had planned everything exactly the way it had unfolded, and that the plan had once again been a complete success. King Leo reiterated that El was the savior of their kingdom and was currently the most important person in the kingdom's land. He also told them that he wanted them all to turn to him with all the gratitude they could muster. Not to mention, everyone felt that Prince Judean, the third prince supported by the hidden power of the royal family, had the highest chance of becoming the next king. This was especially understood by Marquis Tendel, who supported the first prince, and Duke Tajin Balier, who supported the second prince. Both knew that they had to be especially careful and act smartly if they wanted their faction to end up on the throne. King Leal announced that they would need to come to an agreement and discuss the issue of the kingdom of Hesse, and therefore the whole topic would be put on hold for the time being, a statement that surprised Duke Tajin Balier, who had not expected such an outcome. King Leal then asked if they had anything else on their agenda, to which no one answered. Leal became a little more serious, and with his royal authority declared that if that were the case, and no one else had anything, then they could end the conference here. After this, the king left the room and went his way. He walked alone down the small, narrow corridor, and at the end knocked on the door leading to Princess Eliza's office. A very feminine, bright voice from the room asked who was knocking on the door, to which Leal replied that it was him. Princess Eliza said happily that her father could come in. He immediately opened the door and then said that he had finally found her and that this must be the place where she was. He looked at his daughter Eliza, who was sitting in a leather chair in front of the bookshelf. Reading a book alone, he knew that his daughter loved books more than anything in the world. King Leal entered the room and said that she was now 17 years old and that she was the smartest and wisest princess in the whole world, and that was why he always trusted her. Eliza thanked him for the compliment and immediately understood what her father was talking about. King Leal had the difficult task of convincing Princess Eliza to take important actions for the future of the kingdom, and this action included marrying El. Not only would this union create a strong family unit, but immeasurable power would also be transferred to the king, thus ensuring that his third son would ascend the throne. King Leal repeatedly urged his daughter to understand that these were symbols of their kingdom and that through them they could become powerful. He also explained to her that he would be coming to the party tomorrow and why she shouldn't just take the opportunity to meet him then. Like an obedient daughter, Princess Eliza agreed and said that if he wanted, she would talk to El tomorrow. She also expressed with a beaming smile on her face, as the moonlight shone on her body, that she was already curious about what El might be like. As King Leal noticed that his daughter was not entirely against the idea, he looked somewhat relieved, turned around, and wanted to leave his daughter alone. He told her that he would see her tomorrow at the party. Princess Eliza thanked him and said that she was also looking forward to seeing him tomorrow at the party. She carried the book she had just read to one of the countless bookshelves in the room and put it back in its place. She thought about the owner of El of the Golden Tower, whose symbol was gold. And looking at the moon, she wondered what El might be like. The next day, some of the guests had already gathered in the royal hall, and El and his cousin Rin were gradually making their way to the event. Al asked Rin why she laughed then, to which she replied that she thought everything was going according to Al's plan and that he had planned it exactly that way. Al explained to her that his intention was that people could be persuaded much more quickly by actions than by words, and that his demonstration was intended to ensure that they would not act recklessly against him in the future. El also noticed something about Rin's clothes, and she asked him what was wrong with her clothes and wanted to know what El could criticize. Al explained to her that instead of a dress, she was wearing a knight's uniform, and asked why she did so on this day and at this event. However, she only replied that she did not come here to seduce a man in a dress, and that there was nothing wrong with wearing her uniform. This time, Rin allowed herself to joke and asked El if he was hoping to see her in a sexy dress today. However, Al did not try his own medicine and did not find the joke funny. After that, he wanted to accompany her, and they entered the castle's party hall together. It was a grand, colorful party that could not be more magnificent, and a royal aroma as well as a regal atmosphere filled the room. The entire hall was filled with young noble aristocrats eagerly awaiting a meeting with Al. Such was the fame of the man behind the position of Tower Master. As soon as El and Ren took a few steps into the colorful, magnificent hall, people turned to look at them, trying to start a conversation. For Ren, it was like a dream. Just a few weeks ago, she was a small countess in her small territory, and now she stood at the center of politics, welcomed by the high nobility. She looked at Al and was absolutely sure that they actually wanted to build a closer relationship with him than with her. She greeted the young aristocrats and introduced herself. Elle looked at Rin, hoping that this would be a good opportunity for her to clear her name. After a brief greeting to the guests already in the hall, it was announced that the king would soon arrive. He entered the room with his daughter, Princess Eliza, and sat on the throne. The king announced to the guests, holding red wine in his hands, that today's party was a welcoming party for the master of the tower, for whom they had all been waiting. The king then said that they could now begin the party with Al's toast. Al was a little surprised, as he didn't know that he was about to speak to the guests and make a toast. He looked at the guests, assumed a formal pose, introduced himself again, and thanked them for the reception arranged in his honor. Then he raised both hands and brought them together in the middle. And he created many small orange cherry blossoms around. A small pink storm spread through the hall, and the many cherry trees in bloom around it burst into flames. The guests were clearly delighted and enjoyed the little spectacle. In conclusion, Al once again expressed his hope that everyone would have a good time today. Besides the fact that small cherry blossoms were floating throughout the hall, El's spell had achieved something else. The tense thoughts of the nobles fighting each other to see their party on the throne eased somewhat, and their nerves relaxed. When El saw that the king and princess could relax thanks to his magic, he looked overjoyed. However, he felt uneasy in the room with all eyes on him. So Al went out onto one of the outside balconies, leaned against the railing, and looked up at the night sky. He sighed and thought that places where many people gathered were always extremely tiring for him. He just couldn't get used to so many eyes turning on him in this life. However, he had an additional problem. These multiple eyes could belong to nobles from different families. At that moment, another person approached from behind. She exclaimed that she had found it now and smiled. El turned around curiously and found out it was Princess Eliza. She, in turn, was surprised that he recognized her. How politely El said that he had no choice but to recognize the princess of the kingdom in which he lives. Princess Eliza said that it was a great honor for her to meet the master of the magic tower. She continued that, thanks to Al's wit, she thought he already knew why she had come today. Al listened silently for a moment, then said that he believed His Majesty the King had spoken to her about a potential marriage. He also mentioned that he knew she was a very intelligent and wise woman as a princess, and that she had rejected many potential suitors in the past. Perhaps that is why she started the conversation first. The princess confirmed his intuition and praised him for his truly amazing abilities. However, Princess Eliza also clarified that she was not here only to fulfill her father's request, and began to explain to Al that she wanted to get to know him and found him interesting. This surprised Al even more, and he asked if he had heard correctly. Princess Eliza told him that she heard that they were the same age and that he had already reached the 7th level of magic, which, according to her, was no reason not to engage in conversation with such a person. This shocked Al even more, and he noticed that the atmosphere of this conversation had completely changed. The conversation began with the princess fulfilling her father's request, but turned to her own curiosity when she asked Al how he acquired such abilities. The princess looked at Al with bright eyes, eagerly awaiting his answer. Al scratched his cheek and told her that she might not believe him, but he learned everything himself. The princess was stunned and said that in her opinion, geniuses are simply born geniuses. However, El looked at the princess and stated with a clear expression that he was not a genius and that this was an absurd assumption. He believed that no matter whether he was in the 7th or 8th grade of magic, in the end he was himself and was by no means a genius. Princess Eliza was silent for a brief moment. Then she said that she was really just curious if he thought differently from everyone else, considering he had reached the level of an archmage at such a young age. She continued to explain that she was the princess of the Tone Kingdom, a woman with responsibilities and rights, but not the ability to do whatever she pleased. Eventually, she would have to marry someone for the sake of her family, and this marriage was also a duty to her country. When Elle said that it was not true, Princess Eliza's eyes widened with a calm but pained expression. He advised her not to worry about such things, emphasizing that the most important thing was to do what the princess truly wanted, and even sacrificing oneself was never a nice thing to do. Princess Eliza became increasingly amazed as she listened to Al's words. He also expressed his willingness to help her find her own way. And finally, Al said that he hoped she understood him correctly and suggested that they return to the party together. Elle then walked past the princess back into the hall, leaving her there to sort out her thoughts. Princess Eliza appreciated Elle for not simply playing along with her father's game, and was forced to admit that he was truly a special person who seemed to understand her. Leaving the princess alone, Al hoped that she understood his words. When he returned to the party, he glanced to the side and asked what his cousin Rin was doing there. Rin explained that she was taking a short break and claimed that she hadn't heard Elle's conversation with the princess, although of course she had. Al wanted to convey something to Rin and advised her not to think that he was being presumptuous. However, he hoped that Rin would be able to convince the group of nobles gathered around her to join the Third Prince's faction. Rin then asked if Elle believed that her joining the Third Prince's faction could stabilize the kingdom's triangular structure. Elle explained that she understood everything correctly. First, he clarified that currently the factions of the First and Second Princes have more influence than the faction of the Third Prince, and strengthening the faction of the Third Prince can balance the system. Rin smiled and said that she would do whatever Elle told her to do, since she trusted him completely and he just needed to say the word. Al thanked Rin with a handshake, to which she replied that she should be the one thanking him. In the neighboring forest, that same night, the stars lit up the sky and the clouds gathered again. A robed figure climbed a small cliff and spoke of the Tone Kingdom's achievement. This was the place that the High Priest Oz had tasked them with finding, along with several other priests who turned out to be Knights of Radiance. They were there to carry out a mission to find the saint. The next day, King Leol's cry echoed throughout the castle. He asked if he had understood correctly that the saint predicted by the oracle had been born in his kingdom, and asked for confirmation from the priest Bolak, who stood with a smug and weak grin before His Majesty the King. Priest Bolak confirmed that the king had understood correctly and asked him if he could not imagine anything more delightful. King Leol, however, asked the priest Bolak if he was sure that he had interpreted the oracle's prophecy correctly, and the priest confirmed this. King Leol had to think for a moment. He rubbed his face, wondering if the saint could really be in his kingdom and what that would mean for him. If the saint was indeed in his kingdom, it would mean that the power emanating from the Holy Kingdom had increased greatly. Currently, although the Holy Kingdom had roughly the same size army and territory as him, it was already much stronger, possessing the strength of one of the 10 Grandmasters. Even other countries couldn't easily compete with the Holy Kingdom. So King Leo came to the conclusion that it would be better to help the Holy Kingdom in its mission to find the saint. He asked Father Bolek what contribution he could make to their cause. However, Priest Bolek said that they don't need any real help at this time, as they can control the saint with their power. What they needed more was a leader who could lead the Holy Knight to the place indicated by the oracle. King Leo was somewhat surprised that the priest simply asked the chieftain and asked where the land that the oracle had predicted was located. Priest Bolek narrowed his eyes slightly and said that the place they needed to go would be near the Levitan Plateau and in rough terrain. He thought it might be a place near the country of monsters in the west of the continent. Leol immediately understood what place he was talking about and asked if it was really so. However, King Leol also explained to the priest that the place he had in mind was very dangerous and the journey there would be difficult. He said goodbye to the priest and said that tomorrow he would send someone to lead him and his comrades to the designated place. However, today he should rest before the road. Priest Bolek thanked the king for his cooperation and waved to him as the king left his throne room and walked down the small corridor again. He had to immediately think about the trouble he was in. Continuing down the corridor, he called out to his faithful friend Dezen and asked where he was. He quickly opened the double doors and found Dezen. He sat comfortably at the table and enjoyed his lunch with some delicious dumplings. Leol immediately rushed to Dezen, interrupted his meal, and ordered him to be urgently connected to the magic tower via a magical communication line. Before Dezen could ask any questions, Leol noticed that a serious storm was brewing, and they did not have time to wait. It took quite a long time to install the entire barrier over the entire estate valley. Al, who was at the 7th level of magic, had to work with his mother, Clear, on this barrier continuously for over a year, but the result was impressive in the end. When Al and his mother checked the results of their work, they were confident that they could now live safely and the barrier should withstand many attacks. Using the strong erosion as it was located in the ground, they subsequently cast a barrier to make it even stronger, so that once the mana flow through the barrier was disrupted by other mages. As Al and his mother inspected the barrier, his mother praised him for being more and more incredible every day. Al wanted to reassure her and told his mother that even if they didn't have any problems in the near future, it was better to be careful. As fate would have it, at that moment his sister Kana came running and desperately called for Al. When his sister ran up to him, Al asked what was going on. Kana shouted as she ran that she had received a magical message and that he should come quickly. Al and his mother were a little surprised by the message and wanted to quickly check what the magical message was about. Al ordered his mother to return to the magic tower to get some rest, and then quickly teleported away. However, her maternal instinct told her that something was wrong, and she began to worry. Al, who had teleported straight to the tower, was in his office. He looked in the mirror and saw his reflection in it. He walked up to the mirror, extended his hand, and received a message from King Leol, who appeared in the mirror. King Leol mentioned that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and explained to El that it was an emergency. Curious, El asked what was going on, guessing that the Holy Kingdom must want something from King Leol. Shocked, Leol asked how El could have known this. El replied that he had already heard that the Holy Kingdom had invaded the nearby territories and was exploring them. The king curiously asked Al if what he heard was true, and if there was a new saint in his kingdom. Al confirmed it. The king then made it clear that if the saint were with them, he would not be able to avoid a conflict with the Holy Kingdom. Furthermore, King Leol asked El if he already had another plan for this matter, since there were people in the Holy Kingdom with a strong army who would not hesitate to resort to death. El had to control his emotions and explain to the king that the saint was a member of his family and that his plan definitely did not involve handing over a family member to the Holy Kingdom just like that. El also explained the process of the birth of a saint. One day, an ordinary female sorceress loses all her mana and is overwhelmed with holy magic. El told King Leol that they couldn't just hand over a family member just because he now had a lot of holy magic inside him. He said that the king would surely understand this if he knew how they had lived up until now. El told about the tragic past of his sister Serena, who led a terrible life as a slave until he and his mother took her in. Despite this story, King Leol reiterated that on the other side was the Holy Kingdom, a powerful nation with countless holy soldiers who were so strong that even the Empire would have a hard time fighting them. Even El, who was at the 7th level of magic, would have a difficult task against them. Al shouted to the ground that even if that were the case, he definitely would not give up and was confident that he would protect his sister. He looked up and said that if he couldn't protect someone close to him, then he wouldn't be able to consider that person part of his family either. El continued by asking if he could ask the king a question and asked the king to remain neutral until the matter was resolved. The king asked if that was all, to which El replied with a simple yes. He explained that if the king took a neutral stance, he could promise not to enter into any conflict with the Holy Kingdom and would overcome the difficulties. The king understood this and also tried not to reveal the location of El's magic tower. While the king continued speaking, El listened attentively. The king mentioned that from the kingdom's perspective, they could not ignore the search request from the Holy Kingdom, and it was not easy to find a temporary solution to the problem of the magic tower. The king understood and concluded by asking El to remember that he was a valuable ally to his kingdom. Even if the king couldn't directly support him now, he hoped that El would be safe. Al thanked him, deeply touched that someone other than his family cared about him. Having said goodbye to the king who had disappeared from the mirror, El turned around and walked over to the large window in his room. He opened it and looked at the city he had built. Clenching his fist, he confirmed what he really wanted and what his current goals were. As the city sparkled in the radiant sunlight, Al wanted more than ever to protect his family and those who were important to him at any cost. The priest who informed the king that a new saint had been born in his kingdom headed to Rin's estate to continue his search for his saint. Rin and the priest were in the room, and Rin apologized for keeping him waiting, and they sat down opposite each other at the large round table where El had previously sat with his family. Rin greeted the priest warmly, stating that it was a great honor to receive him as the Countess of the Luce family. The priest, leaning his elbows on the table in front of him, explained to her that he had been traveling for a month. He remembered how the guide told him that the village he was looking for was in this direction, pointing in that direction. But the priest doubted it and asked the guide if this was really the right direction, actually thinking that he needed to go in the opposite direction. However, the guide assured him that his direction was correct, as he was born and raised in this kingdom and knew it better than anyone else. Continuing to reflect, the priest came to the conclusion that his doubts were groundless, since he had been brought to this estate by a guide personally approved by the king. Rin politely inquired why the priest had visited one of the pillars of the Holy Kingdom. The priest explained that she must have heard about it already, and that he was currently searching for a saint who should be present in the Tone Kingdom. He added that he would be very grateful if someone could help him, and Rin said that she would be more than willing to contribute in any way to the search for the saint. The priest explained to her that the oracle had mentioned that the saint was in a place filled with magic, and that the place was also located on a plateau where the surroundings could be somewhat unpleasant. Rin thought for a moment and told the priest that the environment they were in was permeated with a significant amount of magic throughout, making it not particularly safe. Hearing this, the priest became more specific and directly asked her if she knew about the rumors about the construction of a new magic tower in the area. However, Rin pretended not to know where exactly the magic tower was and explained that she had only heard rumors about it. The priest became even more curious and continued questioning Rin. He told her that he had already searched the area but had not yet found it, and suggested that the tower might be located near Manticore Gorge. Rin became a little nervous when she heard the words Manticore Gorge, and told the priest that under no circumstances should he go alone to such a dangerous place, as he would undoubtedly find nothing there. However, the priest, recognizing Rin's charade, asked her if it wasn't strange that, despite being in the area for a whole month, he had never encountered such a monster. Rin was shocked, and in the face of the priest's revelation, she was unable to give a straight answer. She continued to play along and told the high priest that it was simply because he was lucky and truly talented. She explained that this was probably because he had abandoned his divine power and used it to crush the monsters around him, causing them to flee prematurely. The smile that had gradually appeared on the priest's lips grew wider, but he too was well versed in the art of acting and showed nothing. He put his hand behind his head, thanked his goddess, and told Rin that he felt a little bad that she thought so highly of him, although he was probably just lucky. He then stood up, informed her that his investigation would end there, and declared that he would now explore the wilderness around Linda's territory himself. When the guide asked where they were going, the priest explained that the saint could be found in a magic tower in Manticore Gorge. With the goal so close, a look of greed appeared on his face, and he was eager to finally find the saint of his church. He was confident that now they knew her approximate location, and it would be easy to track her down. The priest repeated to the guide that finding the saint was their main mission, which they must successfully complete under any circumstances. As they headed towards Manticore Gorge, Rin watched him from the window. She had to admit that her actions were obvious, but she was still glad that her plan had worked and the priest had reacted the way she wanted. She turned around, glad that her part in luring the priest into Manticore Gorge and then finding him had been successfully completed. The priest mobilized his followers and headed with them to the tower. One follower noted that the monsters are not visible for many miles, but one should still not neglect one's cover. The priest, in response to a question from one of his followers about why anyone would build a tower in such a place, replied that the owner of the tower who built a tower there must be either a gigantic idiot or a ridiculous daredevil. He didn't care, however, as long as they could successfully complete the mission. When the group came to a small rocky outcrop, the high priest declared that he believed this was the entrance, and that the tower would be behind this wall, concluding with permission for his people to kill anyone who dared to rebel. Al, who heard this, told him that it was an unpleasant gesture and how terrible the priest's statement was. In addition, he asked if the servants of God really had to be so cruel. The priest, who was at the foot of the rock, did not know that El was the owner of the tower and asked who El really was. However, El smiled and said that he would ask him the same question and why people from the Holy Land were coming to his land without permission. The priest was surprised and asked him if he had heard correctly that the land belonged to him. Suddenly, the priest understood the meaning of Al's words and his eyes widened. Looking at Al, he asked if he was the golden master of the tower. Al laughed again and mockingly asked the priest what would have happened if he had been there. To his disbelief, the priest did not understand the situation he found himself in and could only think about whether it was even possible for such a young man to be the master of the tower. He immediately remembered the rumors that the young mage was responsible for the significant losses suffered by the Einhart family of the Bliard kingdom. According to rumors, a young mage titled a genius had the ability to raise a golem to the rank of a grandmaster-level knight and, together with this golem, fight his enemies as a 7th-level mage. He wondered if it was a coincidence that the man rumored to be there was the same man who had created the magical tower here. Suddenly, the priest's demeanor changed, and he politely asked Al if he could ask him something. He explained his situation, mentioning that he had come all the way from the Holy Kingdom to find a saint, and asked if that saint would be in the magic tower. Al's expression changed, and he became serious. He explained to the priest that the saint was here and under his protection. The priest was very happy to hear this news and finally find the saint. However, when Al informed him that he would not hand over the saint, his expression changed again. With wide eyes, he asked Al what it meant. El explained to him that the saint was his bride. This shocked the priest once again. The priest could not believe that a saint, considered the noblest and purest of all beings in the world, would in any way be associated with the opposite sex. Accordingly, the priest became angry and refused to believe Al's statement. He began shouting that this would never happen and he would do everything to prevent it. The priest pointed at Al and told his followers that even if Al was truly a 7th-level mage, he would not be able to bypass the holy armor's anti-magic spell, and they should attack the saint. The priest then ordered his followers to go and bring back the saint at any cost. His followers raised their fists and were determined to complete this task in the name of the deity. Al just shook his head, expecting this kind of behavior from the Holy Church. He knew that people would react this way if he announced that the saint had a fiancée. El created a small black hole beneath himself, and he teleported in front of the priest and his followers through another black hole. The priest angrily asked how El dared to appear before him in such an arrogant manner. He immediately ordered his followers to attack Al, and they all rushed at Al, who stood unarmed with his hands down. However, before they could get even a few meters closer, a green magic circle began to glow beneath them, and red flashes erupted. This made Al laugh again. While the priests were bound by El's magical green circle, he raised his hand forward and cast his powerful spell. The black fog of the instantly enchanted spell flew towards the group of priests who were unaware of what was happening. They were immediately enveloped in a dark cloud of fog, and they could not see anything. The leader of the priests turned to his followers and asked what this fog was. His disciples also looked down, confused, and also asked him about the nature of this magic, as they had never seen anything like it before. The leader of the priests decided that this was a trap set by the owner of the tower. He angrily asked why his subordinates had not taken any action against this black fog and ordered them to immediately use their anti-magic abilities. One of the disciples accepted the command and stated that they should not forget their mission. Afterwards, all the priests raised their hands to the sky and cast their enchanted light, creating an aura of light that gradually fought and dispersed the black fog of El. Al was glad that the priest had the idea to fight his darkness with light, but he wanted to enter into a more serious battle and demonstrate to the priest the true power of his dark mist. El raised his hand to the sky again and summoned his black mist once more, this time in a much stronger version. The light created by the priest to combat the black fog instantly went out, and in its place a large black column of darkness rose. As a result, the priests were once again drawn into the darkness. Some of the priests that El had drawn into the black fog were experienced mages who had mastered magic, but they could do nothing about the magic that was blocking their senses. Al reached into his pocket, pulled out a pair of small glasses and put them on, and he too stepped into the darkness with a smile. The black fog caused the holy knights to lose all senses and become instantly confused. The priests were aware of their situation and the fact that they could not rely on their feelings, but they did not want to simply back down. One of the most powerful priests turned to his comrades and advised them not to be afraid or panic, as they were in an illusion. The priests tried to raise their hands and cast the spell again, and at first it seemed that the spell would work again, dispelling the darkness, just like the first time. However, this time the priests clearly had a hard time maintaining their spell. One of the priests asked their leader why he did not support them and why His Holiness did not also apply the blessing. They found it increasingly difficult to maintain the spell, and so they struggled in battle. In the end, they had to give in because they didn't have the strength to cast the spell. One by one, the priests faced this difficulty, desperately waiting for their leader, Archpriest Volok, to come to their aid. Meanwhile, on the other side of the magic tower, El's soldiers, whom he met while saving the village, were already waiting for their detachment. Captain Mirror told his comrades that Al would return at any moment, ending their wait. Immediately after this, a voice announced that she had returned. The soldiers turned their gaze to El, who was carrying one of the priests on his shoulders. It was Chief Bolak. El threw the unconscious Bolak to the ground. Mirror asked his master if he was pursuing his sister, the Holy Lady, and if they should take care of him. Al looked down sadly and told his soldiers to watch everything for now. Then the entire group of soldiers knelt down, assuring their master that they understood this instruction. Moreover, they swore to obey the will no matter what happened. This surprised El, as he did not expect such a reaction. Seeing the disbelief on his face, one of the soldiers explained that he had heard correctly and that they would swear eternal loyalty to him. However, this soldier also asked Al something that puzzled him. He looked at El and asked if they could win then, as he meant that they would rebel against the Holy Kingdom if they continued to try to hide and protect the saint from them. Al just smiled and said that they would surely be able to win this battle, since he had no intention of losing. Then he raised his right hand and waved it in the air several times. And he magically made some glasses and a pair of handcuffs fall out of nowhere in front of the soldiers lying on the ground. He handed the items to his soldiers and explained that they were artifacts that, when worn, could neutralize the effects of his black fog, and he further explained that the handcuffs could seal the power of holy magic. When Captain Mirror received the bag with the artifacts and the explanations, he was completely surprised. El instructed him to use these items to capture the remaining Holy Kingdom knights still trapped within his black fog. Armed with El's artifacts, the soldiers set out and prepared to carry out the mission, all highly motivated, and entered the thick of the black fog. In the fog, the soldiers saw the silhouettes of enemy knights. They were completely exhausted on the ground and had no idea where they were. It came as a complete surprise to the enemy soldiers when they were suddenly detained by soldiers on El's side. They argued but still couldn't do anything, being in the middle of the fog. The desperate enemy soldier gathered all his remaining strength and tried to launch an attack, blindly rushing forward. He was immediately stopped by Captain Moore's knee. He fell down, visibly angry, biting his teeth and cursing. He could barely keep his eyes open and saw Captain Mirror handcuff his hands. He knew he couldn't give up, but he didn't have the strength to keep his eyes open. When Captain Mirror and his soldiers finished capturing all the people of the Holy Kingdom, he handed them over to El. Al explained to Captain Mirror that he was simply glad that everything had gone without further complications. And in addition, Al instructed Captain Mirror to handle the captured knights as carefully and gently as possible, making sure that they did not get injured. El knew that a real war was about to begin, and he knew that the Holy Kingdom would not remain idle if its soldiers were captured. 2 weeks had passed since then, and now the Holy Kingdom learned that their soldiers had been taken prisoner. The highest authorities of the kingdom were sitting in a beautiful large white chapel at a round table right in front of the altar. The senior priest informed his subordinates that 2 weeks had passed since Archpriest Bolek had gone to Manticore Gorge. They hadn't had any contact with the troops since then, and he knew something was wrong if there had been no contact for so long. The other priests at the table were whispering and speculating about what could have happened. One of them openly stated that because of his worries he could hardly rest, much less sleep, and he hoped that nothing terrible had happened to his friend. The senior priest said that according to the last message he received, a new magic tower had appeared in the area. He wanted to investigate, and it seemed that the tower's owner had taken the saint into custody. The other priests at the table suddenly looked astonished and in despair repeated the words of their leader. He stood by his statement, but was forced to admit that they did not know how accurate the information was. One of the priests stated that despite the circumstances, the fact remains that people from the Holy Kingdom are currently missing. He came up with the idea of sending out a search party and asked what the other priests thought. Afterwards, the heart priest stood up and asked his master for permission to speak. The senior high priest simply nodded, letting the junior know that he had the right to speak. The junior priest explained to the assembled priests that the current situation was not an easy one. He once again emphasized that if a saint were to appear in hundreds of years, it must be the plan of a great deity. They heard and led them directly to the saint. Since this was a fact, they should make every effort to fulfill the divine will, so he considered his colleague's suggestion to send a search party to be inappropriate. The other priests at the table were stunned, surprised that one of them had taken the initiative. The priest continued and suggested sending one of the holy knights with the silver cross. Even his master was surprised and had an incredulous expression on his face, asking if he meant Duke Dard. Duke Dard and the Silver Cross Knights made up about 30% of the Holy Kingdom's royal army and possessed tremendous strength. In addition, Dard was one of the great swordsmen on the continent, capable of defeating dozens of swordsmen in a single battle. After the senior high priest came to his senses, he asked what the others thought about the idea of sending Duke Dard. Several priests immediately agreed, wanting to set an example. They intended to demonstrate the strength of their kingdom and show that it was not worth fighting against them. Once the high priest had received the consent of the others, he slammed both hands on the table and gave the command to gather Duke Dard and the Knights of the Silver Cross and set them in motion. However, not satisfied with this, he also announced that the Duke should be accompanied by various priests of the heart to support him. 98. This statement once again shocked some of the priests at the table, who did not understand why they were sending in the entire military force at once. The elder explained that the saint currently under his care possessed enormous power, and this time, they would have to directly destroy this enormous power in order to save the saint. The priests at the table were as enthusiastic as their host and understood the intention. To make it clear to everyone once again, the senior priest reiterated that in this attack they must demonstrate the strength of the Holy Kingdom. He raised his hand to heaven and declared that whoever retreated would seal his own fate. And in response, all the other priests at the table bowed, folded their hands across their chests, and began to pray. While the priests of the Holy Kingdom were pondering their next steps, El spent his time searching for his good friend Dibble. Al told Dibble the whole story, leaving him quite surprised and in disbelief at what he had just heard. Pleased with himself, Al smiled and was surprised that Dibble was surprised. Dibble couldn't believe that El had the saint under his custody and was also holding the Holy Kingdom's priests hostage. He asked what he planned to do next, but Al just smiled. Dibble couldn't understand the whole situation and hit himself in the face. He asked El what he was planning, what it all meant, and why he made the Holy Kingdom an enemy when he usually tried to avoid any conflict with them. El put down his cup and said that unfortunately, this situation was necessary, and he would not allow the Holy Kingdom to take away his beloved sister. With anger in his eyes and determination, he said that he would not just sit idly by if someone tried to take something important from him, in this case, the Holy Kingdom. Dibble wanted to know once again what El's exact plans were. El knew that the Holy Kingdom would now reorganize its military forces and subsequently send another detachment, and explained to Dibble that if it came to that, he would try to negotiate with them and did not intend to rely solely on violence. Dibble then asked Al if he had an alternative plan. However, Al made it clear that the hostages were still under his control, and this would be a good reason for the other side to comply with his demands, making the need for another plan unnecessary. Dibble sighed and explained that while he didn't want to be directly involved, he told Al that he was willing to do something behind the scenes if asked. Al explained to Dibble that this is why he came and wanted to ask him for a favor. He said that now that they have hostages, they need to provide more people, and he wanted Dibble to organize more food. Additionally, Al told Dibble that he should gradually stop feeding him manticore blood. Shocked by this request, Dibble asked why he should stop supplying manticore blood. Al just smiled and explained that he had his own reasons why Dibble understood and intended to follow the instructions given to him. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, preparations were progressing quite rapidly. The senior priest thanked him again for his prompt appearance and explained that the saint had been entrusted to him, to which the Duke assured him that he would make every effort to successfully complete this mission. The senior priest also mentioned that the mission that the Duke and the Knights had to carry out was crucial, but he also stated that the task of the three high priests was equally important and difficult to accomplish. The three priests accompanying the Duke and the Knights supporting them understood the order, thanked their leader, and assured him that he could trust them to successfully complete the mission of rescuing their comrades and bringing back the saint. Once the high priest had clearly defined the tasks, Duke Dard stepped forward and cast a teleportation spell. A magic circle appeared behind him, and the air around him and his knights began to circulate and glow intensely. The whole area became lighter and windier. Duke Dard's destination was the Methane Plain, located between the Manticore Valley and the Grafbius mountain region. Duke Dard had made it clear to his knights that their missing comrades were all right until they entered Manticore Gorge, so he didn't want to waste any time and planned to head for the gorge without pause. The knight captain confirmed the order, and together with Duke Dard, they all raised their fists to the sky and called out to their deity. With determination, they moved towards Manticore Gorge. A foggy atmosphere reigned at the entrance to the gorge. Duke Dard realized that this fog and the nature of the surrounding area acted as a natural fortress, preventing them from attacking. The knight captain suggested sending a few paladins to the village first to explore and gather intelligence. Duke Dard liked the idea and agreed. The knight captain immediately turned around to send some of his men, while he himself would wait here. 6 master-level paladins and 15 ordinary paladins were sent out to scout out the area. But no matter how much time passed, none of them returned. Not believing his eyes, the captain wondered what was happening and why his men had not returned. Duke Dard realized that the fog surrounding them had an extraordinary power, and to find out what was going on, he decided to go and investigate. Duke Dard simply turned to the remaining knights and ordered them to follow him very carefully and step by step. The knights confirmed yes, sir, and followed him. The further Duke Dard went into the fog with his squad, the more difficult it became for him to see his hand in front of his face. He moved like a blind man, step by step forward, holding his hands in front of him so as not to suddenly stumble upon a stone. Suddenly, Duke Dard started and turned around. He realized that he had lost his comrades and shouted loudly where his knights had gone. He pulled out his hammer-shaped weapon from behind his back and wanted to clear the fog first. Calling out the name of his deity with all his might, Duke Dard struck the ground in front of him with his hammer. It created a very large shock wave that surrounded him and pushed out the fog. As the fog gradually cleared, the golden magic tower of El and the scattered city appeared. Duke Dard was completely surprised by what he saw and at first did not want to believe it. He looked at the city before him and couldn't believe that something like this could exist in Manticore Gorge. In the background, faint curses were heard, and someone said that it had to come to this and there was no other way out. Duke Dard heard this and immediately turned around. He saw his men wandering around in confusion, like zombies. Shocked and disbelieving, he looked at his knights and wondered what on earth was going on. The voice that had just cursed regretfully explained that it would not be able to get rid of the fog that quickly. Then Duke Dard turned around again to identify the owner of the voice. He saw that El was standing and already waiting for him. El smiled and explained that it seemed like he had missed the opportunity to capture the Silver Cross Knights and the 3 high priests, and that Duke Dard seemed to be one of the Grand Masters. Duke Dard did not understand what was happening and looked somewhat confused, holding the weapon in one hand. El bowed politely, greeted him, introduced himself, and explained that he was the new powerful master of the Golden Tower. In anger, Duke Dard asked El if he had created the fog, to which he confirmed with a smile. Al explained that Duke Dard and his knights probably didn't come out of goodwill, and there was nothing wrong with wanting to protect oneself. Duke Dard became somewhat angry, muttering and gritting his teeth. However, Al did not leave this unnoticed and provoked him by asking how long he would continue to look at him with such anger. Duke Dard admitted that their intention was not merely a manifestation of goodwill. He wanted to be honest and asked Al directly if he was the one holding the shrine captive. Al simply smiled and explained that it seemed that way. Then Duke Dard got angry and shouted at Al, the veins on his forehead becoming visible. Al explained that the man bearing the name of Holiness was a member of his family and he didn't care about the title of Holiness. Duke Dard said he understood, but tried to explain to El that a family member was still their sacred treasure, and ordinary people could not rebel against God's will. Al raised his voice, asking Duke Dard what exactly God's will was and what mere mortals were. However, Duke Dard ignored El's question, stating that it was not necessary to submit to the fate of the gods. In the end, it had to be matured with some violence. He raised his hammer into the air, infusing it with some of his aura, turning the hammer golden. Seeing this, Al was forced to admit that this little spectacle was quite impressive. However, he also had a golden secret weapon, so he summoned his golden golem knight. The golem came running at high speed and rushed straight at Duke Dard to fight him head-on. Thanks to the golem's power, Duke Dard was thrown back, but managed to repel the attack and avoid direct damage. El then raised a small ball into the sky and cast a spell. A large golden arrow appeared above El, ready to fly straight towards Duke Dard and pierce him. The arrow that El summoned immediately flew towards Duke Dard. However, the Duke saw the attack coming and managed to swing his golden hammer at the last moment, deflecting El's arrow. He knocked her down at the very last moment, and she fell to the ground at his feet. Even though Duke Dard had successfully defended himself against El's attack, he had to admit that there was a huge force behind the attack. However, Al simply stood there and arrogantly stated that he only intended to scare the Duke a little and didn't expect him to be so scared by a simple attack. Duke Dard turned to his knights and asked if they were going to just stand there or join the fight. The knights grouped in a blue formation explained that they could no longer move as there seemed to be a barrier around them. This surprised Duke Dard, who had not noticed it before, and angered him even more. But El explained to him that this barrier was intended to prevent accidental injuries. In addition, Al pointed to a rock outcrop and told Duke Dard that the 50 knights he had sent earlier also escaped without a scratch. An enraged Duke Dard turned to Al and complained about his insolence, to which Al replied that he spoke like an old man. When Duke Dard heard El call him an old man, he became even more angry. His eyes turned red, and the vein on his forehead became more visible. Grumbling at the knights behind him, he simply looked at Al, who explained that, as Duke Dard could see, there was no one around to help him. Al also mentioned that the panic Duke Dard was feeling was clearly evident, and that this panic would upset him. He explained that it was the price, the reaction to the actions the Holy Kingdom brought with it. Duke Dard repeated the question of what he meant by the price, and said that Al would pay it soon. However, when Al said, "Will it really come to that?" Duke Dard became even more angry. Al smiled, raised his index finger to his mouth, and asked what he thought about a small bet. Duke Dard asked what bet Al intended to make, to which El explained that the golem that attacked him, his masterpiece, the Golden Knight, was on par with the Grandmaster in terms of abilities. El laid out the terms of the bet, stating that if he won, his people would be freed, while if the golem won, Duke Dard himself would become one of its prisoners. Duke Dard burst out laughing, loudly declaring that this was ridiculous. Filled with confidence and arrogance, he found the idea of himself becoming a prisoner amusing, and asked if he was allowed to smash the golem that Al was so proud of into 1,000 pieces. Al just smiled and said that before thinking about that, Duke Dard should first worry about his life. Duke Dard, not wanting to waste time, immediately launched an attack. He raised his golden hammer again, spinning it in the air, releasing such enormous energy. Even Al had to cover his face with his hand because of this. Duke Dard could no longer contain his bloodlust and thirst for battle, and a noticeable smile of joy and thirst for revenge appeared on his face. Al raised his hand forward and ordered Tanya to destroy the target. Tana identified the target and confirmed the order to destroy. Without wasting any time, she drew her sword and took the fight seriously. Tana slashed her sword straight forward, interrupting Duke Dard's spin. The two intense attacks collided, raising a lot of dust. Tanya managed to dodge subsequent attacks, but her own attacks were also blocked repeatedly. Duke Dard wanted to launch another massive attack, and once again the Duke's hammer and Tana's sword clashed. The knights in El's blue barrier couldn't believe what they saw. They were extremely surprised that their leader was fighting someone so strong. Even Duke Dard had to admit that El's golem was extremely impressive, and that the golem's power was indeed comparable to that of a grandmaster. However, this only angered Duke Dard, and he gripped his weapon tighter. He threw his golden hammer upwards again, letting out a loud cry. This made his golden hammer shine brightly. Even the soldiers wondered what had suddenly happened. The hammer began to shed the outer gold layer. El, also blinded by the light, wondered what was going on. When the golden layer of the hammer fell, a slightly darker black hammer appeared. It was a sacred relic called the Divine Evil Destroying Hammer. Al was speechless, and for the first time was genuinely shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Duke Dard was surprised that El immediately recognized his weapon and praised him for his keen eyes. He also explained that he did not want to use this weapon unless absolutely necessary. Al realized the critical situation he was in and had to quickly come up with a new plan. Even the Knights of the Silver Cross had never seen this weapon, or rather this sacred divine relic, and were amazed by the enormous power it emitted. On the continent, there are 3 types of sacred relics: 5 great sacred swords and 5 great demons, which are considered the strongest forces on the continent. This includes the divine hammer, which destroys evil and has the immense power to eradicate all things undivine. Al realized that this hammer was created to neutralize the Blade of Aura and make the magic of a 7th-class mage disappear without a trace. Duke Dard swung his hammer through the air again and told El that the fact that he had forced him to use the weapon was a recognition of his power. However, Duke Dard also said, as he approached El and his golem, that this was now the end. He attacked Tana with his hammer, but she managed to dodge at the last moment, avoiding a direct blow. Yet one could clearly feel that although there was no direct hit, the hammer's aura had changed and the hammer had released its true power. Duke Dard's attack left a small crater on the battlefield, and El had to acknowledge once again the incredible power of Duke Dard and the hammer. However, Duke Dard did not give El's golem a rest. He screamed and went straight into the next attack. As a precaution, Tana instinctively retreated when she heard Duke Dard's cry. He was clearly pleased that the golem showed such fear, and retreated with a simple cry. Duke Dard thought it commendable to believe that Tana could still face him in battle, and asked what he would do now, as this was the last chance he had. Once again, Duke Dard prepared to attack, jumped into the air, and was about to deal the finishing blow to Tanya. Elle ordered Tanya to dodge, and she did so, narrowly avoiding the devastating attack. Duke Dard's attack knocked down many small rocks nearby, sending them flying into the chaos, while the golem still held its defensive position. Al gave the command to increase the distance. Tana switched to long-range mode, and Elle confirmed the command. The green energy blasts from Tana were now aimed at Duke Dard, who easily blocked them. Then Duke Dard prepared to counterattack. He swung his hammer once hard and threw it at Al. Seeing this, Elle had to admit that he had once again underestimated Duke Dard. He closed his eyes and reluctantly declared that since the Duke had played dirty, he would do the same. Al reached forward, causing Tana to disappear. Duke Dard turned around, drawing attention away from Elle, and asked where the golden golem had gone. However, Tana reappeared behind Duke Dard, who turned around again. He wondered if it was magic. Al explained that this was his trump card. He never expected the Duke to take out a divine warhammer. This angered Duke Dard again, and he wanted to go all out and strike directly this time. However, Al suggested that they end this fight here, since there was no point in continuing. Al thought that defeating the Duke would be difficult, considering that he possessed a sacred relic and seemed to be able to easily keep up with Tana and even suppress her despite her being in her final mode. Duke Dard remarked to Elle that he remained arrogant to the end. In response, Al showed goodwill, declaring that he would free Duke Dard's men and ensure that they were not seriously injured. He also released the second barrier, holding the first 50 people he had captured. Duke Dard immediately ordered the leader of the Silver Cross Knights to take care of everything, which the leader promptly did. Duke Dard subsequently asked Elle if he had another priest named Bolak, but Elle, who had already shown goodwill for the release, this time stated that he would not reveal this fact. Duke Dard then expressed his disappointment, declaring that he would curse the sly grin on Al's face. Al casually asked why the Duke was so angry over a simple smile, to which Duke Dard shouted in Al's face that although he might go home empty-handed this time, next time he would definitely take the saint with him. When Duke Dard turned away, Al remarked that this would not be an easy task. As Duke Dard and the Silver Cross Knights slowly walked away, Al watched them and came to the conclusion that he needed a weapon that could rival the saints. At the halt of the Knights of the Silver Cross, they took a short break, and everyone looked noticeably tired. The knight leader admitted that his subordinates were physically healthy, but they lacked strength and were likely suffering from internal injuries. Duke Dard acknowledged that he was facing a formidable opponent, while the commander of the knights explained that it would take at least a month to heal the internal injuries and return to his original strength. This news made Duke Dard furious. He gnashed his teeth again and now personally feared that they might explode in his head. Meanwhile, in the desert kingdom of Deek, one of the 5 great kingdoms, a major incident recently occurred at the temple of the goddess Reynard sect, the largest holy place. The temple of Reynard received a massive supply of manticore blood through the trading post of Jebel. The priest processed this blood into potions, bringing in huge profits, and Archbishop Virek, who ordered this, received massive support within the sect. But now, with the regular supply of local blood suddenly drying up, Archbishop Virek found himself faced with an unexpected dilemma. He wanted to know why his blood supply was reaching its limit, and he urgently wanted to talk to Diebel about it. When he came to the store, they both sat down at the table and drank tea. However, the Archbishop did not want to waste time and wanted to directly find out the reasons for the sharp reduction in the local blood supply. Dee remained calm, telling the Archbishop that there was no need to panic and that he needed to drink some tea to calm down. The Archbishop tried to compose himself and took a sip of tea. Blowing on it as it was still very hot, he again asked if Diebel could explain to him the reason for the delivery problems. Diebel explained that the truth was that there were several complications, and the Archbishop inquired about the complications and what could have caused them. Diebel adjusted the glasses that hung on a gold chain around his neck and said that it was a secret that would not be easily revealed, and said that if the Archbishop could promise to keep the secret, he would tell him. Since the Archbishop was naturally driven into a corner, he declared that he could, of course, keep the secret and wanted to hear the secret. Diebel said that the Temple of Reynard would never receive manticore blood again if he revealed the secret. However, the archbishop considered this impossible and begged Dibble to tell the secret. He clarified that the blood he was selling came from Manticore Gorge, which belonged to a 7th-class mage who had settled there. Dibble further explained that he had captured a manticore there and extracted its blood. The archbishop listened attentively as Dibble clarified that he had a contract with the Tower Master, who was responsible for the blood supply of the entire continent. In addition, Dibble informed the archbishop that this owner of the tower had recently encountered some problems. Naturally, the archbishop wanted to know what problems the owner of the tower was facing. Leaning towards the archbishop, Dibble whispered in his ear that the owner of the tower, having settled there, had accepted the protection of the Holy Virgin. When the archbishop learned of the defense that the tower's owner had taken, he was shocked. Even though he was told that the conflict between the tower's master and the Holy Kingdom could escalate further, the archbishop had to swallow hard and not know what to do. Dibble asked if this event was so unusual that it seemed almost incredible. The archbishop also found it incredible and could not believe it. Dibble explained that it was normal to be shocked and that he himself was very shocked when he learned everything. The will of the Holy Kingdom is akin to the will of the goddess Gaia, and when the Holy Kingdom moves, many other nations who believe in the goddess Gaia will follow, so the archbishop was understandably very tense. Once the archbishop had regained his composure, he turned his gaze back to Dibble and asked what would happen to the blood supply, emphasizing that this was a serious problem. However, Dibble only smiled and said that he understood perfectly well that this was a problem. He explained that there was no reason to worry and mentioned that the tower's owner was more powerful than the archbishop might have thought. The archbishop drank the entire cup of tea, rubbed his temples, trying to calm down and relax. Dibble expressed confusion as to why the archbishop feared the Holy Kingdom so much, and wondered if his deity's church was also an influential force. The archbishop, while saying he did not fully understand the situation due to a lack of details, emphasized that the Holy Kingdom was much more powerful than his church. Dibble clapped his hands and proposed the idea of joining forces with the archbishop's church. The archbishop's gaze moved to him, who then wondered if Reynard's church was one of many. Raising his hand, D asked if there were 5 large churches in the vast kingdom. The archbishop acknowledged this, and at that moment wondered whether the unification of the churches could become an opportunity to resist the Holy Kingdom. Dibble realized that his plan to implement the idea of church unification had been successful. The archbishop stated that he understood everything and would immediately report to the Grand Chancellor so that he could initiate this plan. Dibble added that if all goes well, he would provide Renard with 150,000 bottles of blood over the next 3 months. Hearing this, the archbishop beamed and expressed gratitude to D. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom of Gaia, the oldest priest slammed his hand on the table again. He asked what had happened in the world. They were holding a meeting with other priests, all sitting around a large round table, some priests wondering how this could have happened, while others wondered what they could do now. The oldest priest threw several papers into the air, asking if they had all read the message carefully. He couldn't understand the fuss around the Holy Virgin and why they had received a warning. Another priest at the table even mentioned that they had cautiously asked the owner of the Blue Magic Tower for support, but did not expect to receive such a response. Another priest, already on the verge of despair, declared that everything was very confusing and wondered why even the sent archbishops and paladins were silent. The oldest priest asked one of the other archbishops, who was also present when the prophecy was announced, if he understood why the 5 great empires had given such an answer. However, he was equally ignorant and mentioned that the Holy Maiden could have a positive influence on the 5 great empires. Another priest agreed with this and suggested that they also think about the money they could earn with the help of the Holy Mother of God and the pilgrimage. The priest who was present at the prophecy agreed with his colleague, stating that the kingdom's decision was incomprehensible no matter how one looked at it. The oldest priest asked what exactly he meant and suggested that someone might be pressuring them into making this decision. The junior priest explained that this was exactly what he had been thinking, that the 5 churches of the 5 great empires might be planning something. After the thoughts were voiced, there was silence. After a few seconds, the oldest priest could not believe that the idea he had heard was so plausible. He asked the rest of the table why 5 churches had gone along with such a thing. The younger priest said he wasn't sure himself, but one thing was clear: the oldest priest wanted to know what this thing was. The junior priest explained that it seemed the 5 churches were afraid that if they handed over the saint, their church's influence would become even stronger. When the young priest announced his idea, the others could not believe it and made a big noise. The young priest continued by saying that the 5 churches were probably afraid that if they handed over the Holy Maiden, the power of the goddess Gaia would increase, and so they tried to use the event to their advantage. Because the idea seemed so logical that even the most senior priest, after the younger priest's explanation, believed that he needed to sit down and digest it all. However, he knew that this idea was not confirmed by action. The elder priest knew that the 5 churches were obligated to obey the words of the Holy Kingdom, but he also knew that they were secretly distrustful and resisting these words. The priest at the table suggested that everything might be exactly as the younger priest had explained earlier. And he also said that it was understandable that the 5 churches were afraid that their influence might disappear due to the apparition of the Holy Virgin. The oldest priest also found this fact of hesitation very problematic, and his understanding was no different from that of his companions. He then asked the group if it was possible to communicate with Duke Dard again. At the Hall of the Knights of the Silver Cross, Duke Dard and several high archpriests, as well as the commander of the knights, discussed their situation. Duke Dard looked at the soldiers still lying on the ground, struggling with their internal injuries. One of the archpriests admitted that the soldiers found themselves in an extremely dangerous situation. Duke Dard asked the third commander if he had already informed the Holy Kingdom of their situation. The answer was that it was too dangerous to send someone, so he sent a carrier pigeon. Suddenly, a bird appeared from somewhere and landed in the commander's hands. He was glad to finally receive a response from the Holy Kingdom. Duke Dard immediately took the note and was astonished when he read it. One of the men was very surprised, as he did not expect to see a single point from the Holy Army. The letter stated that the church would station 200,000 of its soldiers at the Golden Tower in Manticore Valley. At this time, not everything was so calm in the Golden Tower, because the main character already wanted to find out everything. The emotions on his face did not hide his surprise. It was hard to believe this. The Sacred Army would arrive very soon. This was surprising even for the hero's interlocutor, since he had never seen the Sacred Army being moved before. It was getting stranger and stranger. The young man admitted that he had underestimated their faith. He hadn't even thought about it. They both understood that they weren't just talking about an army of holy knights. They were talking about complete fanatics, so they allowed for the possibility that a fight might break out. At that moment, something terrible was happening in Serena's chambers. The girl was tormented by endless pain. There was a lot of divine energy around the Serena. The young man held Serena's hand, trying to somehow ease her pain. The mana was gradually disappearing, even though it was sealing her divine power. The hero gently leaned towards the maiden to kiss her. Looking at Serena, the guy was filled with a desire to protect his beloved. 2 girls suddenly entered the room, causing Ellie to turn her head toward the door. They immediately noticed the guy's face, but Ellie decided not to go into details. The girl was interested in what the hero would do with the Sacred Army. Their experiences were so great that one of them could not hold back her tears. Ellie hugged the girl and tried to calm her down, telling her that she had nothing to worry about. He also reported that he wanted to leave the tower for a few days. While saying this, holding the blonde girl's hand, the guy wanted her to understand him. He promised that he would rush immediately if something happened. Having finished making out, the guy conjured a magic circle that was supposed to transport him. So, having said the word teleport, Ellie set off on her journey. In just one moment, the guy was already in the capital of the Holy Empire. Putting on his glasses, the guy seemed surprised to see the capital. When El put on his glasses, his vision became hawk-like, and the entire capital was before him, as if in the palm of his hand. It was a capital with an atmosphere so pious, pure and clean, that it was impossible to imagine the word war here. The guards standing near the Vatican gates didn't see anything unusual about Ellie. To them, he was an ordinary wizard. When talking to him, the guards wanted to know the reason why the magician visited them. With a menacing look, El announced that he had a very important task that needed to be completed. By summoning the golem, the protagonist demonstrates the seriousness of his attitude. The guards, with fear in their eyes, could not believe that a golem stood before them. Sensing danger, they immediately called for help. Now it was not just a couple of guards, but a whole squad guarding the gates of the Vatican. Seeing enemies in front of him, the golem wonders if he can kill the people in front of him, but the master replies that these people are innocent. Having received the order not to touch people, the golem became active. With one sharp movement, he drove away a group of weak warriors. But the guards could not retreat, even though fear was visible in their eyes. They didn't have a chance to resist such a strong golem. The sentries rang the bells, calling everyone to take up arms as the stranger had arrived. Standing in front of a pile of fallen guards, El wanted to continue on his way calmly. With the help of his magic, he flew a little higher. And he sat right on his golem's shoulder, ordering him to move forward. The other guards had already heard the ringing of the bells and realized that someone had invaded. Before they could look back, they were horrified because they had encountered real power. El, as if the navel of the earth, sat on the golem, showing all his superiority over others. It was an emergency. All the knights headed towards the enemy. The main character was not frightened by this, but only amused because he understood the difference in strength. One of the guards began to find out who was in front of them and how the man dared to invade the house of God. The young man, with a smile on his face, decided to check whether people came here to meet their dad. The man was shocked by such unceremonious treatment, but El continued to insist on his own, as he was in a great hurry. The head of the guard could not allow this to happen, so he ordered his subordinates to deal with him immediately. He couldn't even imagine the difference in strength between them. So Ellie decided to deal with it calmly. Descending from the golem, he ordered it to deal with the guards. The golem, who had been obediently following all orders, immediately began to act. Standing surrounded by holy knights, El was literally driven into a corner. Holding a holy hammer in his hands, the man blessed the men for their exploits. With the blessing of light, they will definitely cope with this unclean one. Standing back to back, with their holy hammers pointed forward, the knights broke the magical bonds. But for the golem, this was not a problem. The order was accepted and had to be carried out immediately. With one precise blow, he could compete with a crowd of holy knights. It seemed that their strength was nothing in front of such power. And even God cannot help them in this not entirely sacred matter. Seeing their faith shattered by one precise blow, the head of the guard decided to switch to long-range attacks. And all together, they threw hammers straight at Ella and his golem. But this attack was also shattered into pieces. They did not understand the difference in strength. The hammers hit the barrier and bounced back. The return worked best. One of the knights realized that this was his chance to attack, so he rushed into battle. El wasn't blind, so he immediately shouted to his golem Tana. Thus, having created a magical wave, the golem defeated all its opponents. Covering his wound, the man wanted to know who was in front of him. Bowing his head, the Marquis wondered how a man like El could use such powerful magic. The displeasure on the young man's face clearly spoke of irritation, but nevertheless, Ellie decided to ask what the Marquis was interested in. The Marquis claimed that this could not be. No one could use such magic. The introduction was late, and with a confident tone, Elymas introduced himself to the Marquis. The man couldn't believe his ears. He was so shocked by this news that his mouth remained open for a long time. The higher-ups who were observing this decided not to act recklessly. They knew for sure that they had to record everything and save photographs of the golem. All that was left for them to do was to report this news to the tower's owner, which one of them immediately did. Reaching up, casting a spell, magic trap. The owner of the Blue Tower saw Ellie break into the Vatican, and this action was highly appreciated. The Tower Master realized that he needed a golem master, as he had to know how to create such a protector. But a familiar voice from behind made the old man turn around with surprise on his face. He couldn't believe that his house would be broken into so unceremoniously. The man in the robe didn't want to complicate the situation. He was tired of fighting. For some reason, he was never able to show up. But standing before the owner of the tower, the man in the dark robe said that he wanted to go to the Vatican. The old man was very surprised because he did not understand what the master had planned. With a smile on his face, the man decided to admit that he was very interested. The master became bored and wanted to know as much as possible about the owner of the Golden Magic Tower. His sinister gaze indicated that he had his own secret dark thoughts. The old man, who was the ruler of the Blue Tower, could not believe the master's words. He wanted to decide everything himself, not wanting to leave such a magician to amateurs. This was indeed interesting. A 7th grade wizard, and he was not yet 20. That's what interested the master in this young man. At this time, in the Vatican, Marquis still could not believe how the young man had managed to penetrate so easily. No one could have expected this, and everyone wanted to know what the young man's goal was. El knew that a smile was the key to success, so he kept smiling and asked to meet his dad. But the Marquis was not pleased with the boy's desire, because it was impossible to ask for such a thing. Therefore, having seized the holy hammers again, the Umberkiss gave the order to attack. By concentrating sacred energy, the old man wanted to defeat the unwanted one. Raising their hammers upwards, accumulating energy, the knights gathered their courage. Ellie asked them to stop, but it was all in vain, so he had to give the order to Tan to neutralize them. Taking a stance, the golem accepted the order to neutralize everyone. The Marquis encouraged his warriors, saying that in front of them was just a piece of metal. Thus, having gathered together, the holy knights concentrated their power into one hammer. It seemed like they could defeat a golem of that level by concentrating their energy into one. Their pressure was strong, but the golem did not give up its position. But even so, having gathered all their forces together, they could not even stop the golem. But the golem did not stop advancing. He had to carry out the order. Kneeling, the Marquis shouted that before him was a monster that they were powerless to stop. Rising from his knees, Marquis understood that he could not give up so easily. Blinding everyone with the light of his faith, he shouted that he would not let anyone through. But such a beautiful performance was interrupted by an old man in white robes. Ellie immediately realized that in front of him was the head of the Vatican, His Holiness. The young man decided to approach first and explain everything to the head of the church. One of the assistants could not tolerate such rude treatment, but the Holy Father stopped him. Ellie decided not to delay, so he immediately introduced himself. The Holy Father immediately wanted to find out why the owner of the Golden Tower decided to engage in battle with his knights. After all, supporting the will of the goddess is the duty of every believer. The power of the goddess is so great that many people find happiness and are freed from pain. Ellie's face showed displeasure because he had no intention of following the goddess's word. After all, that girl, the love of his life, was once blessed, but she doesn't want these responsibilities. The old man was amazed by this attitude because he believed that it was God's blessing. But Ellie didn't think so because he didn't believe in the existence of God. His Holiness understood that this conversation would lead nowhere, like Ellie, so the young man decided to use his fight with the knights as an example. But the elder believed that they should obey the word of God, even in the face of death. With his arms outstretched, he spoke of how they were the ones who carried out the will of the goddess. This one phrase motivated all the holy knights. This was their will, and the word of God was passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years. With a heavy heart, Ellie realized that talking was a waste of time, so he decided to end it all here and now. By stretching his hand upward and creating magical bonds, Ellie was clearly creating something dangerous. He had true power in his hands and he was well aware of it, so he said in a confident tone that they would not be able to win this way. Shooting magic arrows forward, Ellie knew what he was doing, and it was impossible to stop him, because the young man was driven by love. The Archbishop was shocked at how easily Ellie defeated his holy knights. The Marquis was surprised that the guy was using such powerful magic that no one could resist. Thus, looking at his fallen subordinates, the Archbishop could not utter a word. After a while, as panic took hold of his mind, he started shouting for everyone to be careful. But can any kind of caution help against such a force? Ellie had no intention of retreating. All the deaths of innocents were on the conscience of His Holiness. Acting in the name of love, Ellie didn't even think about stopping. Many tried to deflect the blow by swinging their hammers. But they weren't even close to that, because the hero literally launched an arrow at the speed of light. Such an impossible power amazed everyone. It seemed impossible to believe in it. A glimmer of intelligence appeared in the Archbishop's head, making it clear just how much of a man sat in front of him. But the arrow had already been fired, and it would certainly take someone's life. Fear was visible in his eyes, realizing that now his time would stop. It seemed like just a moment, but it was terrifying. There were no words, only emotions. The fear that consumed these men made them dumbfounded. Ellie wiped the sweat from his face. It was harder than he thought. But the Archbishop was not going to give up. The life he had taken did not force him to come to a sensible decision, so the fight continues. The main character was already having a hard time, as the consumption of mana was draining his strength. The magic of steel smelting is the forced transformation of the shape and strength of an object. And sensing that El was no longer so strong, the Archbishop gave orders to the Holy Knights. Ellie wasn't going to give up, so he ordered Tan to use the Phoenix. The young man wanted to show the full power of his golem. Spinning in a whirlwind, Tan amazed everyone with his fighting technique. Having jumped over the crowd, the golem landed in the center of the hall. A portal opened behind him, into the world from which he drew strength. The Golden Phoenix is one of the golem's weapons, with which he can distribute mana charge precisely. The runes charged and blessed the weapons in the golem's hands. Tan aimed his bow at the Holy Knights with precision, preparing to attack. And as soon as Ellie gave the order to shoot, the golem drew its bowstring and fired a powerful blast of mana straight at the Holy Knights. And with the help of this incredibly powerful skill, Golem defeated everyone with one blow. The Marquis still tried to resist Ella's power, but with difficulty. But all his attempts were in vain. The man could not resist such a flow of energy. And the Archbishop, spreading his arms wide, began to shout and beg for Gaia's protection. With the help of the goddess's power, the Archbishop was able to create a barrier and prevent himself from being killed. But El gave the golem the order again, wanting to win. The Archbishop held back the magical attack of the owner of the Golden Tower. It seemed like this fight was on equal terms, but everything was different.